All right, guys, we're live. Yo, this is Set with S.E.T Media, and I'm back with another one for y'all, man. Today, I got a nice little lineup. We got Vance coming out against Zelenskyy on Fox, and we also got the presidents talking about investments, and we got some funny liberal breakdowns for you. Let's get right into it, guys. It's going to be an exciting night. Let's get right into it. All right.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us.
Good to see you, man.
Appreciate it.
Great to be here.
Let's go back to the Oval Office Friday.
Yep.
From your perspective.
Yeah, great TV. As the president said. Yeah, well, you know, it's funny. So we have a 45-minute press conference, and the president normally does this. I mean, I've seen this now 3 or 4 times with foreign leaders where he likes to bring the media in, likes to have a conversation, but answer questions with the press. As you know, he's very open with reporters. And what I noticed is that for the first 25, 30 or so minutes, he tried to sort of bend over backwards to be gracious and kind to Zelenskyy, even when Zelenskyy was kind of needling him, even when Zelenskyy was saying things that I thought were untrue. The president just tried to be diplomatic, right? I think that's his natural instinct in that situation. And then when it really went off the rails, of course, is when I asked, or you had a Polish journalist who asked a question, the president answered it, and then I answered it. And then something about my answer just really set Zelenskyy off. So then he came at me.
So you're blaming yourself.
I'm done.
And then I went back at him.
Right.
And
I think Vance kind of set Zelenskyy off when he said, I'm sorry, bro, but you're going to have to find a way to work with that man, Putin. Like it or not, you're going to find a way to work with this man, Putin. I know you hate him. I know. I get it. But it's kind of your decisions that put you here. You trying to get into NATO is what like kind of brought on Putin on you. So I get that you hate him, but you got to work with him. Even if you can't trust him, well, we're going to have to put some type of faith in him.
What I tried to do originally was actually try to diffuse the situation a little bit, because I'm like, you know, we're having this meeting. Obviously, there are 100 television cameras here. Let's try to have this conversation in private. And then the president, as we kept on going back and forth, I tried again to say, well, maybe we should have this conversation in private. And the president was like, nope, actually, I don't want to have it in private anymore. I want to have this actual conversation in public for the American people to see. And I do think that there was just a certain sense of, there was a lack of respect. There was a certain sense of entitlement. And most importantly, look, we can look past all of that stuff.
I mean, yeah, and it made sense, to be honest, why Zelenskyy was so entitled. If you really think about it, for the past, since the beginning of this war, our government has been bending over backwards for him. We've been just tossing money his way, whatever explanation he got. We didn't really care what he had to say, as long as it was Putin bad. And this is where we're at. Now he's dealing with an administration that he's not too familiar with. Now he's dealing with an administration that, yo, we want peace. It's not Putin bad. We got to work with Putin now. And he's like, hold on, what's this new attitude here?
But the president has set a very clear goal for his administration. He wants the killing to stop. And I think that it's very important that President Zelenskyy and, of course, President Putin, too, they've both got to come to the negotiating table. And that's ultimately where things broke apart. I really don't care what President Zelenskyy says about me or anybody else, but he showed a clear unwillingness to engage in the peace process that President Trump has said is the policy of the American people and of their president. That's the real breakdown, is I think Zelenskyy wasn't yet there. And I think, frankly, now still isn't there, but I think he'll get there eventually. He has to.
My understanding is he tried to get back in, or tried to stay a number of times, and then made numerous calls to come back. Is that true?
I don't know about numerous calls, but they certainly made at least one request to come back in and continue the conversation. The president was like, look, first of all, they were disrespectful. And second of all, what are we even going to talk about? They've shown a clear unwillingness to discuss the peaceful settlement that President Trump is trying to bring to the situation. I think a lot of Americans are sort of, you know, it's useful to step back and ask ourselves, what is the actual plan here? You can't just fund the war forever. The American people won't stand for it. And by the way, Sean, if you look at European opinion polls, the Europeans aren't going to stand forever for it either. We need to bring this thing to a peaceful settlement. The president,
I don't know, like the way they going at it right now, it seems like they cool. Don't you know they got too many problems with it, and that's the concerning part. It's like, hey, we told the man we want peace, and then he goes up to Europe, and we're like, don't worry, but we got $5 billion for you to keep going against Russia. Like that's anything, to be honest.
was trying to do that. He'll continue to try to do that, but you've got to have to.
Hey, bro, in war, I ain't gonna lie, like $5 billion is like $50.
Tango. You've got to have a negotiating partner in the Ukrainians who recognize that, you know, of course they have their views, and of course they're not always going to agree with us, but they've got to participate in the conversation. They weren't willing to do that on Friday, so the president said, send them home.
He said today that the war he expects will go on a very long time. I don't know where he's going to get the money to fund that war. I have my doubts that Europe will fund the war to the level that Biden and Harris were funding it. And then the issue now has come up whether or not this administration will continue to offer money and arms for this war to continue. Because without America, I would argue the president was right in saying they have no cards.
Yeah. Well, Sean, I think our European friends, frankly, are being really, they're doing a disservice to the Ukrainians because their own populations are saying, we're not going to fund this war indefinitely. The American people are saying, we don't want to fund the war indefinitely. So the only thing that is in the best interest of America, of Russia, of Ukraine, and of Europe is to bring this thing to a close.
And ain't that crazy? It ain't that crazy, bro, because it's like we're playing hot potato with Ukraine. It's like, look, bro, I don't want to fit this bill. You have it. And it's kind of been being thrown around for the past 2 years. And now that America's done with it, we don't even want to play the game of hot potato no more. We're just like, no. You can keep it. Go ahead, have it, enjoy it. Like, y'all got it, right? Like I said, it's more of a threat to y'all than us.
What happened, Sean, is you have Zelenskyy. He goes to Europe, and a lot of our European friends puff him up. They say, you're a freedom fighter. You need to keep fighting forever. Well, fighting forever with what? With whose money, with whose ammunition, and with whose lives? The president is actually taking a much more realistic perspective and saying, this can't go on forever. We can't fund this thing forever. The Ukrainians can't fight forever. So let's bring this thing to a peaceful settlement.
When I interviewed Zelenskyy, he wouldn't give me direct answers. I asked him about the mineral deal to pay the U.S. back. To me, there's 3 phases in this. And my understanding was Friday was supposed to be relatively ceremonial.
It was.
And then that it was supposed to be we signed the mineral deal. That's part 1. Part 2 would be a ceasefire. Part 3 would be the hardest part, the negotiated settlement with Putin, who, correct me if I'm wrong, said he's willing to talk peace with Trump.
Yeah, he said he's willing to talk peace. And of course,
and that's the thing that I think angers Zelenskyy, because I don't even think my man realizes what Putin was said. He's like, bro, I wanted to talk peace with Trump, not you, not Biden, but Trump. The only person that actually got some real authority in this situation right now is really the only people who got authority in this situation is Trump and Putin.
Trust but verify. We want to have the conversation. We don't assume that everything that anybody tells us is true. That's why we want to engage in this conversation. But you're exactly right, Sean. When the Ukrainians came to Washington on Friday, it was supposed to be ceremonial. There had been some public back and forth, some disagreements, some words spoken in public. And the president was like, let's have this moment. We give some credit to the brave Ukrainian fighters. And of course, it's a very brave army that they have there in Ukraine. Let's sign this minerals deal, which importantly does 2 things. It allows the American people to get some of their money back, but it also shows the Ukrainian people that America has a long-term investment in their sovereignty.
Exactly. Then that's what the mineral deal was supposed to be. Zelenskyy was talking about how can you ensure security. I'm like, bro, just let us get them minerals and we'll give you all the security you need. That's what the deal was. I'm like, bro, let us get the minerals. We can make our manufacturing lower and we'll give you all the security you need stamped by the USA. That's the most official security stamp you can get in this goddamn world. But I guess he didn't see that.
You do those things. We'll sign this thing. We'll have a rah-rah moment.
Oh, guys, and do me a favor. Make sure to like the video, man. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen or hitting the 3 dots up there by the SK Media logo. Appreciate the support, guys.
And then we'll get to the tough talk of negotiating peace. We couldn't even get the Ukrainians to a point where they could talk about.
And shout out my man Dons for starting us off with $1. He ain't had too much to say. He just want to show some love. Appreciate you, Dons.
The peaceful settlement. And look, in some ways, Sean, I get it. I get the frustration. I get the rage. It's their country. Of course, it's not our country, but you've got to accept cooler heads have got to prevail. This thing cannot go on forever. This is the important point. I'd say this to our, of course, most importantly, the Americans who are watching, but people all over the world. When you talk to leaders in private, whether.
And shout out to my man Don. He says, hey, S.E.T, how you been, man? I ain't gonna lie, just been getting some much needed rest. A lot's been going down here. We got to tackle this month with a lot of intensity and vigor. So I've been getting some rest. And so is my man Key. Hey, appreciate the support and thanks for asking, Don. Appreciate it.
they're Ukrainian or European, when you talk to people in private, they will tell you this cannot go on forever. There aren't enough Ukrainian lives, there isn't enough American money, and there isn't enough ammunition to fund this thing indefinitely. The only realistic pathway to bringing this thing to a settlement is President Trump's pathway. We encourage both President Zelenskyy and President Putin to follow that path.
Well, I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent, and this came up in the discussion Friday. The Biden administration called Putin every name in the book, and they've been trying to get the president.
And he still invaded anyway.
Okay, he still invaded anyway. Well, remember, it depends if it's a minor incursion. Let's go back to that moment, which I thought as troops were amassing on the border. But I go back and I think about this, and Biden spent all of this money, called Putin all these names. The media and the Democrats, they want Donald Trump to call him names. And the president addressed that. And then he's supposed to call him and say, Vladimir, you ready to talk a peace now?
Yeah.
That's not going to work.
No, and I was standing on, I made this point during the election. It's like, what do you want this man to do? You want this man to slap Putin in the face and be like, yo, we're about to make this deal? That's not how the world works. It's like, I don't know what reality y'all living in, but last time I checked, if you want to get something from somebody, you kind of got to play nice.
It's diplomacy 101, right? Is you have to have a reasonable relationship with somebody to be able to even start the conversation. We have to remember, Sean, Ukraine, half of the country, a third of the country is totally destroyed. The economy is.
And that is facts. A lot of their country is destroyed. And shout out to my man Don's. He came in with the $2 again. I appreciate the support, brother. Appreciate the support.
Depressed. You've got hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians. Of course, a lot of dead Russians as well. The president wants to negotiate a settlement. How can you negotiate if you can't even talk to somebody? And that's what he said. He's not saying, like, nobody's suggesting, as Secretary Rubio said, no one is suggesting that we give the Nobel Peace Prize to Vladimir Putin. What we're saying is it's important for President Trump to be able to have a conversation. That's not well served by standing up at a press conference and calling the guy every negative name in the book. By the way, as we just said, President Biden called Putin every single name in the book. What did it lead to? It led to war. It led to destruction. It led to conflict. President Trump is trying to bring this thing to a close. You got to be able to talk to somebody to do that.
Is the door open? President Trump said Friday he can come back if he wants peace. Is that door still open today?
What President Trump has said clearly and consistently is, of course, the door is open so long as Zelenskyy is willing to seriously talk peace. You can't come into the Oval Office or anywhere else and refuse to even discuss the details of a peace deal. Look, this is not going to make anybody happy. The Russians are going to have to give up stuff. The Ukrainians are going to have to give up stuff. You can't come to the Oval Office and say, give us security guarantees. We won't even engage with you about what we're willing to give.
And that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like it was kind of like the premise of the whole ordeal. It's like, how does Zelenskyy not see that, yo, we are going to make Russia give up some stuff, but you're going to have to give us some stuff as well. You cannot think that you're going to come out here unscathed, ready to walk into NATO. If that is Zelenskyy's vision at the end of this, then I ain't gonna lie, bro. He's delusional. He's being delusional, and he's gonna get hurt. It's gonna be a failure.
Give up. That's been the Ukrainian posture. When that posture changes, as President Trump said, when they're willing to talk peace, I think President Trump will be the first person to pick up the phone.
Well, I got to imagine that they're probably rethinking it. What did you make of European leaders, quote, their voices of solidarity this weekend? Because it's Lindsey Graham, who's been very supportive.
And shout out to Daniel Castro, $2. Fox Chase said, hey, and he loves you. And ain't that cute?
Of Ukraine in this conflict, I mean, he was livid.
Yes.
And he said, if they want to now defend their own continent, let them go ahead and do it. Good luck to them.
Yeah. And my message to Ukrainians, by the way, to President Zelenskyy is, when you've lost Lindsey Graham, means you need to come to the negotiating table and recognize Donald Trump is the only game in town. He's the only person who I think has a meaningful plan to save that country. But Sean, here's the problem with the Europeans. And a lot of these guys are our friends. They're our allies.
And shout out Don's. He says, I have a song I dedicate to liberals everywhere. Projector by Set It Off. Listen to the lyrics set and tell me what you think. I got you, Don's. I got you. Don't worry, I'm gonna get it in sometime during this stream, and I won't let the music requests build up. But if you do have any video requests or music requests, if you're a member, $5. If you're not a member, $10. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
allies. We, of course, the president has a great relationship with a lot of European heads of state, and so do I, but they need to be realistic. And the craziest part about this, Sean, is that sometimes you'll have European heads of state who in public will puff up their chest and say, we're in it with President Zelenskyy for the next 10 years. And then in private, they'll pick up the phone and say, this can't go on forever. He has to come to the negotiating table. So I honestly don't care what the Europeans say in public. What I care is what they say in private. And what they need to be saying to President Zelenskyy is, this can't go on forever. The bloodshed, the killing, the economic devastation, it's making everyone worse off. The only pathway to, I think, back to peace and prosperity is what the president is trying to accomplish.
And now we look back in time and we see Joe Biden was beginning to understand that the patience of the American people is running thin.
That's right.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. We're a nation with nearly 40 trillion in debt. I mean, it's too much.
Well, Sean, this is an important point.
Oh God, that was the baffling part. Like, damn, we're damn near 40 trillion in debt, but we got like $100 billion not to give to the citizens, not to help us out, but to help out Ukraine and others. Like, it made no sense.
Because I was a United States senator for the last 2 years of the Biden administration. I got elected.
I think you like this job better.
I think I like this job a lot better. I certainly like the president a lot better. And here's the thing, when you would talk to the Biden administration officials in private, it's another example of a terrible situation the Biden admin left the Trump administration. When you ask them what's the plan, okay, we're going to spend tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars in Ukraine. What is your plan? And they would honestly tell you, well, we're just going to send them weapons for as long as we can and hope eventually they can turn the tide. Hope is not a strategy.
And guys, we got 150 plus y'all in here, man. Do me a favor. Let's get the likes up here. So go ahead and double tap that screen. Yes, double tap your screen real quick. Or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner to like the video. I appreciate the support. Let's get those likes up.
Throwing money and ammunition at a terrible conflict, that is not a strategy. The only guy in town with a strategy is the president of the United States, and everybody needs to follow his lead.
What scares me is Zelenskyy, when he says it's going to go on for years, how many more lives are going to be lost? He's not going to have a country to save at the end of that. The minerals deal would have provided the monies to rebuild their country and a strong U.S. presence and maybe European troops as well.
And
that's what I'm saying. The man turned down the best deal he can get. He turned down a working relationship with the USA. He turned down security with the USA, and he turned down a moderator for the peace deal from the USA. It's like, dog, this was the best deal you can get, and you're overreached. You overplayed your hand, as I think as J.D. Vance or Trump said. It's like, what did you think we were going to do? What, just bend backwards, go with the Putin's evil route with you the whole time? What, tax our people to death for you? Oh, no, we're not doing that.
This is an important part of it. The president knows that, look, if you want real security guarantees, if you want to actually ensure that Vladimir Putin does not invade Ukraine again, the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine. That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years. The security guarantee and also the economic guarantee for Ukraine is to rebuild the country and ensure that America has a long-term interest. You're not going to do that if you come to the Oval Office, insult the president, and refuse to follow his plan for peace.
If he called, and I hate hypothetical questions,
sure,
forgive me. If he called tomorrow and said, I am ready to adopt your plan for peace, he can come back?
I think that if he called and had a serious proposal for how he was going to engage in the process, look, there are details that really matter that we're already working on with the Russians. We've already talked with.
And if you really listen to that conversation, that was the whole ordeal. It's like, bro, are you going to be able to engage in peace talk with Putin? You can't sit here and say Putin's evil. You can't trust him. I don't trust him. And then I'm like, bro, how are we going to come to the solution? You're basically telling us we should all put our hands up and just let you get destroyed by Putin. I mean, bro, NATO's not going to put boots on the ground for you. Europe is not going to put boots on the ground for you. They're willing to deal with you now, throw you a nice little 5, but how long is that going to go?
Some of our allies.
Oh, and shout out Don's, man. Appreciate the support. He sent in, well, two $1 super chats. Appreciate the support, brother. Let's see.
My man.
He needs to engage seriously on the details. I think once that happens, then absolutely we want to talk.
Are you convinced Putin and the Russians are willing to meet them? I don't want to say the word halfway. They're willing to do their part to achieve a negotiated settlement.
Am I convinced? No. But do I think that there's a real pathway? You got to trust but verify. You've got to engage in the negotiation. You've got to see what steps people are willing to take. This is another thing, Sean. Obviously, I'm biased because I really love the guy. But when the media attacks President Trump as somehow on the side of Putin, two big problems with that. First of all, the only president in 20 years where you haven't had the Russians take a bunch of territory was under the first term of Donald J. Trump. The second part of that is you've got to actually accept that President Trump, he's not just assuming that everything the Russians tell him is true. He's negotiating with them. There's a give and take. There's a trust but verify. That's called diplomacy. We used to have some respect for that in Washington, D.C.
Man. I mean, he not wrong. The man's not wrong. But before we get into Trump's speech, well, not speech, but talk on investments, let's get into something a little bit more funnier and let's watch some liberal meltdowns over the whole Trump and Zelenskyy confrontation. Let's go.
This talks about him wearing a suit. I hate the country.
Oh my gosh.
I just want to be next to Zelenskyy right now.
He's like sucking the dick of Putin. He does not care. What?
I ain't gonna lie though. Every time we talk about Trump and Putin, things get a little homoerotic. I'll just leave it at that.
But Trump's too far up Putin's ass and smelling his nutsack.
It's like, what do y'all be thinking about? Like, things get a little too homoerotic. I'll be like, oh yeah, they sleeping together. Oh, he's sucking and eating ass. I'm like, bro, do y'all hear yourselves?
He's toying with people.
This talks about him wearing a suit. I hate the country.
Oh my gosh.
I just want to be next to Zelenskyy right now.
He's like sucking the dick of Putin. He does not care. What?
But Trump's too far up Putin's ass and smelling his nutsack. He's toying with people, millions of people's lives, and this is going to cause World War III.
But they basically attacked Zelenskyy today.
Who are you? Who am I speaking to?
Don
right
Lemon.
now?
Nice to
Don
meet you.
Lemon.
Yeah.
And Vance, being a white tea supremacist, not even married to a white woman. Make it all make sense.
America, as you crawl on your knees to Russia, you are the biggest cowardly nation.
The absolutely wild Trump and Vance versus Zelenskyy meeting yesterday has a lot of people in their feels. Let's check them out.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you own a suit.
This man is fighting for his country. A sovereign nation got invaded. His people are dying. And this mother talks about him wearing a suit.
There's homeless people dying in the street of your country off fentanyl, bro. What? Like, I mean, and we're giving money to this guy. There's people in your country who can barely afford to eat, like barely afford to take care of their kids, but you're worried about this guy. Go live in Ukraine, please.
I hate this country.
Oh my gosh.
I can't.
I've never in my life felt like I do right now. I don't give a what he wears. This man has been respectful to every leader in the world. Everybody.
Really, nigga?
Oh, yes.
And you clowns want to do that shit to him when he comes over here. And then talk to him like shit and kick him out of the White House.
I mean,
you disgraceful son of a...
Nigga, you gay.
I mean,
Man, I just want to be next to Zelenskyy right now.
bro, you could be, bro, yes, you could be next to Zelenskyy and go right on the plane. He's going to put your ass on the battlefield like he's doing to his own goddamn people. You know what? I got some proof of this. You know what? I got y'all. Hold on. Let me tell you what this man wants.
I wish I could talk to him.
People talk shit and don't know what they really act.
Forgive us.
Now I'm gonna take a brief little interruption just to show you guys something, right? Humor me with this. This is what's going on, bro. JD Vance confronted Zelenskyy on forceful mobilization. This is what he means. They're really dragging people off the street. Let me tell you. Yes, they're running out of fighting age males, right? They're running out of fighting age males to the point where they got to drag the mentally disabled men onto the battlefield and men who never even wanted to fight onto the battlefield. This is what they're doing now. I know, crazy, but this is where they're at in the war. They're desperate. Oh, welcome to the Ukrainian army. There are many other examples. There are many other examples that it's all over the internet. I think I could probably go a little further if I find the video. But all right, let's get back to my man JD Vance real quick. Well, not JD Vance, but let's get back to this crying asshole real quick because this guy's killing me. He's killing me, guys. But please go there.
I wish I could talk to him
any time of the week. Go ahead.
Forgive us. God damn, man. I can't. Sorry, y'all. I can't believe what I just witnessed in our White House.
I mean, shoot, bro. I can't believe what I be witnessing on Twitter. Well, my bad. Sorry, Elon. But X, let me tell you what I witnessed, bro. This is what's really going on out there, bro. They're pulling up on citizens, pulling them into the army. Pulling up on them. I mean, thank God for the comedic effect, but yeah. I mean, watch this. It goes further. Let's take it there tonight. Why not? All right, brother. Who's going off to the army? All right, Ukrainian army time. Oh, you're coming with me? And if not, whipping his ass. Oh, shit. You what? That's tough. And welcome to the Ukrainian army. I mean, in America, you go to the recruitment center. In the Ukrainian army, the recruitment center comes to you. So now that we see what's going on there, yeah, now you see why it's a little bit offensive this man's even crying. Please go there.
First of all, what's with the new age music with like the birds in the background? Is that like a white noise machine he uses when he falls asleep? Sounds like someone's about to get a mediocre massage. This guy definitely doesn't realize this, but he's actually crying about Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, Boeing no longer getting laundered U.S. taxpayer money. Facial filter. Let's go.
And one of the worst parts of it all is them having the audacity to ask Zelenskyy why he wasn't wearing a suit. Because I do not recall any of them having that same smoke for Elon Musk. Not only does he go up in there with a baseball cap and a t-shirt and no suit, he brings his kid, picks his nose and wipe it on the table and tells Trump to shut the fuck up. Yet I see no smoke for him. We rather see leaders who will get their hands dirty and stand with their people on the front lines, like Zelenskyy. Meanwhile, you're not fooling anybody. World War III was to go down. You motherfuckers were hot in the basement, never to be seen again. You ain't tough. You're bullies trying to pick on people when they're down. You would abandon your people in a New York minute to protect yourself. And we already know.
I mean, now I don't even think what this lady understands. She don't understand what she's talking about. And I'm going to tell you why. She's kind of framed us as, oh, we're cowards. We're not going to protect our friends. I'm like, sweetheart, if we protect our friends, millions of our soldiers, which maybe some of your family members, are being put at risk. For what? For a cause that if we win, we get no benefit in. So I don't think she understands the severity of, World War III situation, and I don't think she understands the true situation was going on in Ukraine, because the way the media is framing it is if we're leaving one of our greatest allies, and no, that's just not the case.
Dump is a draft dodger, and Vance, being a white supremacist, not even married to a white woman. Make it all make sense. Bully.
Damn. I mean, y'all get offended when they married to a white woman. Now y'all offended that he's not married to a white woman. Like, hold on, what's happening now? Hold on.
Are cowards.
I ain't gonna lie, you kind of sound like the KKK. Like, hey man, we don't do that race mixing around here.
And we can see right through you.
Okay, there's a lot here with this lady, but I love how she says when World War III goes down, like she's wanting it to happen, you guys will hide in your basement. Well, they used to be known as bomb shelters, but sure, close enough. Since when is not wanting to die in a nuclear blaze a bad thing? These people's brains are absolutely broken. Also, I love how she says JD Vance is a YT supremacist, but he has a non-white wife. Make it make sense. She just needs to pause with the loading symbol. Put it together. You might be full of oh no, let's go.
If you're American and for God knows what reason you still support Donald Trump, you should be massively ashamed right now of yourself, of your country, and especially your shoddy excuse of a president.
I mean, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Hold on. How much y'all put towards Ukraine? That's what I like to ask some of these people. How about, look, other countries, before y'all need to shut the fuck up, okay? And I'm gonna tell you why you need to shut the hell up. One, how much did your country put towards individually, not all of Europe, but individually, how much your country put up? And if it wasn't more than us, shut the hell up. I ain't trying to hear it.
The way that he has just spoken to Zelenskyy is horrific. Not just him, but also the little arse weasel that is JD Vance. He and his fellow countrymen have been fighting relentlessly for the last 3 years after Trump's best mate Putin decided, oh, it's a nice day to take over another country. Some of the stories of the families who have had to flee the Ukraine, who are now currently living in the UK, it's just absolutely soul destroying. So for that absolute thundercunt that is Donald Trump to say to Zelenskyy, you're not ready for peace, and basically taunting him and saying that he's the reason, or he's toying with people, millions of people's lives, and this is going to cause World War III. How incredibly disrespectful, and shows just how little he actually knows about world politics, or he knows everything, because obviously he's definitely in Putin's pocket. Zelenskyy sat there, calm, considered, diplomatic with his responses, whilst Beavis and Butthead were going at him. The most unpresidential behavior I've probably ever seen.
Here's the thing. Everybody's neglecting the fact that I'm like, Zelenskyy got mad because he wasn't trying to have peace right now. Like we needed a ceasefire. Trump was trying to get the ceasefire. Zelenskyy was like, I can't trust Putin to ceasefire. And then, JD Vance and Trump looked at him like, wait, what? Like, bro, what do you mean you can't trust this man? Like, it don't even matter if you can trust him. Look, he needs to go on the fact that, look, Putin's going to work with Trump. I'm going to say this, and I'm not 100%. I'm not going to say I'm 100% what I'm saying, but Putin's going to work with Trump way better than he's going to work with Zelenskyy. Putin's actually has some type of respect for Trump way more than he has for Zelenskyy. I mean, I feel like that's the obvious. So if Zelenskyy cannot understand that he's under administration where Putin is okay with talking to, they're in communication, he can't understand that, okay, well, we can work out some type of security deal with us with resources, and we could possibly get Putin to give back some land. Bro, I just don't get it. It's like he kind of got to understand that, bro. I understand you may not trust them, but you got to trust us at least, right? People put $3 billion in your pocket. You can't even trust us. That's disrespectful. It's like, bro, we didn't help you through this whole situation. Now we're trying to get to a resolution, and you can't trust us. Okay.
And I don't think that he's done all this just because he's up Putin's arsehole. I think it's because over the last couple of days, both Keir Starmer and Macron have absolutely owned him publicly live in interviews, showing him that he knows absolutely nothing about world politics. And what do bullies do when they're humiliated? They find somebody else that they can take their anger out on. He is a weak, uneducated, narcissistic man, and he just thrives off of status. And
I just want to know what country she's from so I can find out, like, yo, how much y'all give? Because then if y'all ain't give more than us, y'all really need to be quiet, because it doesn't make no sense. Like, a lot of y'all are cheapskates. A lot of y'all probably gave less than $1 billion to Ukraine while we was out here giving hundreds of billions. So we're not trying to hear it from some lady who's from a country who gave less than 100 billion to Ukraine. We're not trying to hear it.
Attention. That man couldn't run a bath, let alone a country.
Guys, make sure you like the video, man. Appreciate the support, but double tap that screen, hit the 3 dots up there in the corner, and also, hey, subscribe to the channel, man. We do this every night.
So if you are American and you still support Trump, then probably not only will you be
And I made the point. I said, what country, not what continent, country, Europe, continent, France, Sweden, Norway, UK, countries. Learn something.
Around and finding out, but sadly, I think possibly
because it's kind of crazy how there are people going like, well, Europe gave 130, bro. We gave 118 billion as one effing country. Europe is comprised of many freaking countries. Last time I checked, actually, I'm pretty damn sure. So the fact that y'all all came together and gave that, and is not, bro, y'all should be honestly in the 200 billions. But y'all want to talk to us? Okay.
American forces too, because if any.
And shout out Don's the wild card. He says, by the way, that was all Google Pay credit I just cashed. I'm crying. Shout out to the Google Pay credits, man.
Everybody starting World War III, it's that twat.
Wait, okay. Oh my God. Let's break this down. First of all, is it racist if I call her a towelhead? Oh no, sorry. I love how the uniting theme to a lot of these people is to say that Trump's in Russia's pocket, as if Russia's some like big superpower. Like the Soviet Union used to be a superpower. Russia is a backwater. America is the wealthiest superpower in the world. America has zero pressure to bow to Russia except for seeking peace and avoiding nuclear war, and therefore mass death. Ironically, this lady completely misses that point when she's talking about world politics. I don't know, I think you mean geopolitics, but whatever. Who knew that Trump derangement syndrome was such a global phenomenon? This lady, if she just stopped and thought about it or watched her own video, would realize she's making zero sense. You're chastising Trump for not wanting to start World War III.
You know, it's even more effed up. We still fund a majority of NATO. And then we're also funding majority of this war. And then we're also getting screwed over by majority of these European countries on trade deals. I mean, bro, y'all gotta just kiss our ass at a certain point, man. Like, what the hell am I hearing?
And then saying Trump's probably going to be the one to start World War III. To quote the last lady, make it make sense.
If you're not already in the loop of things that happened today, there was a horrifying interview in the Oval Office with President Zelenskyy, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance. Who are you? Where's Elon? Where's the actual, anyway, they were supposed to have peace talks between, thank you for including Ukraine. So nice of you. Okay, so they sit down and it's very clear very quickly that Trump is just not there to actually talk. Half the time he doesn't even understand Zelenskyy, which is so weird. I've noticed this every single time anybody has an accent, he's just like, what are you saying? I don't know what you're saying.
The irony of saying that when Zelenskyy had almost no idea what anyone else was saying and had a difficult time understanding them.
And I'm like, anyway, moving on. Then Trump randomly Zelenskyy shows him these photos of like dead babies and is like, we need to fix this shit. Trump doesn't care. He's like sucking the of Putin. He does not care, right? And so then he starts getting mad at Zelenskyy, being like, well, we can have peace, but you don't want peace because you hate Putin and your hatred of Putin is gross. And I want What?
Wow. Okay. Well, I see how she interpreted that, and it wasn't clearly, apparently. It's like, all right, the proper way of interpreting that is, I mean, yes, they're losing the war. Ukraine is losing the war, okay? They're losing. Their people's getting decimated or getting land taken, right? So the best thing for them is to come to a ceasefire and a peace deal. Now, here's the problem, though. Zelenskyy doesn't want it with Putin because, yes, he's scarred by what Putin has done to his country. I get it. But being on the losing side, you got to bend the knee. And you can't keep expecting these countries to kind of give you money into a losing war. There's no amount of money that's going to help Ukraine win this war against Russia. So this is the most compassionate thing us Americans can do is sit there and be like, all right, look, bro, 1, you're going to pay us back through minerals. 2, we're going to get a ceasefire. 3, we're going to end the war and people are going to stop dying. But Zelenskyy doesn't want none of that good things that could happen for Ukraine to happen just because he hates Putin. I mean, like, bro, got to low-key get his ego out of it. He got to put his pride to the side. He got to do something. And if not for him, let it be for his own damn people. Like, let's be real here. This is unacceptable.
She's pretty fit.
Yeah, so the American people also hate Putin. At least we were all told to, you know, like very soon, very recently, things switched up about Russia. So we're all kind of on the same page. You know, these guys are insane. And so Trump's like, and you haven't even said thank you to us. And JD Vance is like, yeah, you haven't even said thank you. And Trump's like, you need to say thank you. I'm out of breath, hold on.
They really need to start doing a better job vetting people for Adderall prescriptions in college.
And then Trump brings up World War III in the Oval Office. Okay. He says, you're playing with World War III. What? Hey, he's just trying to protect his people. You know, like he was like literally fighting on the front lines. He was literally just trying to protect his people that were invaded. But he's the one who's gambling with World War III. Okay. In Axis powers.
I like how she drops Axis powers apropos of nothing, like she remembers something from 4th grade history. Also, this is absolute smoking gun proof of a failing education system right here. Ukraine is being used by NATO to bait Russia into a forever war. The only problem is Russia has nukes, so this money.
And if you really understand what's going on, let's take it from step one. Why did Putin invade Russia? I mean, why did Putin invade Ukraine? One, because Ukraine wanted to go into NATO. For years, Putin's main thing was, look, Ukraine can never join NATO. I don't want no military alliance on my border. No superpower, us, China, or Russia would want that. Everybody respected that well until 2014. When we took out their leader, replaced him with an anti-Russian leader, in comes Zelenskyy, and now we got problems. Now Zelenskyy want to join NATO against the wishes of Putin. And I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, he can do it, but he understood the consequences of doing so. It's like, bro, yeah, you're right. You're a sovereign nation. You have the freedom to do so, but you understand that got to come with consequences. And the consequences that he knew were coming was Putin possibly invading his country. So it's kind of Zelensky's fault. Like, he knew what the deal was. He knew the one thing that would get Putin to attack. So did NATO. So it's really Zelenskyy and NATO's fault.
Grab by U.S. defense manufacturers is tantamount to risking a nuclear world war over unbridled greed. This is your brain on Ritalin and Raytheon propaganda.
And then Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend is there, and I see why they're together, because he's like, do you even own a suit? You're coming here in the Oval Office and you're not wearing a suit like us? And Zelensky's like, and here's the thing, they're all wearing suits, they're all wearing like monkey suits, and Zelensky's the only one not wearing a suit.
Monkey suits? Is that racism?
Why did Zelenskyy look better than all of them? Like, why? Do you know what I mean? It's because it's that, like, anyway, I'm not gonna get into it.
Is she having sex dreams about Zelenskyy?
But then Zelenskyy was like, okay, next time I'll wear a costume like y'all. It'll be cheap. And I don't think they really understood it. Half the time they never understood his accent. It was so weird because I'm watching it. I'm like, you can hear him clear as day. I think they thought that meant like he was going like, yeah, okay, I'll wear a suit next time. But I'm like, that's not, he was making fun of you guys. Anyway. And then they were supposed to.
I mean, look, and I'm personally, I know why he's not wearing a suit. It's to kind of have that image that he's always in combat. He's always ready to go on the go. And in a suit, I guess you can't be doing all that, I guess in a suit. But when you're coming to the, the Oval Office and you're asking people for money and all that good stuff, you're a normal, respectful human being would dress up a little bit. That's all.
The sign peace deals didn't happen.
Actually, a minerals deal. Oh no. Anyone can go on the internet these days, regardless of how full of shit they are.
And little Marco Rubio, the one who sold.
Guys, you've got any questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, super chatting in $2 and up. I'll go ahead and read it out loud and post it to the top of the chat. Preach support, guys. Let's keep it going.
His soul, the one who like one time knew what a freakazoid Trump was and talked about it openly, and then was like, I'm gonna give up my position to have a fancy title.
Is that a Canadian accent? Okay. Bruh. I see there are a bunch of people who aren't Americans talking about American politics these days. More of this to come.
And I'm gonna kiss the ring. And he did that, and he's the only one been to Ukraine. And if you look at his body language in this, he's just sulking like a puppy with his tail between his legs, little Rubio. I don't know what any of this means. It's scary, but I just wanted to be here with you.
There's a lot going on with this Ritalin-fueled amateur gymnast. But maybe the weirdest thing of all is flexing the fact that a peace deal wasn't signed. Remember when it was more common for the youth to be on the side of like the anti-war peace movement? Never thought I'd be nostalgic for that.
Yeah. Because, God, though, wasn't it the youth? Like, it was kind of our youth. It was kind of argued that was this is anti-war. We don't want to be in war no more. We're tired of being a forever war country. And now this youth is like, hey, we need to put boots on the ground and go to war for Ukraine. Yeah, we need to put soldiers out there, the same soldiers we disrespect and say that they're too much toxic masculinity and all that good stuff. The same soldier or army we disrespect by lowering the standards so we can have fat people and women. I mean, I really do wonder what are they thinking in here? Because it's like, it don't make no sense right now. It really don't. It's like, y'all want us to go to war, or y'all trying to tell us we should go balls to the wall for Ukraine, like for what? And with what? Like, we just got our army. We kind of just got our army back right. We're just getting our recruiting numbers up. And y'all want to go throw soldiers out there to the wind. I don't get it. I let all that get to my head. What the, bro? No. You know what? That's it. I got to hit you.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
I think this guy saw all of Zelensky's old videos when he was a comedian dressing in drag and thinks Zelensky's a gay rights hero.
The most disgusting press conference I've ever seen in my life has just been complete in the White House, where that orange buffoon who the American people chose as the best person in America to lead their country was completely disrespectful to Zelenskyy, the elected president of Ukraine, a man whose popularity is just something that Trump will never, ever get near because he's not a real man. He's a...
Trump got like 75 million people to vote for him. Trust me, he's all right. How many people did Zelenskyy get to vote for him? Oh, yeah, way less than Trump because of the population, of course. I mean, I get that, but let's just be real here.
Dodger. I need to watch my words here.
Bro, Zelenskyy didn't even get this much light until Ukraine popped off. Until then, Ukraine was just that country with the funny letters.
Just now, but the anger that I have just now towards that effing idiot and Vance as well. Musk's choice for deputy president. The two are complete pricks, and they have no right to speak to the elected president of Ukraine like that. America, you are at a new low as you crawl on your knees to Russia with your president and speak a whole load of shit. You are the biggest cowardly nation I've ever come across in my life. R.I.P.
I'm sorry, but can some of these guys state their country, please? Because I mean, y'all just need to pull up. Y'all talk a little bit too crazy, bro. I don't get it. It's like y'all really is talking crazy on America because we don't want to foot a bill that y'all don't even want to foot, bro. Here's the thing. We gave up $100 billion or more as a country. I've heard $300 billion as a country. Most of y'all countries ain't even give up $1 billion. Most of y'all countries, bro, hadn't even hit $100 billion and given to Ukraine. Actually, all of Europe has given $180 billion with all those people in there. All those countries. Oh, y'all couldn't give more, but we're the bad guy now. We're the bad guy because we've been footing the bill and now we want to bring a piece to it. That's crazy. I don't get it. We've reached a new low because we don't want to go into war. Okay.
Okay, first of all, did this dude just say Zelenskyy instead of Zelenskyy?
To Zelenskyy, the elected president.
Dude, I think you might be a little dyslexic. Also, wanting everyone to be drafted. I find it funny that everyone who opposes Trump is just like pro-war, like hardcore pro-war these days. It's creepy, but he has a point. As a European, he's upset that his governments now have to shoulder more of the financial burden to protect themselves for continental defense. Sorry, bro. The world's changing. Get with the times. Also, calling America cowardly because they're trying to avoid a nuclear world war. Surely he's read his Orwell, neighboring country. I think that's a Scottish accent.
But they basically attacked Zelenskyy today. What do you think of
that? I think it's reprehensible. I have stronger words than that, but that would be my first statement, is that it's reprehensible. And I did also see what he said about Gaza when he met with the president of Jordan. That was also reprehensible. We're going to take it, is what he said.
Turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East.
So it's crazy what's going on in this country. I hope
That's worse than a war zone?
Resistance. I don't know what I can do. I'm not a billionaire.
Are you okay with Elon Musk being in the White House?
That would definitely be F no.
Are you?
And who are you? Who am I speaking
I'm
to
Don
right
Lemon.
now?
Nice to
Don
meet you.
Lemon.
Yeah.
Oh, this liberal dude who's probably glued to MSNBC and CNN has no idea who Don Lemon is.
Really?
Yeah, I'm Don Lemon.
Okay, I
That's
don't
me.
behind. Okay,
That's
okay.
me behind the faucet.
Oh, so the guy does know who he is, but doesn't recognize him. So Don Lemon has fallen off, apparently. Nice name check on your designer sunglasses, though.
Zelensky's chart is extremely active right now and points
No.
towards, like a lot of the other charts indicate, ongoing.
I hate. Why they gotta bring the horoscope bullshit into this, man? I heard this enough out of women. I be hating that crap. I be like, bro, leave it to women to bring the horoscope BS into this. I'm not even gonna do this. Look, we're just gonna get right into my man Trump talking about investments, okay? President Trump making investment announcements. So look, man, let's hear about how more jobs and more prosperity is gonna come to America instead of some girls talking about Zelensky's rising moon and falling Saturn.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcoming from TSMC, which is the biggest there is at a level that you can't even calculate, frankly. CC Way to the White House for a very historic announcement. This is a tremendous thing for our country and hopefully for his company. We're also pleased to be joined by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and White House AI and SIP, the crypto czar David Sachs, another two very highly respected people. It's great to have you guys involved. And David, thank you very much for coming on. David is sort of the king of intellect in that world. We have some good people. Today, Taiwan Semiconductor is announcing that they will be investing at least $100 billion in new capital in the United States over the next short period of time to build state-of-the-art semiconductor manufacturing facilities. I think mostly it's going to be in Arizona, which is what I understand, which is a great state. I like it because I won it, but I won most of them actually. So, but we won it, and we won it big. The most powerful AI chips in the world will be made right here in America, and it'll be a big percentage of the chips made by his company. But as you know, they're based mostly in Taiwan.
And you see what happens when you lower corporate tax. See what happens when you tell them, hey, yo, if you don't bring your business over here, we're going to tariff the hell out of you. These businesses actually start coming over and doing business with us. Shoot, business actually benefits us.
And they're far and away the biggest. There's nobody even close. This $100 billion in new investment will go into building 5 cutting-edge fabrication facilities in the great state that we just discussed, Arizona, and will create thousands of jobs, many thousands of jobs, and high-paying jobs. In total, today's announcement brings Taiwan Semiconductor investments to about $165 billion they've started already. Among the largest new foreign direct investments in the United States, Apple, as you know, made a big announcement last week of $500 billion, and we have some others that have announced. We have many that want to announce, but I don't have time to do all of these announcements, I tell you. But for you, I'm doing the announcement.
Thank you.
This will create hundreds of billions of dollars in economic activity and boost America's dominance in artificial intelligence and beyond.
And guys, man, we got about 150 plus y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen to like the video, man. Let's get us to 50 likes. I appreciate the support, guys. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, $2 and up, we'll go ahead and read it out loud, post it to the top of the chat. Appreciate the support, guys, man. Let's keep it going.
Semiconductors are the backbone of the 21st century economy. And really, without the semiconductors, there is no economy. Powering everything from AI to automobiles to advanced manufacturing. And we must be able to build the chips and semiconductors that we need right here in American factories with American skill and American labor. And that's exactly what we're doing. As you know, Taiwan pretty much has a monopoly on that market. And I think pretty much is not a term that's even appropriate. They do have a monopoly. And this is a tremendous move by the most powerful company in the world. It's a matter of economic security. It's also a matter of national security for us. And at the same time, Mr. Wei will be able to diversify and have his a tremendous presence in another place and a very safe place. And I want to thank Taiwan Semiconductor for doing the announcement, and I'd like to ask Mr. Wade to say a few words, if you might. And I'd also like to ask Howard and David, you can say.
I mean, basically, if you're in Arizona, hey, man, look out, man. We got some manufacturing jobs coming straight to y'all.
Say a couple of words, but maybe you should go first because right now he's the most important man in the room. I'm sorry, fellas. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great
Mr.
honor.
President.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit nervous, so I have to pull out my piece of paper. Mr. President, Secretary Ragnick, and David, I didn't know that your title, but okay. First, I want to say thank you to Mr. President to give me this opportunity to announce our big project in the U.S. TSMC is the world's largest chip manufacturing funded by Dr. Morris Chen in 1987. It's now at the forefront of semiconductor technology, supporting AI advancement and.
All right, so I guess pretty much Trump is on a hold up true to being well, he wants the U.S. to be leader in AI infrastructure, which a lot of us, I mean, a lot of us are a bit scared of. I wouldn't say scared, but we're a bit fearful of it because it is like, all right, well, how much of into AI are we going to get? How much, like, you know, because remember, AI can replace a lot of jobs. We put in an AI chip in a robot, put it in that new Tesla robot, and we're really in trouble. So I always did wonder, like, how far are we going with this, and where is this going to steer the American economy? Because if the American economy can be stored more towards, I guess, I mean, building these new technologies, then okay, we can make it out of this. But if not, we're going to see some epic job loss with the advancement of AI, unless we kind of we kind of form our whole economy around AI. Which I'm be real with you, I don't really have the plan, or I can't really conceptualize it right now. But hey, we'll see.
I'm thrilled to be here today because President Trump has made it a fundamental objective to bring semiconductor chip manufacturing home to America. Under the Biden administration, TSMC received a $6 billion grant, and that encouraged them to build $65 billion. So America gave TSMC 10% of the money to build here. And now you're seeing the power of Donald Trump's presidency because TSMC, the great.
Hey, he said, bro, not only am I going to give you lower taxes, but I'm going to damn near pay for you guys to build here. I mean, bro, talk about a sweetheart deal just to bring jobs here. I mean, come on now. You can't say Trump not man. Come on, bro. You can't say that ain't good. Come on. Even if you're a liberal and you hate him, he's bringing business to America.
Greatest manufacturer of chips in the world is coming to America with $100 billion investment. And of course, that is backed by the fact that they can come here because they can avoid paying tariffs. So the idea is come to America, build greatness in America, build for the American customers, the Apple, NVIDIA, that whole list that Chairman Wei gave in order to bring production to America. So we're really, really excited. This continues the most incredible path you've ever seen in these first weeks and months of the Trump administration of incredible manufacturing coming to America. The keys that the president has called out are coming here. They're coming here in huge size because they want to be in the greatest market in the world, and they want to avoid the tariffs that if they're not here, they'd have to suffer. So I want to congratulate C.C. Wei for bringing in this incredible $100 billion investment, but it's on the shoulders of our president, Donald Trump, which is why he's coming. So thank you.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, sir. Well, the products that TSMC makes are literally the most important products in the world. I mean, these advanced chips power everything. They power AI, they power your phone, they power your cars. And without them, the whole modern economy would stop, but they're not made in the United States. So for TSMC to move here is a huge, huge development. And we owe that to President Trump's leadership on the economy and Secretary Lutnick as well. And CC, thank you for coming here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, David. So thank you very much. A big percent.
hold on. If we're producing semiconductors, this is excellent. I mean, if we're doing producing them, we don't have to buy them from Taiwan, China, Korea. Yeah, I mean, this is like the foundation of what electronics are made of. So this is what honestly kind of honestly bring down that if we ever made iPhones here in America, this would kind of bring down that price because we have, well, the semiconductors here. But you know, considering that everything goes well.
Percentage of chips with this investment will be made now, a big percentage. Worldwide, we had very little, almost none. We used to have a lot with Intel, but we had very little, and we'll be at close to 40% of the market with this transaction and a couple of others that we're doing. That's a tremendous leap, like a leap that nobody would have really said was possible. So I just want to thank you all for being here. If you want a couple of questions, ideally on the subject, yes. Please. You're probably talking about 25,000 jobs, but it'll get bigger and bigger with time. Knowing this gentleman, it'll get bigger and bigger. There'll be no stopping him. Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
In addition to the job, you talked about national security, and that's one thing I think a lot of Americans don't understand. Explain the national security aspect of this.
Well, without the chips and semiconductors, nothing runs today. You can't buy a car without them. You can't get a radio, a television, nothing. You can't get anything. And we thought it was very important, obviously business-wise, but we thought even in terms of national security to have this large percentage of the chips, semiconductors, and other things that they make the most important product, and not a product that you can really copy. It takes years and years. You know, on the needle of a pin is total genius. I mean, they can put things, I mean, something the size of the needle, the point of a pin, they put information that is just not even believable. So if you would see this, it's just really something. Yes, Brian?
I mean, trust me. I remember back in the day, it was it was pretty cool just to get like 64 gigabytes on them little memory chips. Now, bro, now we're getting like 500 up to 1 terabyte of memory on these little small chips. Trust me. Like back in the day, bro, people would look you crazy. Like, what? How the hell are we doing that now? Well, I'll give it to them.
Honda announced they're coming to Indiana because of the tariffs. Once again,
That's right.
bringing additional jobs and manufacturing. You're going to comment on that as well.
Well, Honda's coming, and I told you about Apple that they're going to be starting to build massively here, 500 billion. And we have many other companies going to be announced, but we had many that have already announced. And now it's going to be great. It's looking really strong. I don't think this country.
And guys, let's get us to that 50 likes, man. I just need about 3 more of y'all to double tap that screen and like the video. Hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. But really, all of y'all should go ahead and double tap that screen.
Country's ever seen anything like we're seeing right now. Now, the tariffs, as you know, will start a week earlier than the reciprocal, which is going to be on a couple of weeks earlier. Reciprocal tariffs start on April 2nd. And I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to go April Fool's Day because that costs a lot of money, but that one day. So we're going April 2nd. But very importantly, tomorrow tariffs 25% on Canada and 25% on Mexico, and that'll start. So they're going to have a tariff. So what they have to do is build their car plants, frankly, and other things in the United States, in which case they have no tariffs. In other words, you build, and this is exactly what Mr. Wei is doing, by building here. Otherwise, they'll build, if they did them in Taiwan to send them here, they'll have 25% or 30% or 50% or whatever the number may be someday. It'll go only up. But by doing it here, he has no tariff. So he's way ahead of the game.
Yeah. See, now you see the power of tariffs. Now, all y'all that was saying, oh, tariffs are bad. Well, tariffs got all these companies and all these world leaders coming here going like, all right, bro, what we got to do to avoid these tariffs? What we got to do? I think the only people who done sat there in America's face and said, look, dog, we placing tariffs, so we're going to keep them, is India. And Trump responds back, well, I hear you, but guess what? Y'all 70% on us, we're going to put 70% tariffs on you. We're going to even it out. Now with Mexico and Canada, I mean, bro, y'all got to bend the knee eventually, especially Canada, of all nations, bro, of all nations.
I would just say this to people in Canada or Mexico, if they're going to build car plants, the people that are doing them are much better off building here because we have the market. We're the market where they sell the most. And so I think it's going to be very exciting for the automobile companies. Very exciting I can think of as an example, North Carolina, they had I used to go there to buy furniture for hotels, and it's been wiped out. That business all went to other countries. And now it's all going to come back into North Carolina, the furniture manufacturing business, please.
Is the Ukraine minerals deal now dead, or can it be revived?
Well, I'll let you know. We're making a speech. You probably heard about it tomorrow night, so I'll let you know tomorrow night. But no, I don't think so. I think it's a great deal for us because, Biden very, very foolishly, stupidly, frankly, gave $300 billion and $350 billion more accurately to a country to fight and to try and do things.
All right, so according to Trump, $350 billion gave away. $350 billion. And I mean, how much did Europe give? What was they bragging about? Oh, we gave away $180 million. I'm like, motherfucker. I ain't never just try to do us like that.
And you know what happened?
Like I said, that's why we're stopping. That's why, bro, Europe, go ahead. Do it. I want y'all to replace all $350 that they was getting from us. Go let it come out of y'all taxpayers' money. Let it come out of y'all citizens. Since y'all wanted so much, since NATO wanted this so much, since Ukraine wanted so much, y'all deal with it. Because we don't want it with Putin. I'll be real with you. We just want to sit by and make America great again. And we can't do that in constant war. We understand this now for some reason. Only now we understand this. So y'all go ahead and do whatever y'all want with Ukraine. Good luck to you, because if y'all keep on going, Ukraine will be Russia's. If Zelenskyy just want to, for a second, no, not even for a second, I mean for at least a week, let go of the Putin hate, we can get some things going on. We can make sure this country survives. If not, it's looking pretty dark for y'all. It's looking pretty dark for Ukraine. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Nothing. We just gave it. And if we could have rebuilt our entire U.S. Navy with $350 billion. Think of it, $350 billion. We could have rebuilt our U.S. Navy. So he gave it away as fast as the money could be gone. And what we're doing is getting that all back and a lot more than that. And we need, it's very important for this business that we're talking about here with chips and semiconductors and everything else. We need rare earths. And the deal we have is we have the finest rare earths that you can.
What do you need to see from President Zelenskyy to restart these negotiations?
Well, I just think he should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us because, as you know, that's right there. That's the border.
And God, they're the one pretty much saying, oh, if he takes over, he's going to expand to Europe and all that. Okay, then why aren't y'all throwing up money like that? Bro, y'all talking a lot, but y'all ain't spending a lot. That's all I'm saying. So, hold on. Why are we throwing $300 billion plus dollars? What? So Putin don't take over y'all? But y'all only gonna spend 180, and then y'all want to bitch to us talking about we're abandoning Ukraine. Bro, through y'all support of Ukraine, you've abandoned these people. Through NATO wanting these people to join, they've abandoned Ukraine. Why? Because they knew what Putin was gonna do.
This country really was like the fence on the border. It was very important to Europe. And I'm not knocking Europe. I'm saying that they were a lot smarter than Joe Biden because Joe Biden didn't have a clue. He just gave money hand over fist, and they should have been able to equalize with us. In other words, if we gave $1, they should have given. Well, we gave $350 billion. They probably gave 100, but on top of it all, they get their money back because they're doing it in the form of a loan, and it's a secured loan. So when I saw that, which I've known about for a little while, I said, it's time for us to be smart. At the same time, it's great for them because they get us in the country taking the rare earth, which is going to fuel this big engine, and especially the engine that we've in a very short time created. And we get something, and we're there. We have a presence there. With all of that being said, I want one thing to happen. I want all of those young people to stop being killed. They're being killed by the thousands every single week. Last week, 2,700 were killed. 2,700 young, in this case, just about all young boys from Ukraine and from Russia. And that's not young people from the United States, but it's on a human basis. I want to see it stop.
And guys, make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel, man. We do this on a nightly basis. I appreciate the support, by the way. And also, double tap that screen, like the video.
The money is one thing, but the death, and they're losing thousands of soldiers a week. And that's not including the people that get killed every time a town goes down or a missile goes into a town. And I want to see it stop. Yes.
Are you considering canceling military aid to Ukraine? And can we get a reaction to what the Kremlin just said, that your administration is bringing U.S. worldview in alignment with Moscow's?
So this is a deal that should have never happened. This is a deal that would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. It didn't happen. It was never even close to happening. If I were president, it would not have happened. And October 7th would not have happened in Israel. And inflation wouldn't have happened. And Afghanistan, disastrous, the way they withdrew. Not the fact that they withdrew, but the way they withdrew would have never happened. And we would have had Bagram right now instead of China having it. It was 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. We would have kept Bagram, with one of the biggest air bases in the world. All of these things happened, and it's a shame. But it is what it is, and now we're here. I want to see it end fast. I don't want to see this go on for years and years. Now, President Zelenskyy supposedly made a statement today in AP. I'm not a big fan of AP, so maybe it was an incorrect statement, but he said he thinks the war's going to go on for a long time. And he better not be right about that. That's all I'm saying.
This project, could this minimize the impact of the U.S. with chips should China decide to isolate Taiwan or China decide to take Taiwan?
Well, it's a very interesting point. It's a great question, actually, but this would certainly, I can't say minimize. That would be a catastrophic event, obviously, but it will at least give us a position where we have, in this very, very important business, we would have a very big part of it in the United States. So it would have a big impact if something should happen with Taiwan.
Are you looking at relieving Russian sanctions if there is a peace deal?
Well, we're going to make deals with everybody.
I'm going to be real with you. I don't think so. I mean, and I'm going to only tell you why I wouldn't honestly take off Russian sanctions. I wouldn't take off Russian sanctions until they promise to dissolve BRICS. When they dissolve BRICS, then we'll take off those sanctions. Until then, you could just keep on shopping with the Chinese yuan, and we'll see how far that gets you.
To get this war, including Europe and European nations. And they've acted very well. You know, they're good people. I know most of them are friends of mine, the heads of state, the heads of the various countries, prime ministers from the different. I got four prime ministers and 5 presidents called me over the last 2 days, and they want to work it out. They want to get it worked out. And I think they're also, you know, they're talking money, but the money is less important than the deaths. We're talking thousands of young people a week. And people would say, why do I care about Ukraine, young people? Why do I care about, and not all young, but they're pretty young. You know, Ukraine is running a little bit low, and they're getting older. They're recruiting older people. It's a very, very sad thing that's happening over there. And we want to get it finished. We want to stop the death.
Yeah.
On the tariffs, is there any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight? And should we expect those Chinese tariffs, the extra 10%, to take
No
effect?
room
now,
left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, you know, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
Damn. Ooh. Whew. All right, man. Good luck to y'all. Good luck, man. Y'all had y'all time. He said there's no room. So I guess y'all gonna have to deal with tariffs for maybe the next quarter, good about 3 months, and then we'll come back around and see how y'all doing. Woo, boy, that's gotta suck. I mean, really, for Canada, Mexico, I mean, come on now. I think a lot of countries, and this, oh man, this is gonna suck because a lot of countries might just abandon Mexico and Canada just to save their bottom line. I mean, hey man, rich people are about to get just as cut as y'all see them for. I promise you. It's like, look what this man did. This man most likely took jobs out of Taiwan and said, nah, bro, we're bringing that shit to America. Okay. Don't you not think that other manufacturing, you know, companies or companies in general are just going to be like, yeah, you know, Trump's about to hit y'all with that 25%, and we're not doing that. We're about to just go ahead and bring car manufacturing back to America. Whatever else manufacturing we were doing here is about to go to America until y'all figure out this 25%. That's the dangerous of tariffs on these countries.
Mr. President, just to follow up on my colleague's question.
And just so you understand, vast amounts of fentanyl have poured into our country from Mexico. And as you know, also from China, where it goes to Mexico and goes to Canada. And China also had an additional 10. So it's 10 plus 10. And it comes in from Canada and it comes in from Mexico. And that's a very important thing to say. Yeah, please go ahead.
Have you decided if you're going to suspend military aid to Ukraine? Have you made that decision?
Well, I haven't even talked about that right now. I mean, right now, we'll see what happens. A lot of things are happening right now as we speak. I mean, literally as we speak. I could give you an answer and go back to my office, the beautiful Oval Office. I could go back into the Oval Office and find out that the answer is obsolete. It's like his business. It's obsolete. You come up with a new chip and it's obsolete about 2 minutes later, right? But that's what's good about his business.
Yeah.
That's why he's the only one that's successful in it. But
To follow up my colleague's question, from Russia saying that your foreign policy is largely in line with their vision, should that be concerning to Americans?
Here's a problem. Russia wants the war to end just as much as we do, actually. That's the problem. They want to end the war just as much as we do. So when he says that, yeah, I want a ceasefire, and Russia's like, hey, yeah, we want a ceasefire too, that's what they mean. There's nothing more than that, okay? And the American people shouldn't be concerned because Russia's just agreeing that, yeah, there should be a ceasefire. We should end this war. That's all Russia has agreed to. I mean, what else could they possibly agreeing to? Y'all tell me.
Should that be concerning to Americans?
read the statement.
That Russia says that your administration's foreign policy is, quote, largely in line with their vision.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think it takes two to tango, and you're going to have to make a deal with Russia, and you're going to have to make a deal with Ukraine. You're going to have the assent, and you're going to have the consent from the European nations, because I think that's important, and from us. I think everybody has to get into a room, so to speak, and we have to make a deal. And the deal can be made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make. It could be made very fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long, because I believe that Russia wants to make a deal. I believe certainly the people of Ukraine want to make a deal. They've suffered more than anybody else. We talk about suffering. They've suffered. But if you think about it.
And all right, man, now let's get a word from my man Don's, man. All right, man, let's bring Big Dog Don's on here. And Don's.
I will gladly pull the same argument I pulled yesterday. I don't want to get into any more of an altercation with a country that has access to nuclear weapons, aka Russia. I think it would be, honestly, I think we should get the fuck out of NATO. NATO is absolutely useless to us. We actually spend more money in NATO than any other country.
I mean,
because, okay, we may give X amount of dollars and all of NATO together gives the same amount, but we put more into NATO in funds we give to these countries outside of NATO. So when they were doing the whole research into like this, and what was it, Doge was doing it, I think, they found like billions upon billions of dollars sent to these NATO countries to help pay for their free healthcare. Why are we paying for free healthcare in other countries we don't live in?
Hey, and then it's crazy because the other country want to get mad at us. Oh no, our own citizens want to get mad at us. Like, why don't we have universal health care? Why don't we have it? Because we're too busy paying for other people's health care to give our own.
On God. On God.
Look that up.
Maybe, yeah, I was reading about that. Maybe we should stop sending money to all these other countries and we could actually afford free health care. Think about it.
Yeah, like all this foreign aid y'all love so much that the liberals want so much, or else we're just such bad guys. Maybe y'all get what y'all actually want if you would go against that foreign aid right there. Just maybe, or maybe like, I don't know, the transgender ideology and the LGBTQ stuff.
That's like, I have no issue with anybody who's LGBTQ. I have no issue with the standard gay person, trans person. My issue, and I would feel the same way if a straight person was like this. I'm going to use an example. If your entire personality is based on the fact that you are gay, trans, bisexual, you are annoying as fuck.
Bruh.
If your entire personality is based on the fact you are straight or cisgendered, you are also annoying as fuck.
Yeah, that
I
would
hold both sides to the same standard. That's like people who base their entire personality on what they are religiously. Oh,
oh my god. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, those are.
Yeah, it's cringe. Like, so my whole argument with the Ukraine thing is, and a lot of people don't want to admit to this, and no one wants to talk about it. There was an agreement with NATO towards the end of the Cold War that they would not infringe on the Russian border, aka bring countries that directly border Russia into NATO. What does Ukraine directly border?
Man, used to.
Yeah, what was that other country that also was nearby that they also tried to bring into NATO? Russia didn't like that either.
I mean, good point. But all right, Dons. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and bring you back on later. Appreciate you, man.
Play my song soon. I need to go to bed by 2 for work in the morning.
I got you. Got you right after this. Appreciate you, Dons. Let's get right to it. Shout out my man Don.
Under President Bush, they got Georgia, right? Russia got Georgia. Under President Obama, they got a nice big submarine base, a nice big chunk of land where they have their submarines. You know that, right? Crimea. Under President Trump, they got nothing. And under President Biden, they tried to get the whole thing. They tried to get the whole big Ukraine, the whole thing. If I didn't get in here, they would have gotten the whole thing. So I can only say you can.
Oh, guys, you have any question, comments, jokes, send it in $2 and up. We'll go ahead and post to the top of the chat, read it out loud, and get engaged with it. Hey, help start a conversation with just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Go back to Bush, you can go back to Obama, and go back to Biden. They took a lot. The only one they didn't get, you know what I gave them? I gave them anti-tank missiles. That's what I gave them. I gave them sanctions on Russia. I gave them javelins. You know the javelins? You know when they took out all those tanks? You know the tanks were heading to Kiev by the hundreds, and they were unstoppable. And I gave them javelins. So, you know, I really, Putin is the one that will tell you this has not been so good for them. The fact is that I just want fairness. I want fairness. But think of it. I gave Russia nothing except grief. I gave them nothing. I gave them sanctions and javelins. That's what I gave them. Obama gave them sheets. And you heard that statement before. It's a very famous. Trump gave them javelins and Obama gave them sheets. And then they say how close I am to Russia. And let me tell you, we have to make a deal because there are a lot of people being killed that shouldn't be killed. But remember, Trump gave them nothing and the other presidents gave them a lot. They gave them everything.
You met with Argentine President Javier Milei at CPAC. He wants to sign a free trade agreement with the United States. Is that something that you would consider even with Argentina?
I'll consider anything. And Argentina, I think he's great, by the way. I think he's a great leader. He's doing a great job. He's doing a fantastic job. Brought it back from oblivion. Yeah, we'll look at things. We're looking at the UK with things. It doesn't have to be tariffs, but tariffs are easy. They're fast. They're efficient. And they bring fairness. For instance, when people kill their dollar, their equivalent of the dollar, whether it's the yuan or the yen in Japan or the yuan in China, when they drop them down, that puts us at a very unfair disadvantage. So all I have to do is say, Howard, we're going to have to raise the tariffs a little bit because I've called President Xi, I've called the leaders of Japan to say you can't continue to reduce and break down your currency. You can't do it because it's unfair to us. It's very hard for us to make tractors, Caterpillar, here when Japan, China, and other places are killing their currency, meaning driving it down. So all of these things add up. And the way you saw
the question is, though, is it intentional? Because them driving down their currency, wouldn't that hurt them too? So, like, well, what are they trying to do? Take us out with them?
Of it very easily is with tariffs, because when they do that, instead of having to make phone calls every day like I used to do
strategy with
certain leaders, President Xi, a little bit, a lot of phone calls talking about the fact that they're lowering their yuan, they're lowering it down, and that makes it very, very hard for us. So this way, I just say, look, let them do that, and we make up for it with the tariffs. But
Will you be speaking with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum about
yeah, sure, I will. I have a lot of respect for her. I have a lot of respect for her.
Mr. President, tariff takes
Yeah.
effect. It'll be 20% on China now. How high are you willing to go against China?
Well, I can't say. It depends on what they do with their currency. It depends on what they do in terms of a retaliation with some kind of an economic retaliation, which I don't think they're going to retaliate too much. Hey, look, the United States has been taken advantage of for 40 years. The United States has been a laughingstock for years and years. That's why this gentleman is built in Taiwan instead of building here. It would have been better if he built here. If we had a president that knew what they were doing, and we had a lot of them very bad on trade. Look, I'm a huge fan of Ronald Reagan, but he was bad on trade, very bad on trade. He allowed a lot of people, a lot of businesses to be taken. So I
Yep.
say that with due respect, because
And I mean, honestly, that's a lot of presidents. Like from Reagan, I mean, shit, Clinton, Obama, Bush. Like, there's a lot of presidents who honestly put us in bad trade deals. And the problem is, it was because I don't know why they did it. I really don't know why. I mean, why would you put us in a bad trade deal that's going to F us up later on down the future when we're slowly but surely falling into debt? I never understood that, but that's what we were doing. And it only came till Trump came around to be like, yeah, we're in a negative with damn near 80% of the world when it comes to trade. Well, 80 to 90%. Yeah, we need to go ahead and either knock some tariffs on y'all or we need to go ahead and renegotiate some stuff. And it's crazy. I hate the first president to really think about that and not the others. Kind of makes you think about what else they were worrying about. Besides, you know, like, I mean, what could be more important than American jobs as to a president, in my opinion, like to make sure your people got money and they're working and they're not out there in the street doing whatever.
He was so great on other things, but he was bad on trade. We are setting records right now, records like nobody has ever seen before. When you have companies like this coming in and almost 40% of their company in one signature is going to be devoted to what he does, which is one of the most important businesses in the world. That's an unbelievable thing. When Apple now is going to start building all of their plants here, all because of what we've done in terms of, it's not because he likes me.
And this is one of the reasons too. I feel like Trump is trying to prepare us for Apple. He's trying to get all the resources here. So all that BS everybody was talking about, oh, if we make the iPhone here, it's gonna be like $2,400. Yeah, we're all right, cool. Used to. Yeah, once we get if we can get that mineral deal and mineral resource deal with Ukraine, I mean, hey, that's gonna line us up for success. And then also once we unlock some of our federal land and we go ahead and get some minerals out of there, mineral resource out of there, that's gonna help us. So, and there's a lot of ways I see how Trump is going. Even with the Gaza situation, he's doing it for the resources. I mean, real estate, cool, but resources is damn near one of his number one reasons. It honestly, like almost everything Trump does is for resources and to help American manufacturing get cheaper. Even with Greenland, resources.
Or they like me. They don't probably like me at all. I don't know. I think he likes me a little bit at least. But you know what? It's the incentive we created, or the negative incentive. I mean, it's going to be very costly for people to take advantage of this country. They can't come in and steal our money and steal our jobs and take.
God, you got any question, comments, disagreements? Go ahead and send it in. I'll go ahead and engage with it, read it out loud, and post to the top of the chat, man. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
Take our factories and take our businesses and expect not to be punished. And they're being punished by tariffs. It's a very powerful weapon that politicians haven't used because they were either dishonest, stupid, or paid off in some other form. And now we're using.
And all right, now let's get over to our musical interlude from my man Don's. I know, Don's. I ain't forget about you, big dog. I ain't forget about you. All right, let's go. Don's song to the liberals, musical interlude. We will be right back in about 3 minutes, guys. Just to hop off the politics for a quick second. Don't worry, we'll be right back on politics because I got a nice little Piers Morgan set up for y'all. But first, let's get into a little bit of, I guess, shout out to Myron Gaines, man. We're going to talk about modern women in dating because a lot of things been going on with this dating stuff, especially concerning Elon Musk for this host. I kind of want to get into that on how it does seem like, well, the Republican Party is a bit biased when it comes to who can F around and have wives and shit.
At least 6 months to a year before you make her your girlfriend. You need to vet her out.
There's some bitches out there. They're not good. They're using, they're lying, they're cheating, they're stealing. They're
Let's try something new tonight and let's get into a little bit of dating.
scandalous.
Women are terrible people. Absolutely fucking terrible people when they have the leverage in relationship. It's the man that's got to have the power.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Now, look, guys, excuse me, but that is a banger bar, though. Women can be terrible people when they have the leverage.
I want the guy to be like, bitch, I could replace you anytime, but I'm choosing not to.
So let's move to picking up chicks.
Sure.
If we got a bunch of fools watching this and they want to pick up the ladies, what is your take on that?
Well, I think the number one thing men need to know in modern society is most women simply don't like most men. And we live in what I call a deregulated sexual marketplace. And what that effectively means is women have the ability, people can hook up with whoever they want, right? There's no regulation to it whatsoever. But what ends up happening when you have a deregulated sexual marketplace is the women control the mating practice, essentially. And thanks to feminism, women earn more money than they did before. Women have more education than they ever had before. So what ends up happening with women is they typically want a man that's better than them. So as they acquire more status, more money, more resources, they want a guy that not only matches that, but typically has more. On average, I think about 56% more money women want their guy to make. So if you make 100K, she wants you to make, if she makes 100K, she wants 156K. So the problem is that a lot of guys are not rising up to this. And they're not taking care of themselves. They don't have this provider mindset. A lot of guys think that, let's just have an egalitarian 50-50 partnership. And I think that's one of the biggest lies that we tell men. And that's come through feminism. I think feminism has created a lot of problems. It's created the degradation of the nuclear family, which has led to the degradation of society.
Honestly, I think it's created a lot of these crazy liberal women and just women in general. I mean, look, back in my day, I never really seen so many women ask for men to kiss their ass. In every way, shape, and form, it kind of just sounds like most women just want an ass kisser. And that's not a real man. I'll be here to tell you that right now. A real man is not kissing your ass.
What do you personally believe when it comes to taking care of a female?
I think men should pay all the bills. I don't think women should work. I mean, if it were up to me, I don't think women should even vote. I think we need to repeal the 19th Amendment. I think women need to focus more on family. I could go into why. Yeah, see, now you see why they call me far right, right? But yeah, I'm very.
Why shouldn't they vote though?
Yeah, why? Okay, so they shouldn't vote because selective service. So women don't have to enter into the selective service. And for your international viewers or people that might not be familiar, or maybe the females that are watching, the selective service, when you're 18 years old in the United States as a man, you have to enroll in the selective service. If you don't, what ends up happening is you can't get a federal loan, you can't get a state job, can't get a government job. You basically can't do anything. And you can get fined and get put in jail for it. So, and what the selective service is, if we ever have a draft, you can get put into the draft. But my thing is, I look at it like if you're going to vote, which is a privilege, you need to have skin in the game. I find it preposterous that women could go.
All right. Now, look, see, that whole women shouldn't vote that's what I'm saying. The only reason why I can agree on that is because, they don't have enough skin in the game. It's like, all right, well, y'all are voting on low-key a leader that can choose where the entire direction of our country goes, but y'all don't got to go out there and fight if things go, bad. Y'all don't got to go out there and pick up a rifle to really do anything. So now if you want to talk about skin in the game, I mean, they kind of do. Now, and this is where I'm going to give the counter argument is that, I mean, well, what about birthing the kids? What about providing, I don't know, the numbers to our army in our society? So they kind of do have skin in the game in that reference. But then again, most women don't want to be mothers no more. So, I mean, what are we doing with that?
Go ahead and pick our commander in chief, the guy that's in charge of the military, who appoints his secretary of defense, and they don't have any skin in the game. So I don't think they should have the right to vote. And the other reason too is women typically are single issue voters. If you ask most women, why did you vote for Kamala? They're going to say, reproductive rights. It's like, dude, do you not see that we got a war on two fronts in Ukraine and Russia, and then in Israel? Like you want to vote so you can kill a fucking like that, but that's the problem. Like women typically are single issue voters, which is problematic, and that's why we end up with liberals and women, men playing in women's sports. Like this all comes from liberalism in general, and this crazy woke ideology. It was in a Trojan horse that was feminism. Feminism started the cultural shift because we allowed women all these rights and this equality, and then what ends up happening is they bring the people, the immigration, all this other shit with them. And then they come in under this idea of liberalism, like we're all going to be able to fuck these girls. Yeah, birth control, feminism. But what ends up happening is women just increase their standards. This is why so many guys are sexless and not doing well with women. So, and then they brought the agenda with them, right? Because the gays were under the same umbrella.
Here's the thing though. I'm not mad at that though. I'm not mad that women are making men increase their standards. They should. Men should increase their standards. I mean, if our women are now performing here, we should be able to rise above that performance like we did back in the day. But, well, I mean, hey, it's pretty easy to beat somebody without a job, right? So I'm not too mad.
It's feminism. And then what happened? We let the gays get married. The gays get married. Now we got them. Now we got this whole. That's why it's been going. It used to be LGB. Now it's LGBTQ. Then we got these drag queens reading to kids. And that's the slippery slope when we allowed gay marriage. So, but it all comes from feminism. When you look at every societal problem we have, culturally especially, it comes from feminism.
Well, didn't it start out that way too?
Which way?
All the bad shit started with women.
Yeah. I mean,
all the way back from
biblical times.
Yeah, the garden.
Yeah, man. And I find it interesting that like every human society, whether they were Asian or Native Americans or African or Chinese or whatever, like they all understood instinctively that women need to be in subordinate positions under male authority. They all knew this. Without cell phones, without the internet, they all knew that these bitches shouldn't be leaders. So it's like crazy to me how it's crazy to me how we we've given them all this access. And this,
I've had close to the same ideal. I would just say, I'm like, a lot of women want to be leaders and highly successful people. And here's the thing though, it's like women, there's like, bro, less than 20% of men are like that. If y'all think y'all gonna be the same, I mean, please go ahead and try to do better. But it's the same thing with y'all. By less than I would say 10%, only 10% of women can actually be in leadership positions. I'll say about 10%. I ain't saying that none of y'all can do it, but I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot more men that are ready for leadership positions than women. That's just what I've seen in the workforce. You can call that anecdotal experience. You don't have to put too much substance into it. But I would say 10% of the women that I've seen in leadership positions were actually qualified. I'm like, all right, you that girl, go girl, get it. But 90% of them were just most likely, well, what I've now learned were DEI hires.
Access has created problems because now we don't have families because women want to chase a career instead of chasing a man and a family. So it's led to a lot of problems. So I think with men, right, my view is I believe in the traditional family. I believe in a man being the leader, head of the household, supporting his woman. If women want to work and get an education, that's fine. But I think that should be elective. I don't think that she should be working from a mandatory perspective. It should be from an elective position. And if they do have kids, then fuck your job, bitch. Like, you're going to raise the kids, because a two-parent household is the most productive way. And the mother being in the home prevents kids from doing stupid shit. So I don't think that women should work. I think men should be the providers and the leaders. And that means the guys got to step up too. You can't.
I mean, he's not wrong. Having a mom in the home or low-key, as a dad works, mom being in the home, that did keep us out of a lot of BS. Bruh. Like, let's be real. Most of the stuff, and I'm probably mostly talking about guys who grew up below the poverty line like myself. Bro, when most of our parents were out there doing work and we had nobody at the house, that's when we did the most bullshit. That's when the most bullshit went down.
And be sitting here telling a woman, make me a sandwich, when you're going half on the bills, dude. It doesn't work that way. And I actually saw a clip of yours one time where you said you'll be damned if you let another man tell your woman what to do. I agree with that 100%. Like, I don't want no other guy tell my woman where she's got to be at what time or whatever. That's unacceptable. So yeah, I think men need to understand that there is a masculine burden performance. And if you want to be able to tell your girl what to do, you need to be the boss. And that means through action.
And I think women in general fit what you're saying, but there's a lot of women out there that want exactly what you're talking about.
Most of them do. Even the staunchest of feminists want guys like us that tell them, shut up, you're stupid. This is what we're going to do. Like, there was this viral video, I'll never forget it. This like pink-haired feminist, right, in LA, hair short, weird clothing, the typical liberal. He's like, yeah, so like I went on the date with this guy who's like a frat bro, which I wouldn't normally do. But like he paid for like the drinks, and I was like, and he was like super assertive and dominant, and I kind of liked it. And I was like, yeah, you dumb. Because like your monkey brain tells you that you need a man to dominate you. That's like what women are inherently attracted to. It's the attraction isn't a choice. And even the most liberal women want a guy that can still dominate them. So feminism is a lie. It's a huge lie. And I think it's a destructive lie because it tells women to pursue a career, get money, but what they don't realize.
Let me ask the girls in the chat, because I've heard so many different things. I mean, from where I work and all. Hey, yo, girls, y'all like a dominant guy or y'all want an ass kisser? Let me know.
Is as you climb the ladder of success and more doors open for you in the professional world, doors close for you in the marital world.
Now I see why your show is popular. Anytime there's polarization, there's popularity as well. There's going to be a million people saying you're an asshole, and there's going to be a million people saying I love this guy.
I mean, he's kind of an asshole, but he's cooking though. It's like I could kind of see both ways with Myron. It's like, and I'll be honest, like I'm not really a guy who really agrees all the way through with his dating advice, but I'm hearing where it's coming from, and it is coming from a place of, well, he wants you to self-improve. He wants you to be an actual man and be stoic and practice stoicism and all that good stuff. So I understand where it's coming from, but sometimes the way he packages it, the way he messages it, throws people the hell off. Oh, guys, and make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support. And remember, you can super chat any question, comments, jokes, $2 and up. Read it out loud and post to the top of the chat. Let's go, guys. All right, man. Good stream so
far. That's
far.
my views on relationships and women and the family and
Well, I happen to agree with, in my opinion, man. It's a man's job to provide. Now, provide and protect.
Yep.
And then I think it's also a woman's job to support and nurture. Meaning, I always say, look, dude, there's evidence, like scientific evidence, women are supposed to be taking care of the kids. They're walking around with the feeder bags attached to them. We don't have feeder bags. That it's like, well, you got some, why don't you feed them? No, dude, you got the feeders. Feed them. Like that tells you naturally they're supposed to take care of them. But a lot of guys nowadays, they're, like you said, these 50-50 people. And dude, like when I hear about them and see them, I'm like, I'm trying to educate them. Like
I'll say the first thing. I remember this whole 50-50 argument came around. I always said, look, if you're in your early 20s, like 19 years old, but you should, as a female, but you should not expect your boyfriend to be paying all the bills. But you should expect your boyfriend to have the ambition, the goal, the ideas, the passion to one day be able to pay 100% of the bills. He should have that drive in him. If his drive is to sit there and be 50-50 with you for the rest of your life, I am sorry, but you have chose a bitch ass nigga. Or just a weak guy. I'll just say that.
Consider myself like old fashioned that way, but you're from another generation. He's from another one. This kid's only like 22.
Oh shit.
Now again,
your generation is cooked, bro.
Well, dude, most of those age guys think that I ain't paying for no girl, and it's like, bro, trust me, man. It's supposed to be where we take care of the females.
Yeah.
And the children.
Bro, and I never did understand that. Like, even with the whole red pill concept coming out, we're gonna stop taking women. We're gonna stop taking wait, are you gonna stop taking care of women? What, we're gonna stop holding the door? What, we're gonna stop paying for dinners? I mean, like, bro, how does this look? This doesn't look too good. It kind of sounds like, oh, well, the women are stop being women, so we should stop being men. I'm like, so you're telling me we should sink to their level? I mean, when have men ever did that? We're supposed to be the leaders. We're supposed to rise above it. Even if they fall below their standard, we keep at ours.
There's a bit of a cultural shift, though. I do see a lot of guys like, because, this was like the biggest turnout of young people.
If she want to be a bitch, who cares, bro? You continue to be a gentleman. That's what men do.
Voting Republican ever, which is why a big reason why Trump brought TikTok back. So I would say that you guys are more based on like my generation of millennials. Like my generation was all on like pro-Obama, pro Bernie. We're going to go ahead.
Yeah, but that's what caused the problems.
Exactly. It did. I agree.
You've heard the whole saying, hard times create, and then the soft times and all that.
Hard times create strong men, and then
strong men create good times.
Yep.
And then good times create weak men. Yep. And then weak men create hard times.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a cycle.
It is.
So, and I used to remember like bell bottoms, and now they're starting to come back. And I remember even when I was a kid, people say it always comes back. I'm like, no way.
Yeah,
and it's like,
I mean, just like loose jeans, they always come back. And thank God. It's like as soon as Trump started running for president, as soon as he won the presidency, it's like all masculine clothing came back.
I used to wear double-breasted suits, like back when I thought I was fly. Double-breasted suits. I told myself I'd never not wear double-breasted. I'd never wear the kind that aren't double-breasted. And then double-breasted went away, and I went to the other ones, and now I see people wearing double. That's coming back.
Yeah.
But again, it cycles.
Yeah.
But I think inherently, dude, from biblical days.
Yep.
The women are supposed, and I don't think
every major religion it like looks at women as like the supposed to support their man, and the man is the head of the household. Judaism, Islam, Christianity, I don't know about Hinduism, but every major Abrahamic religion, the women are the subordinates.
Yeah, but again, I mean, and I think when you say like these bits,
I mean, let's be real. It kind of just looked like all the religious people just look at nature and was like, all right, yep, guys in charge. Yeah, hey, the animals practice it. Who are we? Who are we to go against nature?
And shit like
hey, nature always wins in the end.
That's where they get all butthurt.
Of course, yeah.
They get all butthurt because the way you're saying it. But the truth is, I say it a little bit differently. I don't like say the bitches because then they get all butthurt.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I say the ladies, you need to take care of them. You need to treat them like the queens that they are.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the good ones.
Yeah.
Because there's some bitches out there.
Yeah.
They're not good. They're using, they're lying, they're cheating, they're stealing, they're scandalous.
Most women nowadays, man, if I'm going to be honest, and the marriage, this is why marriage is such a.
And most women out here acting like Eddie Guerrero's theme song is like they lie, they cheat, and they steal. It's like, God damn, you a real criminal, baby girl. But I'm gonna be real with you. In my eyes, what I see, most women are actually pretty good women. Like, yes, you're gonna fall into some knuckleheads, and I ain't gonna lie, that's probably your fault, and depending on where you met her at. I mean, bro, there's some places where you meet women where you gotta expect for them to be a damn knucklehead. And there's some places where you meet women where most likely they're gonna have a head on their shoulders. I'm just saying, they're like, we kind of walk ourselves into these situations with bad women, myself included.
A tricky and dangerous proposition for modern men.
It's not a good deal.
It's not a good deal for you at all. Though I do believe in a nuclear family, I do believe in an institution of marriage. I think the only way a man can navigate things and get married nowadays is you got to get married where the state isn't involved. Because once you get the state involved, now she's incentivized to divorce you and, to get alimony and child support and everything else like that. So, do you see what's going on with Ashley St. Clair on Twitter? Like, she's like this conservative creator. And, Elon Musk was like ignoring her for a bit. This was going viral a couple of days ago.
Oh, guys, and do me a favor, man. Double tap that screen and like the video, man. I appreciate the support. Let's keep it going. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, send in $2 and up. I'll go ahead and read it out loud, react to it, and post it to the top of the chat. Well, not top of the chat, but the top of the screen. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's go.
And now she's trying to get custody of the kid, and that obviously will give her a lot of financial leverage. So the family courts are not designed for men to win. So I think men have to be very cautious what women they line themselves up with. And then let's be honest here. Most women are fairly promiscuous. I would argue most women probably have more bodies than the average man. So because women have more access thanks to Instagram, dating apps, etc. Women have more sexual access than ever before. So it's created a very problematic and turbulent.
And here's the thing. I always do feel bad for women because women have this strange illusion that the most average dude is out here busting it down, out here getting it on a nightly basis if he wanted to. And I'm just like, sweetheart, you don't even like him. What makes you think other women are liking him? It's like, bro, these women have an illusion of the lifestyle the average man lives. It's like, bro, the average man do not have as much options as the average woman. Therefore, yes, nowadays, due to the dating pool or the dating options that we have, yeah, women are stacking up bodies. Like, bro, by the time a dude has their first bodies, your crush probably done stacked up at least 3 or 4. And that's just the honest truth, unless y'all high school sweethearts. In that case, God bless you.
And dating market that men need to navigate very cautiously,
So
especially if you got some status or money.
So first, your recommendation to get some chicks is to get a little money, get a little status.
So I have 5 things I
Okay.
can say it. So what I think is for a guy before he gets married, I'll go from least controversial to most controversial, is be 35 years old, right? Be 35 years old or older, right? Now, there's obviously nuance here. If you got your shit together or whatever and you're 33, whatever. But typically I'd say be at least 35 years old, be in shape, make 6 figures a year, bare minimum, have 6 months to 1 year of savings. And then the last one, which all the conservative.
That's just an essential. I'm sorry, but like, it's okay. I mean, some of y'all may be like, damn, 6 figures. Yeah, okay, I get that point. But 6 months of savings. I mean, come on now.
Get mad at me for saying this, like the Ben Shapiro's and shit. Have sex with 50 women. Now, I know people are going to say, whoa, why? Well, the reason why is because most guys end up getting controlled because of their need for sex.
True.
And what women do is,
I mean, let's be real though. And I'm going to be honest with you though. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Women prey on the fact that y'all rarely get sex. I mean, and I'm going to be honest with you. Yes, they do that. They prey on the fact that they know, oh, well, if I ain't giving it to him, this man's going to go with sex without months. And they know it. And you know it. So that's why you low-key capitulate to your girl every time, because you are coming from a scarcity mindset. And your girl's going to manipulate you and play you on it. I mean, as she should. I mean, come on now. You're bending over backwards for the P, and all she got to do is threaten to withdraw it. Hey, you give any, I mean, what did the man say? Women become bad people when you give them all the leverage. It's like that.
The female sexual strategy is, I'm going to leverage sex against you for compliance. Oh, you want sex? You got to go ahead and take out the trash. I'll be fucking damned if a woman's going to tell me to do anything. Bitch, you take out the trash, you know? So that's like my duty is to protect and provide, right? If it's nighttime, then I'll do it. Don't worry. But I use that just as an example. But the point is that I don't want men being in a situation where they're getting with a girl and she's controlling him or has him wrapped around her finger because of sexual access, because he's not thinking straight now. So I want guys to kind of almost be desensitized to sex to a degree where your girlfriend can no longer leverage it against you and you always have the frame.
Well, don't they realize that it's everywhere?
And I'm gonna be real with you, and this is the downside, because Myron always says this, but there's a downside about that. I mean, look, and it's really gonna hurt your feelings, but you're gonna find out who's the real manipulators are. And here's the funniest part. Like, a lot of women won't mess with you because they can't manipulate you. Yes, a lot of women will sit there and be like, yeah, I can't manipulate them with the P, so I don't even want to mess with them. And I get it. I mean, they can't use their most powerful weapon against you. Cool. Now, there are some women that aren't like that. I mean, I'm gonna say a lot of women aren't like that, but there are a few women that will sit there and low-key not mess with you because they can't manipulate you. It is what it is. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because, like, when I bring girls on my show, right, I have this delusion calculator, right, where I put in what age do you want to be, how much money do you want to make a year, what race, whatever. And this calculator I have, it's one of our supporters made it. It's probably one of the most accurate assessment of men in the United States because it goes off the U.S. Census Bureau, the Census Bureau, National Health Survey, etc. And it's always the same: 6 feet, $100,000 plus per year. Not obese, not married. Cool. Always ends up being less than 1% of the population. And then I say, okay, well, what do you bring to the table for that guy? Because obviously this is a commodity. And they say the typical shit. I'm smart. I'm funny. I can cook and clean. And I'm like, okay, let's play an experiment. I have like 10 girls at the table, and I tell them all, put 10 fingers up. And they'll put 10 fingers up. And I'm like, okay, we're going to start with you, Mindy. And I want you to tell me one redeeming factor, one redeeming thing about yourself that a man would want. Oh, I'm nice. Cool. She takes one finger down like this, right? And then all the other girls that are nice have to take a finger down. So I go through the entire thing, and by the end of it, all their fingers are down. What does that mean? All of you bitches bring the same thing to the table. So I find it absolutely incredible how women a lot of the times are very normal, very average, but they're ordinary, but they want an extraordinary man. And it just doesn't line up. And then I tell her, like, the other cold hard truth: if you get a guy that makes this kind of money, that, is an entertainer or makes a significant amount of money or is attractive or whatever.
I have to say this now, because when he does that game and he says, all right, girls, now go ahead and put down your hands if you do this as a woman. And yeah, a lot of these girls be proving how basic they are. But then again, also wonder too, I'm like, all right, how much of y'all actually lying? Like, you're just saying this because, oh, well, what girl's not going to say she's nice? What girl's not going to say she can cook? What girl's not going to say she can't suck the D? I was like, bro, come on now. No girl's going to sit there and lower her stock in front of other women. It's kind of just asinine to even think they would do it. Unless they're just a true asshole. Unless that girl's like a real bitch, then I don't see it happen.
You're going to probably have to share them. What do you mean? He better not cheat on me. Well, you just established through this experiment that you're not that much different from these other women. So can you really demand monogamy from a man? Now, with that said, I know this might ruffle some traditional conservatives here that, are listening in. But the reality is most men are only going to be as faithful as their options. So I tell women, if you want a high value man, you're going to have to deal with high value problems a lot of times. So this is just an uncomfortable reality. Now, are there guys out there that are super successful that are going to be monogamous? Sure. I don't have a problem with that. And I actually encourage guys to be monogamous if they want to be. But my thing is, I just want the man to be able to decide that, because most guys are monogamous out of necessity, not because they want to do it. It's because, they say, happy wife, happy life. My good wife has.
I mean, here's the thing, though. You can say that about women as well. I mean, bro, let's say this, man. And it's a sad thing to say, but most guys who say they're loyal to their wife, put them in front of the bad girl, but put them in front of a woman that's really attractive, that's going to go. I mean, and what I mean by go, I mean, that's one to have sex with them. Guarantee you they forget their wife's name. Okay, never mind. I ain't gonna say they forget their wife's name, but trust me, they're gonna be thinking some crazy things. So, and I'll say the same thing for women. I would say, bro, you put the right, 6-foot chiseled guy in front of a woman, and she gonna forget that she has a husband. It's on both sides. Hey, that's why it's best to be your very best self. I mean, hey, man, you might as well be the guy that she wants instead of the guy that instead of the settlement, instead of the settle. You don't want to be the settle. You want to be the guy or the woman he or she actually wants. All right, you get what I'm saying? Right, great. Because if you're a fat wife and then there's a fine, slim, thick thing trying to throw it at your husband, what you think your husband is going to do? Oh, he's going to uphold the sanctity of our marriage. Oh, nope. He cheating. Women, guys. Oh, with your fat ass, you think she gonna go out there and see Mr. Tall and Chiseled? What do you think she's doing? Oh, she's gonna be whole. She's gonna be faithful to me like a good wife. I mean, most likely not.
Location, ooh, and they're like literally just being a pussy, and they're just following her lead. No, I want the guy to be like, bitch, I could replace you anytime, but I'm choosing not to. And I think that's when the relationship has the best dynamic. When the woman is in a submissive role, she respects the man, she looks up to him, she fears her man, not for violence, but rather that he can replace her with another woman. And that's how it works. Women are terrible people, absolutely fucking terrible people when they have the leverage in a relationship. They don't know how to act with their power. They really don't. It's the man that's got to have the power. Because, and I'll tell you why. The reason why the man has to have the power is because we're less likely to leave them. We're not going to break up with them. We're not going to divorce them. There's a whole phrase, is cheaper to keep her, right? Men rarely end relationships. It's the women that end the relationships. And not only do women end the relationships, statistically speaking, 80% of the time, they also are far more likely to get bored, want to experiment, whatever. So you need to be the one where she always has the emotional stimuli because of you, because she feels like she doesn't have you 100%. That's the only way to maintain a girl and keep her in your frame. So all these guys that sit here and say, oh yeah, happy wife, happy life, or I do everything for my girl and everything, that's why she cheats on your dumbass, because you follow her lead. So
it might be more than just that, but that is
of
definitely.
course, that's it. That's the basics for maintaining arousal and attraction. But
yeah, but there's some guys that like, they don't know how to
but
fuck right. They're not like, relationships like get old.
Yeah.
And plus they don't know how to do it right. Plus they're not considerate. Plus.
And they're going half and half, and they're fat, and they're a pussy, and they don't stand up to their wife. There's a multitude of different things.
But women generally, speaking, I would agree. I think they like a man that is in control. Like they want a man to be a man. They don't want a man to be some sort of little whiny, what do you want, honey?
Yep.
But on the other hand, I also think there's a lot of guys out there that think they got these great chicks, and those chicks ain't as great as you think they are.
Oh yeah, no, they're not. And that's
why
they're
probably sucking the neighbor's dick when you're not there, when you're not looking. And they won't even tell you, bro.
Yeah.
Like you think you got the one that ain't doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
And in reality, she's just really good at hiding that shit.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why I tell guys, one of the biggest things I say, if you're seeing a girl, date her for at least 6 months to a year before you make her your girlfriend. You need to vet her out. Like you need to be completely, one of the things you can do is like, because what I always tell guys is date her for a year. Don't ask her to be your girlfriend. Let her ask, right? Women are pussies. They're never going to say, can you be my boyfriend? They're going to say that question. What are we? Right. And that's when you pop the question. Well, you want to be my girlfriend? I'm a hard guy to be with. Give me your phone. Ooh. And if she doesn't unlock it and give it to you, you already know what time it is. So
period.
Folks,
better pay attention to that shit.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says. I'll argue that till the day is long.
100%.
Some girl hides her phone, dude. You already know.
Yep. Because nowadays,
I just don't want anybody.
Oh God, it's like you already know what the time, Sean. It's either she's hiding something, or she's either hiding options, hiding boyfriend, husband. Or, hey, man, that girl be on the move, man. She be on the move.
This is my personal. I don't know why. I just don't like people in my stuff. Bullshit, bitch. You're cheating.
Exactly. And people might sit there and say, oh, well, Myron, that's really insecure. Brad, that's really insecure. Well, you know what? Who's more insecure? The individual that could tell a woman, these are my standards and my requirements. You can take it or leave it. Or the guy that's too scared to tell her.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and enlighten y'all, right? See, this is what a lot of women got to understand about this whole fresh and fit thing. Y'all like to bring up the point of, oh, he just brings on the OF girls and he frames them as us. And I'm like, you know what? I see where y'all get that thinking from. But here's the problem, though. You got to understand that most of these women look up to these city girls. Like, that's what y'all got to realize. Most of these women look up to the same women that are on that fresh and fit panel. I know they're stupid at 304s, but a lot of women look up to these stupid 304s. All parts of the country, rural area, like they could be Christian, Muslim, don't matter. There's a lot of people who listen to these girls on TikTok. There's a lot of people who pay attention to what these girls do on Instagram. It's like, bro, it's an influence thing. So when he bring these women on, it's kind of letting y'all know, like, yo, this is where a lot of these women are getting their thinking from. These are who a lot of these women look up to. And that's the real message here. And shout out to my man Don's, because I damn near left myself off the screen the whole time y'all ain't tell me. But all right, man, let's go. Don's, what's good, my brother?
Well, speaking of 304s that girls look up to, Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion, Just saying.
Oh God, and that's just on the black side. I mean, there's a good amount of like on the
Oh
white
no,
side.
there's
Yeah.
a lot on the white side.
Man, so it's just like, bro, when Myron kind of brings up these women, like a lot of women y'all gotta understand this is who now. If you're an older woman, this is not your generation. We're talking about my generation down, and I'm 29, so we're talking about a lot of women my age are going down. Look up to these women.
Speaking of women's, a woman I'll call 304, even though some people disagree with me, but I feel like she honestly uses her relationships as material for her songs. Taylor Swift.
That boy James.
I will dig the knife in on that chick.
Man.
But as far as relationships go, so there's a couple issues with relationships in general, okay? So if you don't set your foot down as a man and you don't have particular roles in a relationship, then everything goes awry, right? Like if the guy's going out and work it, I'm sorry, feminists, gender roles exist and they're there for a reason. Cry about it. If the guy's going out and working, he's paying the bills, he's being the primary breadwinner, you're at home, you don't have kids yet. Yeah, you need to cook and clean.
I mean, like, duh.
That's kind of the agreement there. He takes care of the bills, make sure you get the things that you need and or want. You cook and you clean the house. Yeah, he's gonna do the dirty work. He'll mow the grass, take the trash out, clean the bathroom if you don't feel comfortable with it. Probably some guys do that. My dad does it for my mom. You know, stuff like that.
I get that one. But
yeah, so like, and that's part of gender roles. Now, when you have a kid in the picture, you know, the guy's out there working, you're taking care of the kids. Yeah, he's still working really hard, and yeah, you may have to cook and clean, but if he sees you're struggling, you know, instead of being like, you don't do nothing, you don't do shit around the house, you know what I mean? And automatically starting confrontation, maybe be like, hey, I'm struggling taking care of the kids and doing all the housework.
I mean, but then you gotta think about it, because I, you know, it's funny though. I do think a lot of women, like, they complain, but they also see at the same time. I mean, they see they dude working hard. They wish they dude could help, but I think women, they just like to voice their opinions sometimes, or just voice their concerns. And us guys is like, bro, it kind of sucks for us because we don't really get that they're just trying to voice their concern or their.
And I feel like there's a right and wrong way to go about it.
No, but
instead
yeah,
of saying your man doesn't do shit, communicate.
Yeah, exactly. Because, and here's the thing though, a lot of women got to understand, like, if you're gonna voice that to us, we're problem solvers. You tell something's wrong as our woman, we're automatically going to try to solve it. We see it as a problem, we're going to try to solve it. You may not see
if
it
you're
as a problem.
saying you're having a hard time mopping the floors every day, I'm buying you an electric mop. If you're saying the vacuum isn't doing well enough, I'll go out and I'll buy an expensive vacuum. If you say, hey, it's hard to do dishes all the time, I'll go out and I'll buy a fucking dishwasher. Like, that's part of being a man, and part of your job as a wife is to communicate this shit instead of flipping out on him and saying he doesn't do shit. And that's a turnoff for guys. Guys immediately shut you down when they hear that shit. I personally have with my exes.
Damn. All right, Don. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and keep it pushing on that one because you did cook for the whole 3 minutes, my man. All right, big dog. Hey, man. Oh, yeah, have a good night. I think you say you're about to head out after this one.
Yeah, I'm going to head out after this one.
All right, big dog.
I got to get up in the morning.
Or standards, because he's going to lose her. I would argue that motherfucker is more insecure because he doesn't know where he stands with her. I would argue, you know, do you tell a prestigious law firm, you guys are insecure because you don't want to hire me? No. Do you tell the FBI, you're insecure because you're making me do a polygraph test and fill out all this paperwork? No. They're prestigious agencies. You have to have, you know, follow their rules and regulations and standards so that you can go ahead and get the benefit of being affiliated with them. Same thing with women. I look at women as you're the employer and they're the employee. They need to work for you and they need to come with certain standards. These bitches need to bring resumes. And these guys will take whatever they can get. If you hire anyone, they're not going to take the job seriously. And I think with women, like, men need to be vigilant with this stuff. Like, it's not insecure or controlling for you to say, give me your phone. I would argue it means you're very secure because you don't give a fuck what she's going to say. And on top of that, you're in control. You're not controlling, you're in control. And if she doesn't want to give it, fine. break up with her.
I mean, low key though, that's it. I think a lot of guys are afraid to do that because they know what the fuck it is. I mean, bro, a lot of you guys are literally afraid to look your girl in the eye and be like, yo, just give me your phone. And because as soon as she goes like, no, what's going on? What you been listening to? You know what it is, dog. Just go and pack your stuff up and leave, G. Just pack your stuff up and leave. Don't even try. I know you're gonna try to rationalize it in your head and all that dumb stuff, but don't. It's time for you to move along, my brother. It's time for you to move along.
But
what if you're married?
That is why it's so important to not get the state involved, so that you can walk away at any time.
See, I've said that for years, and I get freaking a rash of shit.
Because we live in a feminized world where guys are sitting here saying "happy wife, happy life." And another thing, I don't think men I don't live with my girl. I don't think I think it's a bad idea to live with women. I think it makes you weak and soft. Now, if you have kids, obviously, a couple of days a week you want to be there. But I think living. Yeah, because you're a supporter, man.
I thought you said you believe in the nuclear family.
I do believe in a nuclear family.
Well, that doesn't sound like a nuclear family.
I wouldn't sleep there every night, and the reason why I'd have it because I think because you still got to maintain the attraction with the woman, right? So like I got a girl now, right? We've been together for a bit. She doesn't live in the same place as me because I think women end up making you soft because I'm just gonna say women are fucking lazy. Hang out with me, have ice cream, watch Netflix with me, and then what ends up happening is you just become softer and softer and softer, and you start doing what she wants to do because women always look for comfort. That's why they love luxury so much. So
yeah, but see, I will give him that one. I will give him that one. Now, I mean, the times I've worked hardest in my life is when I've lived by myself. I'll be quite honest with you. When a woman's not around me, I work harder. I'll just be quite honest with you. When the girl's in the room right there and she just chilling all like that, it makes me want to go in there and chill. She's over there the one talking about what we watching tonight, where we going, and all this good stuff. If it wasn't for the old girl, I'd be in here working the whole damn time trying to figure out new ways to get rich. It's like that's just what I'd be doing. So I kind of get it. I really do get what he's saying when low-key guys probably shouldn't live with their girls because it kind of you lose your edge, man. You lose your edge. You stop working out as much. You're not trying as hard. And I mean, your testosterone kind of lowers a little bit. It's kind of crazy. It's crazy.
Sometimes, dude, that's fun shit.
Sure.
I want to.
But if you're truly in love with a woman and she respects you and y'all work real well together, there's nothing wrong with living together as long as she's pushing you to be your best every day and not pulling you towards comfort every day.
I want to sit on the couch and watch a movie and get my kids running around. But I'm a true nuclear family.
Yeah.
Now, again, if my wife said you can't look at my phone, she wouldn't be my wife very
You
long.
also come from a different era. Like women were cut a bit different from that era versus now. Like the girls now, man, are fucking scandalous, dude.
Yeah,
It's
but
really bad.
my wife's only like 20. No, I'm just joking.
Oh, really? Okay.
She was when I met her.
Okay.
I've been married a few times. I have 7 kids from 4 different women because in high school I had sex once. Boom, popped out a kid.
Oh, shit.
And then it was too irresponsible. And then when I was 19, tried it again. Boom, popped out a kid. So 2 times 2 kids.
Oh, shit.
And then I got married, had 2 kids. And then she was beautiful Middle Eastern girl. And I thought Middle Eastern women were a little bit, submissive and kind of followed along with,
as long as they're not Americanized.
With the man's the boss, right?
Yeah.
Well, she wanted to be the boss, couldn't handle it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh man, I know exactly what he went through. Like, okay. Look, I used to deal with a liberally challenged woman who low-key kind of did want to be the boss, and I wasn't really going for it, but I'd humor her. I'd let her do certain things. And it kind of irritated me because she would say she'd want to be this boss girl. She'd want to start making decisions, this, that, and the third. But she always run back to me. It'd always be, oh, well, I need help with this. Or, oh, I need you to make a decision on that. And I'm just going like, what the hell? You might as well let me handle the whole damn thing. You might as well let me bend. Like, bro, what's this 50-50 leadership bullshit you want to do if you're running back to me? And now it's just what? It's only when you want to do it. What? When it's easy? It's like, nah. It's either I'm getting 100%. Or nothing. Is there getting 100% of the authority or the leadership or none? And I'm just up out of here. Yeah, really, you just can't half-ass it. That's what I've learned. Anything in life you half-ass just won't work out well.
From
Egypt.
Oh, Masri. Okay.
Anamarati Masri is what I used to say. But again, very hardworking, very loyal, and like she was great, but we went like this.
Too dominant, too masculine.
Oh, guys, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, super chat it in, $2 and up. I'll go ahead and read it out loud and post it to the top of the screen, man. I appreciate the support, just like my man Don's. Yeah, just like that. There you go.
She wanted me home, and every Sunday we went to the family's house, and it's like, dude, I got football and shit. And she's like, nope. And if I didn't do it, it was hell to pay.
Shit, yeah.
And it was like, at one point in time, I said to her, because I tried everything. At one point in time, I said, listen, we're going to have to figure this out. And she goes, or what? And I said, well, we're going to have to get a divorce or something. And she goes, you don't have the balls.
Oh, wow.
That was all it took, because I knew right there, you don't respect me. And that's the
Oh.
fucking problem.
Yep.
You don't respect me. And if they don't respect you, dude,
It's
I
cooked.
would walk away without kids. I don't care. Like
I mean, and that's what it's all about. I always just say, man, you can keep the love, man. Look, love second, but I need the respect first, though. It's like, hey, man, look, and here's the thing. I mean, the love comes with the respect, or I'm sorry, but the respect comes with the love. It's like you gotta have respect first, in anybody's eyes, for them to even show you any type of real love. Like dead ass. If people don't respect you, they'll mistreat you, and that's just period point blank. They'll underestimate you. Period point blank.
I would cut it off. I'd still be nice. I'd still be friends. I'd still co-parent.
Cordial.
I'm not saying rip the family apart. I'm saying,
oh, that man, he ain't had the balls to leave her. And I ain't gonna lie, a lot of y'all are probably in that position. You don't got the balls to leave whatever bad situation you're in. It be with a girl, I mean, best friend, job, whatever.
Move next door, but cut the ties.
There you go. What I do.
Yeah, but just cut the ties, man. You have to have that. I call it masculinity. Like you gotta own that shit. So it's sad. Why? Well, because now someone else is fucking her. And, who cares? You know how many women there are in the world?
Yeah.
Bro. And guess what? I've never had a worse one. It seems like the next one is always the best one.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, but I also like, on the other hand, I also like that nuclear family. I like when I get out of here, if you said, hey, dude, I got a bunch of chicks, you want to go with me? I'd be one of those people everyone calls a simp, because no, dude, I'd rather go home, hang out with the kids and talk to my wife and just watch TV and eat ice cream and do dumb shit.
Yeah.
But I'm also up at the gym. Why? Well, because, dude, you can't get fat and lazy. I did that too. And guess what? It is not the right way to go.
Yeah, and obviously, your success speaks for itself. So, like, you can tell your wife, no, I'm not going to do it, right? Because you got your bearings on right. But like a lot of guys, like, I need to give them like this remedial level advice to kind of keep them from fucking up, right? Because like a lot of guys, when they live
Like
with
this
a girl, they live with a girl and they do dumb shit.
He's sprung right now.
Oh man,
You are sprung, son.
Oh,
dude, I wish you guys saw this dude off camera. 20-year-old sprung like a fool. But hey, again, you got to live and you learn sometimes.
Well, yeah. What I've noticed with the men is,
and I ain't gonna lie, that's why I'm gonna have to criticize Myron on this. When he was coming at Kais and that, like, oh, you're dumb for dating this whore and all this good stuff. I was like, bro, he's young. Like, bro's in his early 20s. Like, let the man make some damn mistakes. Like we all have in our early 20s. We was messing with these dumb hoes. So let him make some mistakes. Yes, he has money, but so we're making the same mistakes with less money. Let the man make his mistakes. He'll come out of it just fine, like we all did.
They're not receptive to this information I'm giving until they typically get hurt, because they always think I got the one, or they get one-itis or whatever. And shout out to my guy Roland Tomas. He talks about this in The Rational Male. But like, men typically don't go looking for this type of information and getting this awareness until they've been hurt in some way. So they got to be receptive to the information, because to some normie listening to me, they might look at me like, this guy's fucking radical. What's going on here? But, the reality with attraction isn't nice and it's not politically correct. And going back to the respect thing, I 100% agree with that. The only way women respect you is they need to know that they can be replaced. I have a famous line. I say, women only get in line when they know you have other.
And girls, if you got any disagreements, I'll be happy to hear from y'all. Like, shoot, we got the link in the Discord, not in the Discord. We got the link in the post. So in the community tab, or now it's called the post tab. But yes, we got a link in the post tab. Go and click the link. You can hop on. I'll give you a little 3 minutes to get whatever you want off. I'll be happy. Hey, I'd be delighted to hear from y'all. All right, let's go.
Other women in line. That's the only way to keep them there. So
the best way to get over one is to get under one.
Exactly. So,
but it goes the same with women. Like if I talk to a female and she says, oh, the guy's beating my ass. Like, again, I don't believe you should ever fucking physically.
If you're beating your girl, you
already
if you're beating your girl, you lost. That's an L, because she should be scared of losing you.
Period.
You shouldn't be scared of you hitting her. You don't need violence to.
Oh God, it's like your girl should be afraid of you walking out the door, not raising your damn hand. It's like that's just what. It's like, yes, I'm gonna say it again. Your girl should be afraid of you walking out the door, not raising your damn hand.
Physical is no go. Like to me, if you're beating your woman, dude, you're a bitch. So at the end of the day, other than beating your woman, you should, you said it perfectly, dude. She should be afraid of you leaving her, period. But women should, same thing though. Women have the same thing, dude. They've got the most.
They have more. So
they got the power because they got the warm.
So this, they got the vagina. But this is how I look at it, right? Like women, like if you play chess, right? The queen can move in any space, in any direction, as many spaces they want. But if the queen dies, the game isn't over. And the better part is you can get another pawn to the other side and turn that into a queen. So
that's right.
They're disposable.
Everybody better pay attention, because I ask people all the time that question. I say, what's the most powerful piece on the chessboard? They're like, queen. Not true. They're like, what do you mean? It can move anywhere. It can do anything because of the king. If the king's gone, the game's over. If the fucking queen's gone, you go get a pawn down, get another queen.
You can literally get another queen because you get.
I mean, damn, you gotta think about life like that. It's like, hey, man, you may lose that queen in life, but look, man, you can find you get you a nice little pawn, move it to across the board. Now you got you a new queen. So you can find 2 pawns. If you play the game right, move across the board. Now you got yourself 3. Now you got yourself 2 queens. Man, you're damn near cheating chess. Or cheating life with 2 queens.
Get another pawn to the other side. So I say that analogy so men understand that, like, at face value, women look like they have all this power because they're able to move in any direction because of their beauty or whatever. But the reality is that you're the king and you're the one that if you go down, the game's over. And that's another thing too with men and me making this content is like men don't understand that like they need to be the leaders. They need to value themselves because men chronically undervalue themselves while women chronically overvalue themselves. That's what I've noticed. So guys got to know their worth. I've always said it. There's nothing more dangerous than a man that understands his worth, because if a man understands his worth and he knows he's a catch, he's going to demand something of these women. And quite frankly, they're going to love you more for it. That's where the respect comes in, because you're demanding something of them. And women rarely get that. Most guys, like, they're simping on them. Oh, I love you, please. So they're used to this, like, pussy behavior. So if a guy treats himself like a king and understands that these are disposable, because they really are, they'll do a lot better, because women treat us as disposable, right? They'll have a guy on their phone as Uber Eats, have another guy as fucking taxi, another guy as phone bill. Like women have no problem with putting us in compartmentalized roles where they can extract value from us. How many guys are in their friend zone and women do use them all the time? But it's very rare where men have the leverage and they're the one where she's chasing his validation, and you get that only by knowing your worth.
Especially again, people think well, like my age, I'm 56 now. People are like, well, dude, you better watch out because you won't be able to get chicks. Dude, I don't give a fuck if you're 60. Yeah. Dude, I don't care if you're 70. If you're keeping yourself in shape, you're financially successful.
I'm weak as hell. He's like, shout out my man James Poe. Like, glad we found a second host for nighttime. Welcome. God damn it, James. God damn it. I've been here. Hey, man. But if you are new to the channel, man, hey, yo, my name is S.E.T with S.E.T Media. And make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channel. So go ahead and double tap that screen, hit the 3 dots up there in the corner, because trust me, we do this every night. And after this video, don't worry, we can get right back to that political talk.
All right. You can get a million of them, and whatever age you want. Now, currently my wife, when I met her, I think I was 40 and she was 21. I didn't plan on marrying her.
Spread.
I planned on freaking doing her for a little while. I wasn't ever going to get married again. I was done with that shit. I already got married once. I'm not going to do it again. And, she was just so cool and chill and different. Like, she didn't bitch. She didn't complain. She did respect. She wanted to be home. She did everything right. But someone asked the other day, well, there's not a lot of women like that in the world. Yes, there is. I think if you find the happy medium, you'll be okay. But no matter how old you are, there's no age involved.
Yeah.
Other than even 90, but I'll bet you anything, a 90 successful in shape motherfucker could still go out and get a female.
I'm glad that you said that, because one of the things I get a lot of times when I do consultations is guys tell me, hey man, my family's pressuring me to get married. I'm 40 and I'm still single and they're pressuring me. And I tell them all the time, motherfucker, you're not a woman. You're not under the same time constraints as her. You don't have a biological time clock. Like, you can wait. They can't. Never let a woman's biological time clock dictate when you get married or when you want to commit. So, because men, contrary to popular belief, men age like wine if they do the work. We go to the gym, we get our money on point, you're fine. But women, on the other hand, they age like fucking milk. So you can absolutely attract young, hot women later in your life. And most women want that. They want a guy 10, 15, 20 years older, and they'll never admit that, though, because it comes off as, unflattering, but they want it. That's what they want.
Okay. All right, man. Shout out Myron Gaines. But all right, let's get on to the next video. Go shout out to this nice little Pierce Morgan debate. All right, we're going to get right into it.
With the president of the United States. People are going to go crazy. I trust Vladimir Putin more than I do the media coverage.
Who wears a tracksuit to meet with the president of the United States? And I'm not sure if President Trump would even take his call.
He very well may have completely sabotaged his relationship with the United States at this point. Try to find an American who can name you a single city in Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia. Put America first.
Which is the most risible assertion I think I've ever heard on television.
It's always the pencil neck dork with the 4 eyes.
Well, how do you face the charge of being a dork?
Well, I accept it. I am a bit of a dork. If that means
How are you going to disallow it without sending in the American Army and Navy?
Well, that is a very good question. I mean, Matthew,
answer it.
President Trump's Oval Office blowout with President Zelenskyy was everything that everyone has said about it, no matter which side you're on. Extraordinary, shocking, unedifying, unprecedented. You spent the weekend under a rock. Well, here's a refresher for you.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
We gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion. You didn't have our
invited
military
me.
equipment. This war would have been over in 2 weeks. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't- don't-
Then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I've empowered you to be a tough guy.
Ooh.
And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out.
Well, what happened next is almost.
And that's a huge threat to him. And I'm just like, bro, is it you make a deal or the military assistance is done? You got to have to deal with Putin, just you and the EU. I don't know if Zelenskyy want that because you and the EU, I mean, come on now. They can give you all the money in the world, but they're not willing to put boots on the ground, and it's honestly all for nothing.
Most, if not more, consequential. Zelenskyy flew to the UK for an extraordinary summit of 18 world leaders, most of whom expressed unequivocal support for Ukraine. He also met King Charles, known to be wearing a very similar outfit to the one he chose for the White House. It caused a bit of a stir. And in words that will have been music to MAGA ears, the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said this.
500 million Europeans are asking 300 million Americans to defend them against 140.
And guys, you have any question, comments, disagreements, or jokes, you can super chat it in $2 and up. I'll go ahead and engage with it personally, and I'll go ahead and post it to the top of the screen.
Million Russians.
Well, quite. Now, the US could not be clearer that it wants Europe to raise its game on defending Europe. Now, European leaders appear to be finally getting that memo. Zelensky's decision to fight his corner in the Oval Office has enraged many Republicans, but his popularity has rocketed at the same time at home and in Europe. Trump supporters, meanwhile, are thrilled that the president and Vice President Vance took him to task in full public view. Maybe everybody actually got a bit of what they really wanted, whether it should have happened or not. And for those claiming that Trump is naive or even mercenary for thinking he can make a peace deal with Putin, well, listen to a clip that was sent to me from an interview I did with President Bill Clinton about 10 years ago, in which he told me how he dealt with Vladimir Putin.
I think the right strategy most of the time is, but it's frustrating to people in your line of work. You should be brutally honest with people in private. And then if you want them to help you, try to avoid embarrassing them in public. Now, sometimes they do things which make it impossible for you to keep quiet. But by and large, I found all the people I dealt with appreciated it if I told them the truth. And they also appreciated it when I didn't kick them around in public for as long as I couldn't kick them around. So that's my experience. And
did Putin ever renege on a personal agreement he made to you?
He did not.
So behind closed doors, he could be trusted.
He kept his word in all the deals we made.
Interesting, isn't it?
Hey, man, Bill Clinton got a reasonable Putin. Why can't Trump? I mean, y'all saying Putin can't be trusted. Well, maybe y'all need to go ahead and yell at Bill Clinton for saying that as well, but y'all won't do that. Why? Because he's a Democrat. So, yeah, y'all honestly need to save it with this Putin such a bad guy. Maybe Putin only honestly deals with, well, leaders he respect. And apparently he respected Trump and Bill Clinton. Like, apparently, if he's dealing with somebody he could respect or who's actually leading their damn country, you can trust Putin. Huh. Funny. I mean, it's kind of crazy how back in the day we say, oh, yeah, you could trust him. Now it's on today is where, oh, you can't trust anything he's saying and all that. And it's like, bro, we kind of have to. We kind of have to have some faith that this man's going to follow through with his word, or this will be a forever war.
But Trump wants peace, not war, and he's in the habit of getting what he wants. Well, joining me now is the author of Provoked, How Washington Started the New Cold War with Russia and the Catastrophe in Ukraine, Scott Horton, the senior political correspondent of Puck News, Tara Palmieri, author and Times columnist Matthew Said, and the founder of Outkick, Clay Travis. Well, welcome to all of you. Tara, let me start with you as you're making your uncensored debut. Thank you very much indeed for coming on. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
When I found that clip of Bill Clinton, someone sent it to me and I looked at the longer version of it. It was interesting because it was many, many years, obviously, after Clinton had last had to deal with Putin. Then he crossed over for quite a brief period. But it was interesting that he said that if you whack Putin in public as the US president, it's not going to work. And that behind the scenes, if you get an agreement with him, and we don't even know if Trump has that, but if he has got an agreement, that interestingly, you've got a Democrat president saying Putin, in his experience, would always keep his word when it comes to that kind of personal agreement with an American president. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen American presidents flirt with Putin before. You remember George W. Bush said, I looked into his soul. So it's a tactic that's been taken with Putin, is to try to relate to him, to try to overinflate him, to try to create a friendship and a bond so that he will uphold his side of the bargain. Now, does Putin always do that? No. But at the same time, I mean, this is the tactic that Donald Trump wants to take right now. He sees the flattery of Vladimir Putin as a way to possibly get him to uphold his side of the bargain. Now, we have to see what happens. He also tried that with Kim Jong-un, right? And he thinks that he can sort of negotiate with these dictators, with these world leaders. The only thing that I would say is, why would he go and attack Vladimir Zelenskyy so publicly, even before this blow up?
Because Zelenskyy has no leverage. That's the thing. It's like, bro, who cares if Zelenskyy gets respected? That's the thing. We're giving him money. He's not giving us money. We're making sure he stays afloat. We're not there. He's not making sure we stay afloat in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, we can kind of talk down to the guy we're giving money to. But guess what? We're not giving money to Russia. We're not giving weapons to Russia. Russia got their own shit. So yeah. This is like Ukrainians put themselves in a position where, I'm gonna be real with you, Russia is kind of like the loudest voice, or honestly, one of the biggest authoritarian in the room, or one of the biggest authoritarian powers in the room right now, because they're the ones beating on Ukraine, not Ukraine beating on Russia. So since Russia's beating on Ukraine, we kind of gotta come there, stop Russia, and be like, hey, yo, chill. But now you got Ukraine over here like, nah, I can go one more round. Fuck them. It's like, dude, you're missing teeth.
Real Housewives style showdown in the middle of the Oval Office. Before that, he was calling him a dictator. It seemed like he was really trying to rush him into this mineral deal and make it look like it was a shakedown of the Ukrainians, even though it wasn't a very significant deal, in my opinion. And then, to bring them all there and sort of try to humiliate Zelenskyy. Maybe he's doing that for Putin. He knows that Putin loves it and liked it, and he thinks he'll have a stronger negotiating hand with Putin. I don't know, but I think he thinks he can create some sort of friendship with him in the same way that other presidents have tried to do. We'll see if he's actually able to do this.
Yeah, I mean, Clay Travis, what's interesting is when you watch the television news, say in the UK, post that bust up in the Oval Office, and you compare it to what I watched on, say, Fox News this morning, very, very different take on what happened. A lot of Americans feeling that Zelenskyy did disrespect Trump and J.D. Vance. A lot of people outside of America feeling it was the other way around. For what it's worth, my take was, I bet this is the kind of fiery debate they have a lot behind the scenes, particularly about warfare. We just don't normally see it on camera. I don't always pick the healthiest food.
Yeah, I could believe that. It's like, I'm pretty sure we've had heated conversations like that with the other leaders. Like, bro, when Trump got out of the meeting with what was it, the Prime Minister of India. Bro, I could tell they had a heated conversation because when they sat down there, it seemed very respectful and cordial, but it seemed like there was tension. And Trump brought up the disagreement point of, yo, you got 70% tariffs on us. So it's cool, but we're going to also match you guys on that. And my man Modi was like, all right, then. All right, I hear you, but we're still keeping our 70% tariffs. You could tell that there was tension and there was an argument there, but it was kept respectful. But all right, let's keep it going.
Let's think about the inner on what actually warfare. Neither side is moving very much. Yet we've had hundreds of thousands of people killed and wounded on both sides, and that's continuing to this day. I actually think the clip that you played with Bill Clinton is super fascinating, and I wanted to kind of build on what Tara said and also what you said, Pierce. Think about this. Let's think about the interpersonal relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, right? These guys have to talk. They have to meet. If you are Trump and you had to choose, who do you trust more, Vladimir Putin or the left-wing legacy media that accused you of only winning the 2016 election because Russia bought $100,000 or so in Facebook ads, and they alleged that you were somehow a Manchurian candidate for Russia, and you knew that none of that was true, and all of the Steele dossier came out, and the way they covered you, sometimes, and again, I'm kind of diving into the psychology here, but I do think it's important. Sometimes even when you don't have a great relationship, when people have lied about your relationship and you know it to be untrue, that can lead to you trusting each other more. And I'll be honest with you, and you can clip this and people are going to go crazy. I trust Vladimir Putin more than I do the media coverage of Trump's relationship with Vladimir Putin in the United States in 2016,
Bro, they're trying to say that this man colluded with Russia when he didn't put sanctions on Russia. Bro, he done made life hard in Russia a couple times. And it's funny how we say, oh, but he colluded with them. He was working with them. He's Putin's puppet. I'm like, okay, so Putin would command his puppet to make life in his country harder with sanctions and all that. I mean, yeah, hear yourselves.
2017, 2018. That doesn't mean I think Vladimir Putin is a great guy or that I in some way believe that he should have invaded Ukraine. He never should have. But remember, he didn't invade while Trump was president. As soon as Trump was gone, he suddenly did. That suggests to me that he actually respects Trump and what Trump might do and feared that more than he did Joe Biden. And that mutual respect means that I think we could get a solution here. And final thought, when you mediate, and I've had to mediate as a lawyer a lot over the years, Pierce, or probably some people out there, when you get divorced, nobody comes in and they say, the other side is evil. You are 100% right, and the other side is evil. You are a paragon of virtue. You're all that's good in the world. In order to meet some sort of agreement, you have to presume that neither side is 100% pure and that neither side is 100% evil. It seems to me like some people just want Trump to say Vladimir Putin is evil over and over again. And Trump is saying, wait, do you want a solution? Do you want a ceasefire? Do you want peace or not? Because if that's your goal, that is not the public posture that I can adopt. And I think that's a big part of this story. I think Trump is more likely to get us peace than Biden was by far, even if it might sometimes be a bit messy, bull in a china shop style in the meantime.
Okay, Matthew, you were shaking your head. I don't think in unanimous agreement with what you were hearing there. So why are you so objecting to what Clay said? Because I thought a lot of what he said could make sense. I mean, we don't really know, but it could make sense.
Well, I wanted to make a couple of points, if I may. The first is, I don't know when the interview between you and Clinton took place, but I'm guessing before 2014.
It was.
Clinton was one of the signatories to the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, where Ukraine agreed to give up its nuclear weapons in a treaty with the UK and the US and Russia. And he breached it after 2014. That was the key deceit. He played for time. He took us for a ride. And I think if you were to re-interview Clinton now, he would say that he was completely shafted along with the rest of the signatories and most particularly the Ukrainian people. Putin is a bully. The psychology, I think, is completely clear to most right-minded people around the world. And the only signal that bullies respect is not words on bits of paper, but steel. You have to stand up to them. I think we were way too slow in giving Ukraine the weapons that it needed, not necessarily to win the war, but to send a signal to Putin that he needed to sue.
I'm sorry, that sounded dumb as hell. We need to send weapons not to win the war. I mean, then what are we doing it for? What? To what? Because it kind of sounds like you just wanted us to money launder weapons through Ukraine, which we're currently doing. And like, so what was the point of us sending money and weapons if it wasn't to fight Russia? Or what, to send a message to Russia to piss them off through what, proxy money? It's like, I'm not understanding his point there. And like I said, it seems like everybody forgets the part where, well, NATO's in the wrong here. But it's like nobody want to bring up NATO as a, I ain't gonna lie, as a party who's in the wrong or who's committed the violation.
Given we are, but given we are where we are today, and Trump has inherited this as of January 20th, you know, I had a conversation with the president a few days before the inauguration, and he'd just been told about the death numbers on the battlefield in this Ukraine war, and he was genuinely horrified. It was something like, I think he said it publicly a few days ago, it's about 100,000 people had died in 6 weeks on both sides. And he said it was like the killing fields of the First World War. We just had rolling open fields and people mowing each other down. And he was genuinely, in my conversation with him, genuinely determined to stop this. So I do think it's an interesting thing where the left, or the liberal world, if you like, are all going completely nuts at Trump again, as they often do. And yet here you have a Republican president who genuinely, it seems to me, from the moment he first came to power and now, is somebody who prefers peace to war, which is unusual for Republican presidents.
Well, look, I completely agree with Trump's analysis that Europe has free ridden on American taxpayers for decades. Trump wasn't the first to warn about it. Eisenhower did. Kennedy gave a speech about it. Reagan, Clinton, Obama even talked about it. And Europe have seriously...
Oh, hey guys, and do me a favor, man. Double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support, guys.
Really failed to step up. Effectively, American taxpayers, and I think in particular of the blue-collar workers, some of the most hardworking people in the world, have funded European welfare states. I agree with that analysis. But I'll just say this. Zelenskyy and Ukraine are fighting for their country. When borders are breached, it sends a signal to all tyrants in the world that they can do the same. America leading that world order, paying a disproportionate share of the burden, I completely acknowledge that, has led to a situation where the world has benefited from a very long period of peace. If you look at it historically, the number of people dying to war in the post-war period, and particularly since the end of the Cold War, is very low. And the whole world has had an uplift in prosperity that this species hasn't seen for 250,000 years. I don't want America, a country I hugely admire, to walk away from that. Doing a deal with Putin, you talked about peace, Piers. You do a deal with Putin that does not have a security guarantee, and we'll be back here in the same way that...
No, I don't disagree.
That is critical
I agree.
for American interests.
Yeah, and I wouldn't trust Putin personally as far as I could throw him, frankly. I'm going to come to you, Scott, for an overview of all this in a moment. I want you to listen, first of all. I've got a guest joining us who's President Trump's senior advisor, Jason Miller. Jason, great to have you back on Uncensored. It's a fascinating moment in history, this, where Donald Trump, as he's been signaling he would before, during, and after his election, has constantly railed against Europe for not divvying it up.
Here's the thing, though. Like, why is everybody treating like Russia like it's just it's the average country that we can just force to do anything? Like, we can either put an economic strain on them, we could put a military strain on them. It's like Russia's not one of them countries. It's a superpower, one of the three major superpowers. There are two countries that we honestly just can't fuck with easily, and that's China and Russia. So for everybody to think that we can just punish Russia, we should be able to stick our nose up at them, you're crazy. And you don't know real geopolitics, because Russia worked with a lot of goddamn countries that we try to work with. Russia got a lot of resources that we were using before this whole war popped off. We were getting 7% of our energy from Russia. It's like there's certain things that I think y'all are failing to understand when it comes to this whole Russia-Ukrainian war. It's like y'all so pro-Ukraine, you're missing the reality of, well, who Putin and what Russia is to the world.
Enough of the responsibility, both financially and militarily, to defend itself. And, he did this in his first term. That's why so many NATO countries ended up paying a lot more money, but only as much as they were supposed to. That was down to Donald Trump. And I feel like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels to me like this is a central tenet of his attitude now, which is, why does America keep having to be the global policeman? Why, when there's a war erupting in Europe, is Europe not taking the lion's share of responsibility? Is that how you would categorize his sort of overview position? The IRS is the biggest collection agency.
I mean, look, bro. Look, here's the problem with Russia. You can call them a criminal state, a dictatorship, oligarchy. All are true. I'm gonna be real with you. All are true. I mean, a criminal state, that's arguable. But, dictator, maybe you could even call them a big communist. It don't matter. They're still Russia. They're still Russia. They're still one of the most powerful countries in the world. It's like, bro, there's a reason why NATO, think about it. If Russia wasn't such a threat, then why don't NATO take care of them? It's a whole freaking military alliance, and they're the ones crying, talk about Putin's going to take them over. But they have not put no boots on the ground. What did I tell you? Yeah, it should tell you a lot. It should tell you that's crazy how you're willing to complain, cry, and throw money at it, but you're not willing to protect yourselves. You're relying on a small country of Ukraine and American money? That seems pretty damn cowardly. But then we're the pussies, though. Okay.
Tax year that has passed you by. Smart move is to get ahead, but never contact the IRS alone. Let the experts at Tax Network USA handle this for you. Why? Well, not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS, meaning they know exactly which agents to deal with and which to avoid. They have proven strategies to settle tax problems in your favor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million. Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. You can talk to one of their strategists today. It's free. Stop the threatening letters. Stop looking over your shoulder. Protect yourself from property seizures and bank levies. Don't let the IRS control your future. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit...
Hold on, man. Who's from Columbus?
He really views his lasting legacy is being the peacemaker. Think about his first term when he brought about peace in the Middle East. Of course, we had the Abraham Accords. You look how he was able to help get to a ceasefire in the Middle East so far, already just a matter of days before he was sworn in. And he wants to stop the killing. And the issue, I think the broader issue when it comes to the Europeans in particular, is that nobody else is coming forward with a plan. There are a lot of people who have different ideas about what defines victory as far as which territory is kept, which territory is ceded, what other concessions on either side might have to be made. But the only person talking about stopping the killing is President Trump. And Piers, you referenced an important point or a conversation you had with President Trump previously about the losses that Ukraine has suffered. But keep in mind, Ukraine is effectively going to have a lost generation from a couple of aspects. Number one, you have it's over 1 million people who've either been killed or wounded. Now, that's including both sides during this war of the past 3 years. You have another 800,000 to 1 million women and children who've left Ukraine. And Piers, they're never coming back, just to be clear on that. If they've left Ukraine, they're not coming back. You look historically with Ukraine, what happened after World War I, World War II, even with the economic collapse after the fall of the Iron Curtain, you're going to have this lost generation. And if Zelenskyy does not take advantage of this opportunity now to stop the killing, Ukraine could be irreparably harmed. And that's what I think President Trump looks at and says, why are we being taken to the precipice of World War III? Why are we allowing this idiocy to continue? Hundreds of billions of dollars, so many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives. We have to stop this.
It's interesting to see.
This was so concerning about Zelenskyy. I'm like, bro, your people are losing. A whole generation of men has been decimated, and you still want to go to war with this man, Putin? You still want to be I hate Putin. And the thing is, you know what? Now that I'm saying it out loud, I kind of get it. Putin is the reason why your people are being decimated. But guess what? You want to know who started this, though? Or you wanted to get into NATO, even though Putin said he doesn't want a military alliance on his border. You said F Putin and want to try to do it anyway. Then when Putin comes in there and invades y'all want to cry wolf and want to try to run behind the EU and America. No, that's honestly, we should have just let y'all just honestly go down the river. We should have just left it alone and been like, bro, look, this is going to end in about a week or two. They're going to go ahead and not want to go into NATO, and Putin's going to stay out of Ukraine. But since we were giving money, we were pretty much emboldening them to act up. now here we're at. Bro, we gave them weapons to fight against Russia, and we know what type of weapons Russia have. We know we cannot give Ukraine them same weapons. I mean, thanks to Trump giving them javelins, they was able to take out some tanks, but they got hypersonic missiles, and Ukraine can't stop that. So really, Russia hadn't even showed their full hand yet, and Ukraine's getting their ass whooped. In my opinion, Russia probably only going about 50% of what they can actually do.
The different reaction to what
And if they was going 100%, well, Ukraine wouldn't be here.
happened in the Oval Office. I mean, I think we
Be
can all
looking like
agree
God this
it was pretty unedifying and probably shouldn't have been conducted in public, that last 10 minutes in particular. But to your mind, what was the real catalyst for the flare-up there? Because for 40 minutes or so, it was a pretty reasonable free-rolling encounter with the media, where I was learning quite a lot, actually, about the various positions and thought it was quite informative. Then it all kicked off and became quite personal. What do you think it was that really enraged both President Trump and J.D. Vance into going after Zelenskyy?
Well, I would say that it started even well before that. I think this is from my perspective. I've certainly spoken with a number of people in the room, and that's the great thing about having this on television is that the transparency that's for everybody to see exactly how this played out. But there was clearly an understanding from folks in the administration that Zelenskyy was going to sign up or show up that day and sign this economic agreement. And to make sure people understand what that is, that was something that Zelenskyy initially had actually suggested. It's something that would help lead for reconstruction efforts within Ukraine. Also make sure that the U.S. was being paid back for its investment and that there would be a economic cooperation going forward that would help with that reconstruction and also with the peace and stability. But it was very clear from the beginning when Zelenskyy showed up that he did not want to get a peace deal done. That's why you saw some very tough comments earlier today from National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, who said that until Zelenskyy says that he wants to get this peace deal done, that it's not clear that he actually wants to move forward with anything. And so from my perspective,
because remember, it's F Putin. It's F Putin until he dies. And he doesn't believe that Putin can be trusted to even start a peace deal. So if that's the case, then I'm mean, like, Zelenskyy, you're obviously too emotionally caught up in the situation and we need a new leader, because you have to come up with something. Or what, you're just going to go head to head with Putin to the last damn man? Like, bro, nobody's trying to see that, okay? We're not trying to see that, man. Please, either you're going to step down or you're going to accept this ceasefire. Pick a side, bro. Pick some A or B.
Somebody need to tell him out of the truck, and he's wearing his bespoke tracksuit out of complete disrespect. I mean, first of all, it's not even the normal kid.
And shout out my man James Foley. He hit us with the Shout out my man James. He said he hits with the Ukraine caused BRICS, the best opposition to the dollar. I mean, well, you really? I did not know that, James. James, you might have to come on here and explain that to me real quick. You know, community link, call-in tab in the post tab. Yes, I mean, call-in link in the post tab. So please explain that one to me, because I did not know that. Ukraine calls BRICS the best option to the best opposition to the US dollar. I thought BRICS was created by a bunch of countries that got tired of us kind of like, abusing them with our dollar through sanctions and all that good stuff. Pretty much making it hard for them, or almost impossible for them to buy oil because, well, we're the petrodollar. Shout out to the petrodollar. The only way you're going to get that oil is through us, baby. Bruh. And then they trying to F that up. Man, we need that. So, yeah, I kind of want to know. I did not know that Ukraine kind of had, any relevance in it. I kind of really thought it was Brazil, Russia, India, and which one start with a C? China? Yeah, China.
Camo fatigues or whatever he has. It was a bespoke tracksuit. Who wears a tracksuit to meet with the president of the United States? I know he wore the same tracksuit. I guess he has multiple bespoke tracksuits. I don't know. A couple days later with the king, but it was clear that he was not there to actually get a peace deal and to get an economic agreement done. That Zelenskyy was there to blow the whole thing up. President Trump wants to get a peace deal done, but you got to have Zelenskyy cooperating.
Okay, on the attire, I don't think it was an actual tracksuit. And what I would say is that there were...
It's so sad now, bro. Somebody just brought up a point that I do want to correct, bro. And I get where he's coming from with this, because he says Russia's down 700,000 men. Bro, Russia is important, bro. Russia got a lot of allies, right? Bro, Russia has some of his allies send some of the men to the front border to fight for him. Yeah. So some of them soldiers, some out of that 700,000 aren't even Russian. I know. But, when you're one of the superpowers of the world, you can pull on a couple friends' coattails to send some soldiers your way. Korea. But, hey, get like that.
plenty of pictures, as you know, of Winston Churchill, who never wore a suit to the White House during World War II when he went there. I don't think does it really matter that you've got a wartime leader who actually probably just for comfort, never mind anything else, turns up it doesn't wear a suit for meetings? I mean, why do people care?
Well, I think it matters a lot because number one, it wasn't even Zelensky's normal. I know he kind of has his normal olive drab attire that he wears, kind of the wartime look. But actually, if you go to my X feed at Jason Miller, you'll see I posted a story this morning where they had commentary from. It was a specially designed, and I say tracksuit. It looks like a tracksuit. I don't know, Piers. You might have fancy.
It's not a tracksuit,
but it was literally.
But he was smarter than Elon Musk.
I mean,
Jason, here's what I would say. He was as smart or smarter than Elon Musk.
And guys, if we can get 12 more super chats, I'll go ahead and run the conspiracy hour. And it's a great way to keep the stream moving, man. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's keep it going. Like I said, any questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, you can send it in $2 and up. I'll go ahead and engage with it and post to the top of the chat. Hey, man, come on. Let's push the conversation here.
Who conducts
do all the
press
work now
conferences from the Oval Office wearing a T-shirt. So what's the difference?
Well, a couple of things. Number one, Elon is not a leader of a country. Elon is someone who's being supportive. He's someone who's a tech genius. He's not there to talk about world peace. He's talking there about how we can be more efficient with government operations and also with government spending. But when you're showing up to get a peace deal.
Here's the problem, though. You know, Russia ain't like us. They don't got 300 million people to throw away. But they do got a good 143 million people to throw away. And 700K people, they still got 143 million to go. Now, our Ukrainian friends, that's a bit different. They're at 37 million people. So, I mean, bro, Russia could throw people into the fray all day. If we're going body for body, that means for every life lost in Russia, there's a life lost in Ukraine. If we're going body for body, I mean, these guys are going to be out, and Russia would still have like 100 million plus people to spare. That's not a good argument. But hey, and shout out to my man James Foley says, if you still on after my blunt, I'll hop in Streamlab. Now, James, now you want to make me spark my blunt. God damn it. Shout out James.
An economic cooperation deal done, then you should at least show up in a respectful manner. And I think the fact that Vladimir Zelensky showed up in, and I know you disagree with my assessment, but to me it looks like a tracksuit, whether it's a designer tracksuit, whatever. Just and it wasn't even his normal, the kind of the camo or the olive drab fatigues. It did not look like Zelensky was serious, but it was also very clear as Zelensky started speaking with members of the administration that he was not serious about getting this deal done. President Trump, and I say this over and over because I've spoken directly with the president, as I know you have. I know how the president views his lasting legacy. I know how much he cares. Here's the important thing. President Trump is the only person talking about stopping the killing. That's why I was quite frankly horrified. Even some of our allies over the weekend were talking about getting back to deals and winners and losers. But the only person who says, I want to stop the killing is President Trump. I think that really says something.
It seems to me we've reached a stage in this where
I'm crying. Hey, shout out my man Zoloff. He says, I second that. I'm weak. Hey, shout out to my late night stoners in the chat, man. Shout out to my late night stoners, James Foley and Zoloff, man. Or to keep me company with a blunt. I know, right? Let's go.
President Zelensky is saying, look, I'm hesitant to sign the minerals deal, which I think makes perfect sense, by the way. It's a really smart way of President Trump saying to his supporters, this is not going to cost.
This boy James, he said, my blunt louder than yours, got Fetty in it. I'm like, James, you have the strongest blunt in all of America. I'll tell you that right now, if that's the case. That and you're a villain. You are a freaking villain, my friend.
Anything. I'm going to get the money back to the minerals thing. I have an ongoing relationship. And unless I'm wrong, his position about the security backstop, if you like, is that if Ukraine is full of American contractors digging the minerals out of the ground, then Putin will not.
Actually, think about it like this. And I really want y'all to think about this. So all the weaponry that Putin has, right? And, you know, I mean, he does have the size advantage on every country in Europe. He could have been did this. I mean, if Putin had real aggression, he could have been did this. even with NATO in the way, I mean, let's be real. The only threat that NATO got is us. If we don't step up, NATO honestly has no power. NATO's just going to be sitting there looking stupid as Russia takes over. So if Putin really wanted to, I mean, who's stopping Putin? You're right. I mean, there's countries in Europe that got nukes, but not more nukes than Putin. There's countries out there that got a formidable army, but not a more formidable army than Putin. So here's the thing. If Putin really wanted to take Europe, he really wanted to create the new USSR, like, come on now. He could have did this. He doesn't need Ukraine to pop this off. He could have popped it off with Ukraine, Poland, and Sweden all in one go.
Attack. Now, Zelensky's argument, which he tried to make, I think, in the room, and probably could have made it better if he hadn't been trying to speak English, his third language. But his argument, I think, was, well, it hasn't stopped Putin attacking, despite the fact there are American businesses already in Ukraine and American companies and buildings and factories and so on. Why would it stop him, by that logic, from attacking if there were lots of mineral workers on the ground? What would you say to that?
Well, I'd say a couple of things here, and there's certain things that since I'm still involved with the president on the political side and with his confirmation efforts and not.
Hey, bro. He say, hey, nah, remember I'm in Florida. Maybe I can find some bath salt. Like, bro.
Emotional damage.
Like, damn, man, my boy Volos say, I ain't gonna lie, I'm feeling hungry for some human flesh. Like, whoa.
Actually inside his national security team, to be very clear on that. Keep in mind, peers, that things that you and myself and other guests on your program are seeing, we don't see the entire picture necessarily. There's a lot more that's going on with regard to Ukraine, with Russia. We've seen all these other things, whether it be prisoner releases, all these things. Everything is interconnected towards trying to get to a peace deal and to stop the killing. The fact of the matter is that I think Zelenskyy is, I think, flexing a little bit too hard on what defines a win, what doesn't define a win, when the president and his team, his administration, Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz and Scott Bessent, they're looking at the 360-degree picture here and saying, we have the strategy to do this. Now, if the United States is there and involved in a major economic deal in a way, then, well, first of all, let me back up one second. As you correctly pointed out earlier, Putin invaded Ukraine under Obama. He also did under Biden, but did not during the 4 years of President Trump. We get this deal done. The United States has an economic deal that's in place. That is going to go more to helping the stability and peace in the region than just about anything.
I mean, it's funny how Zelenskyy doesn't really understand. Like, bro, if we're getting our resources from you, if your resources are a vital point to our economy, bro, you got our protection. I don't think Zelenskyy honestly heard that part. He heard, oh, yeah, but we got to trust Putin. He just, oh, no, I can't do it. I'm like, bro, did you forget the part where this is going to help you, your people, and the rebuilding of your country? Like, dog. Like, what are you saying? What are you doing? Like, your people suffering enough, bro. Lose the goddamn attitude at this point. Lose the Putin bad and get your people right by helping our people get right.
Else. And so I do think you make a really important point, Piers, with regard to the language dynamic. And look, as someone who has a tough enough time with my first language, frequently with English, I understand how things can get lost in translation, literally and figuratively. And so I do give a lot of grace with that. And so things can be mis.
And shout out to James Foley, big dog. Shout out to Oh my God, bro. Y'all killing me. Shout out to James Foley. Says, squeeze my rubber ducky and call me Lenny. Yeah, I know, right, guys? Right. And guys, if you can't really do the super chat tonight, you guys can always send gifts. They're a way to send cents and have a nice little animation pop on the screen. I know, right? You can donate with cents now instead of $1 and up. Shout out to the gifts.
Understood or mischaracterized, but you could tell from everything from the body language and even in the follow-up comments that President Zelenskyy has made since that meeting in the Oval Office that he doesn't care about the disrespect that was shown at that moment. Someone clearly got to him and said, you need to tell the American people that you're appreciative for the hundreds of billions of dollars that have been spent in defense of their country so far. But what we need to see is that Zelenskyy is committed to getting to a real peace deal, to getting to a real economic deal. The ball's in his court on this one. I know I'm mixing metaphors a bit, but President Trump, when he looked at President Zelenskyy in the eye and said, you don't hold the cards here. We all see what the trend lines look like. We see the number of people that Ukraine is losing on a weekly basis.
I just show you how they had to kidnap citizens and put them on the front line, take the mentally disabled, put them on the front line. It's like, yes, they are not in a good point. They've lost so many soldiers that they need to grab citizens instead of just admitting that they lost. I mean, damn it. Y'all could have just admit that y'all lost and been like, yo, Zelenskyy, we ain't got no more. We ain't doing no more. So at a certain point, I wonder who's also complicit in the Ukrainian government on this, because somebody got to be putting a battery in Zelensky's back to keep their people suffering like this.
See what's happening. Ukraine needs to get to a peace deal. The opportunity is there, but if Zelenskyy is not going to take it, that is bad for his country. It is bad for his people. And quite frankly, I think it's a damn shame for every additional person that dies unnecessarily.
Final question, Jason. I know you got to go, but if you were talking directly to President Zelenskyy right now, what would you tell him to do to get back in the room at the White House with President Trump?
With the bullshit?
Simple. President Trump doesn't play games. I would call up. I'm not sure if President Trump would even take his call directly, but I would call whoever President Zelenskyy is speaking with in the administration and say, I want to get a peace deal done. I want to get an economic agreement with the United States done. I'm ready to sign it. If you want me to sign it and fax it to you or scan it in email, however, carrier pigeon, however you want me to do it, I'm ready to do it now. I'm serious. No more games. I want to get this done. I appreciate the fact, President Trump, that you're so committed to stopping the killing that's happening in Ukraine, and that you've spent so much time and effort to try to get to this. I want to be a good partner with you, with the United States. I'm sorry about what happened in the Oval Office, but I want to stop the killing as well. Let's get these deals done and start moving ahead. It's real clear, real straightforward. And as you and I both know from our relationships with President Trump, he's a straight shooter. That's what he wants to hear.
Jason Miller, great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go back to the panel. Scott Horton,
I'm done. Fat girl gassed up. Call her a minivan. Yum, yum, yum. I'm fucking crying, bro. This man, James, bro. He said, I got the fat girl off the Zod. Now she gassed up. Call her a minivan. This man out here got bars, apparently.
You've been listening patiently to all of this. What did you make, first of all, of what Jason Miller said there? Do you think that's an accurate characterization of where we are with this peace effort?
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm not concerned about the close, but I think he was right that what caused the disagreement was Zelenskyy, very publicly telegraphing that he does not support this deal. He essentially said, no, Russia still has to lose the war and leave Ukraine first. And then plus on top of that.
I mean, dog, Russia's not losing this war. That's the problem. Like, he wanted to frame it as, oh, we won. Your taxpayer dollars didn't go to waste. I'm like, bro, it's not even about that no more. We realize our taxpayer dollars went to waste. It's okay. We're just not doing it no more. That's it. That's it. I don't think I don't think the EU should stop as well. I think the UK stupid as hell and they're just trying to like show face. But and this is my prediction, but they'll soon be doing the same thing we did, except we're gonna have to hit them with the because you still look stupid. I mean, like, bro, you should have did it when we did it. You should have the same stance we did and not let more Ukrainian lives get thrown away because y'all want to be stubborn.
That he wants security guarantees from the United States, I guess NATO membership and Article 5 protection before he's willing to go along. And that was when he was interrupting, and then I think this had to have been deliberate. He decided to call the vice president by his first name or by his initials he goes by there, JD, and just said, come on, what negotiations? You can't negotiate with a guy who breaks all his promises, this and that. And as Vance put it, I'm surprised. I can't believe you're trying to litigate this here in this public setting in front of the media like this, rather than in a private conversation. I think this had to have been deliberate, that he essentially figured that he's not going to get anything from Trump. As your previous guest said, Trump has been bad-mouthing Zelenskyy so bad long before this. I think
And shout out to my man Hellbat. Hey, shout out Hellbat. He said Megyn Kelly did a decent breakdown of the events for Big Z debacle. Can't give an exact time, but it's in her most recent videos. Plus, what's up? What's good, Hellbat? How you doing? All right, let's go.
Already figured that he has no cards to play with Trump. So he might as well start his reelection campaign now if he's ever going to hold elections again and do this PR stunt for his audience back home. But he very well may have completely sabotaged his relationship with the United States at this point. I would also like to add, and I don't hear anybody hardly ever say this, that we shouldn't be doing this mineral deal at all. I mean, first of all, there are hardly any rare earth minerals in Ukraine in the first place. There was a great piece in Bloomberg News about that, how this is completely a misnomer anyway. But secondly, as Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and President Trump both said, and as you were just discussing with his guy Miller there, that this is some sort of half-assed war guarantee, a security guarantee that if we put Americans on the ground there, this will be some kind of tripwire for war, like our troops in Korea. And so therefore, Russia will never try that. But we don't want that any more than we want to give them membership in NATO and Article 5. This is essentially none of America's business at all. We need to get out of there.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, here's the thing. Like, bro, it's not our borders that are being approached on. It's Russia. And it's not, bro, and it's not us saying, it's not us in fear of Putin. It's NATO. It's Europe. They're the ones pretty much saying that, oh, Putin's going to expand and take over. And we're looking at them just like one. I mean, look, a lot of people say the man has voiced that opinion, but he's came out in public and said, yo, that's not what he's on. Remember, Putin stays on the point of, look, we just didn't want Ukraine to be in NATO. Yes, he's been looking at it for a minute, but he just didn't want Ukraine to be in NATO, and Ukraine provided the perfect opportunity for Putin to put up an invasion because, hey, what superpower wants a military alliance on their border? I mean, we wouldn't want no military alliance occupying Canada or Mexico, or we take their government by next day. So Russia does the same, and we're upset. I just don't get it. I really don't. I mean, if America was to do the same thing and they just start saying, oh, America's trying to take the entire North American continent, it's like, bro, what? It doesn't make sense here, because if the shoe was on the other foot, we'd be all in understanding. But Russia try to protect its borders, and now we just fall out of understanding. We're making it seem like they're trying to take over the world. Like, come on. I don't know, man. Maybe if China was involved with Russia, I could believe it, but nah.
If the American people need to be paid back for the war, then I suggest they start with seizing the bank accounts of the Biden family and the Kagan family, and maybe we just leave it at that. Maybe Doge can save us the rest of the $200 billion firing government employees that we don't need. But we need to wash our hands of this. If you go back to the end of the Second World War and the creation of NATO, the argument at the time was that, of course, if this was just imperial Russia dominating Eastern Europe, we wouldn't care. But this is communism. This is Joseph Stalin and the global totalitarian revolution. We have to draw the line at the Elbe River. We can't let them go any further west than that. But those days are long gone. Security for Europe is Europe's problem. America first doesn't mean, like George W. Bush, be selfish and belligerent and knock people down and take their stuff. It means defend America first. Enough of the empire. Renounce our role as global policemen and all of this stuff, and just come home. And you notice, Pierce, the hawk on this panel said the same thing that Biden says, the same thing that all of these dorks say. They either say it's Churchill and Hitler, or it's the bully on the playground. And you notice it's never the star of the baseball team who actually beat up the bully on the playground. It's always the pencil neck dork with the 4 eyes who needed to be saved from the bully over and over again, who invokes these analogies. And yet, do they ever explain what they're talking about? What support is America supposed to give Ukraine that's going to bloody Putin's nose and force the Russians out?
And shout out to my man Hellbat, because he did request it. Yeah, like I said, man, if you remember, $5, and I found the video, Hellbat. I believe this is the one you're talking about. And before I go ahead and start the video, make sure to like the video, guys. Go to double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel, man. I appreciate the support. About 500,000 of y'all tune in every month and do not subscribe. I know, 500,000. If all y'all subscribe, I should be at 500,000 subscribers, but a man could dream. Hey, but let's keep it going, guys. Double tap that screen and like the video. Got y'all.
There we go. The two questions that the old media never, ever asks themselves is, what is Trump doing? And is it possible that he's right and everybody around him is wrong and the old experts are wrong? And I think Trump is doing something very, very specific. Trump is a guy who sees things in total. Everybody says he's a gut politician, but he's really a gestalt politician. He's a guy who can feel the room in a big way, and he's not actually parsing things. And sometimes he doesn't always express himself clearly as to what he's doing, and maybe he doesn't always see entirely what he's doing. But the big thing in Trump's mind always, I believe, is China. And they keep the intelligence.
All right, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, need a Russia-U.S. non-aggression pact. Stop it all. I mean, yeah, for real, we do. We need a non-aggression pact. We need to go ahead and get these minerals from them and Ukraine, work out some deal to where Ukraine is now automatically under our protection, and we could take it from there. I mean, I like the idea, honestly. Shout out Castro. And Castro, my dog. Hey, man, look, the call-in link is the call-in link is in the post tab, or it's in the Discord. It's in the general tab. So go ahead and come on up here if you want to go ahead and talk about this a little bit more, man. We'll love to hear your voice. On the
services and the newspapers who serve them keep pushing Russia on us as our major threat.
You know,
Russia is essentially zero threat to the United States of America. China is a huge threat to the United States of America. They've infiltrated every level of our society, Hollywood, the news media, the politicians. They are, and academia as well. They're stealing our goods, they're stealing our ideas, and they're building a military first to invade Taiwan, which would be a financial, economic disaster for the United States. And ultimately, I think they want to challenge us and challenge our supremacy in the world. And that's what Trump is thinking about. So he's got a deal that's really actually kind of brilliant. He's separating Putin from China. They're supposed to be the good friends. And Putin's a smart guy. He understands, he's a bad guy, but he's a smart guy. He understands that China is just going to eat him last. They're not making any real deals with him, where the United States is not going to eat him. We don't eat other countries. He can actually do well befriending the United States insofar as that's in his interest. And they don't understand. And then he's going to take this mineral deal with Zelenskyy, which is going to make up for the fact a little bit that Taiwan is our source of these rare minerals, right? And so if China actually blocks Taiwan, we won't have them. So he's actually setting that up. Trump is actually setting that up in advance, which gives Zelenskyy the security guarantees that he needs, because if we're in there, we are going to fight to defend the country.
I mean, hell yeah. I made the same point. Like, bro, if we're economically benefiting off it, we will do everything we can to make sure we keep economically benefiting off of it. And if you really been hearing Trump, he's trying to lower manufacturing. Getting these minerals and resources is helping us lower manufacturing. So I do like that he's honestly bringing that same point up that I've been bringing up. It's like, bro, this is kind of all part of the plan. It's kind of what Trump's been telling us. And the opportunity has arisen so from the Ukraine and Russia situation to where we can be like, all right, well, maybe we can squeeze some good out of this. Maybe we can go ahead and get what we need and fulfill some campaign promises. But, you know, Zelenskyy being, I hate Putin oh so much, is kind of effing that up for everybody. Effing up prosperity for everybody because he's just too busy in hate. You got to let it go eventually. I know. Y'all saying, oh, he didn't kill all his people, he didn't kill so much of his people. How could he ever let it go? I mean, well, for the sake of the ones that are still alive, he needs to let it go.
So all of that was actually, I think, a brilliant long-term plan. We're not the country we were in 1945. In 1945, our enemies were shattered, and our allies, who are also our competitors, were actually blown out of the game by the World War II. We were the king dog in that world. But now we're in debt. We've been riddled with socialist ideas that have weakened us. We've been riddled with unsuppressed migration that's weakened us. And Trump knows it. And what Trump is trying to do is he's trying to pull back on our obligations, cut spending over here through Doge, and also hopefully eventually through other means, and get ourselves back in a situation where we're no longer spending more servicing our debt than we are spending on our military. At that point, he can start to stand up to China. Right now, he's kind of being nice to China because he doesn't want to start a fight. But ultimately, his plan is to block China from taking over this country and taking away the American supremacy that has kept the peace low these many years. So Trump is actually way, way ahead, I think, of people in the State Department and certainly people in the news media who are not just fools, but also corrupt. there may well have been a plan to blow this meeting up, but it was on Zelensky's side, not on Trump's. Zelensky thinks that Trump will back down and continue to support this war. I don't believe it. And if Trump does pull his support, Zelensky's going to be gone in a couple of days. I loved hearing Keir Starmer, the PM in Britain, saying, we're going to form a coalition of the willing and we're going to put.
All right, man. Let's get a word from my man Castro, man. Hey,
Hey,
Castro.
what's going on, S.E.T?
Man, it's all good, man. Sure. So what you thinking about this whole situation with pretty much Zelensky pretty much denying the best thing for him?
This is another grift. I think that as long as he's getting money, he's going to keep it going,
Okay, so you're pretty much just saying like he don't really even. Damn, you're kind of saying he don't even care about the lives of his own people. He's just trying to collect the bag on the way out.
Yeah, he's an actor. I mean, that's all he is.
Yeah, man. I mean, damn, in this situation and back in his old life, just an actor.
Yep, he's collecting the checks and he's the bag man and he hands it all out.
Yeah, because I've just been sitting here the whole time. I'm just like, dog, you may hate Putin, but this is the best situation for your people. Like, you can't just just be like, look, man, I may not like the guy, but for my people, I'll just settle down. I'll just let it go.
Yep, I agree. I agree. If you really cared about it, you'd be trying to stop all fighting for whatever reason, but he's got ulterior motives, and that's seen by the way he responds.
Exactly. It's like you just can't tell me that you want peace, but you're not willing to take the best situation ever. Like, even when he said you can't trust Putin, I'm like, well, you could trust us to protect you because you're giving us resources, right?
Correct. So the way I see to stop all this is to form a non-aggression pact, so that you're basically saying we're not going to escalate the situation further with Russia, and Russia agrees not to escalate the situation further. Now, if Ukraine escalates the situation, then Russia has retaliation efforts available to them, but that's a non-aggressionary reaction. And that also puts a pigeonhole in their conversation, because if UK or NATO gets involved and puts boots on the ground, then that's totally taking US out of the situation, because we're not going to support that, and we can remove funding, we can apply tariffs. There's many actions we can take at that point, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're planning an exit strategy out of NATO.
And here's the thing, though, like, look, NATO, Europe, they can't afford a war. They really cannot afford that. And if we're talking about entire NATO versus Russia, the problem with NATO is y'all are like evenly divided up as countries. Y'all do not have the response time to help each other if he attack each country separately.
He'll turn them into a fucking dirt field, and that's what they don't realize. Before they lose Ukraine, they'll just decimate it, and they'll decimate them for putting boots in the ground. He's already told them they changed their nuclear policy, all because of the aggression, because of what Biden was doing. Do you remember when they did that?
Escaped me. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yep, he did it right at the end of the last year. He changed the policy and said that if they support Ukraine and Ukraine keeps moving forward with the war efforts, because they encroached on Russia in the first place with NATO, that all allies are responsible. So that pretty much put the kibosh on that.
Oof. Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't really think Europe wants that with Russia. And like, even if they're gonna fear monger Russia bad, I'm already like, where are y'all going in? Where y'all going with this? Because if it was that big of a situation, then why haven't y'all been put boots on the ground in Russia? Like, if this was the biggest thing ever, if you're so afraid of this man Putin, then why haven't y'all stopped him yet? If he was that big of a threat for real, and he was really making those moves, I feel like we'd have been involved at this point, like probably like 2 or 3 years ago, if he was really doing this.
Correct. And I think what's going on now is you're seeing that UK is doing the same thing that Biden was doing, because if the theory of the bag man is correct, that means that he was passing out money, and he's been passing out U.S. money back to all these different companies. So now the UK is like, okay, now we want to pick up the bag, and we want to spread a little money around our politicians and our leadership, and give grip from the people a little bit, and that's why it's keeping on going.
Well, that was well said, my friend. That was well said. So I'm gonna go ahead and get back to the show. I'll bring you back on later, man. If you go ahead and want to come back on.
Okay, appreciate it, man.
All right, no problem, Castro. All right, man. Shout out my man Castro, man. That was actually pretty good insight.
Boots on
he called me on some things that I missed.
the ground. Boots are all they've got in England. Their entire military is the size of our Marine Force. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to do anything that's going to help Zelenskyy over the long term. America can help them if we have, skin in the game, if we have that rare mineral deal. This reminds me a little bit of Reagan and Reykjavik when he walked away from the meeting with Gorbachev and everybody said he's causing World War III. And in fact, he was stopping World War III and winning the Cold War in that minute. I think I looked at this, the minute this happened, I cracked up. I actually laughed out loud because I could tell you word for word what the media was going to say. And I'm willing to bet cash money that Trump's popularity rating goes up significantly in the wake of this. We are so tired of being everybody's daddy. We're so tired of paying for you to borrow the car, but when you break the car, we have to pay for that too. We're so tired of not being thanked for the peace we have kept in the world and being dissed by Europe, who just sits there doing nothing to help themselves.
I mean, man, bro, Europe go give this man $5 million. He's oh so gracious. We get this man 350 billion. My bad. They gave him $5 billion. We get this man 350 billion, and he can't even give us a thank you at the beginning. Like, you feel me? Because think about it. The 350 billion came out of like all of our pockets, but Europe gives him $5 billion, and he's like, "Oh, thank you. You all done helped out and all that." Like I said, it's low key disrespectful.
The other aspect of Trump's plan is to get Europe.
Make sure to like the video, guys, man. Let's get us to 100 likes. So go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner. I appreciate the support, guys.
To start to pay for its own defense. All their wonderful welfare programs, their free healthcare and all that, they're paid for by us because we pay for their defense. If they have to pay for their defense, that also makes us stronger because then we have an alliance that can stand up to China when they come. None of this about Russia. It's about Russia. Russia is a spent force. It's a paper tiger.
And shout out Lilithan. Hey, shout out. Appreciate the support. She says, are we going to just ignore the fact? I'm sorry, but are we just going to ignore fact that we don't know what Ukraine has done with the bioweapons they were creating in those labs? The CIA doesn't even know. Oh, no, these people were creating bioweapons. Oh shit. Now, I didn't know that. I'm be quite honest with you. What I know Ukraine for is mostly their resources and funny letters and human trafficking. So you're telling me they got bioweapons being created down there? I mean, like, what type of bioweapon? We talking like Fauci gain of functions? And we talking about what? Like, what's going on with that? And shout out Lilithan for bringing that to our attention. Appreciate you. I have to look that up.
It's all about China, and Trump is doing exactly, I think, the right thing in trying to make a deal and get out of it. And just one last thing is any president, Biden, whatever that woman's name was who ran for president, any president was going to give Putin some of what he wanted because he's just more powerful than Ukraine.
It's what we're doing here is cutting losses. No one's.
Okay, I see where you got that from. Okay, it does say here that Russia has accused the United States and Ukraine of collaborating to develop biological weapons in violation of international law. So it's pretty much a conspiracy theory. The Ukrainian bioweapon conspiracy theory is what they're calling it. So that's why. Okay.
Walking away a winner. Russia's.
But you know how conspiracies be. It's a conspiracy theory until we walk in there ourselves and we go like, "Hey, yo, what's this?" Like, I thought y'all said y'all wasn't doing the biological weapons. So like, yeah, it's all conspiracy theory to walk onto Ukraine and we see the lab our damn selves, or they're having some type of crazy outbreak during the time of war because we destroyed the lab and now they're dealing with a COVID-like situation. Who knows? But thanks for bringing that to my attention.
Suffered a lot too. They've had a lot of losses. I'm not saying that it's not a serious thing to have Ukraine having given up part of its country, but this is a long, complicated relationship between these two. And the United States has been meddling over in Ukraine for the better part of a decade. And what Trump is trying to do is just stop that and say, we're out, we're not doing that anymore. And we need to cut the losses. We're not going to keep funding a war that's going nowhere. It's about a body count now. We're out. Like, you need to be out. I hate to bring you this reality, but you're not going to get the parts of your country back that Putin took. and we're not going to have some, amazing deal where you feel really satisfied. What we can do is help rebuild Ukraine by our economic investment. And the Europeans say that they will provide a security force to help deter Putin. And Zelensky's not satisfied with it. Well, that's the deal you have. That's what we're willing to offer. So a couple things on what you said. One, there was a poll. Our pal Mark Halperin, he put out a poll with, hold on a second, I'm trying to find Wick. Yeah, with Wick. And where is that in my packet? And in any event, it showed serious support for the way Trump handled himself there. They believe that Trump comported himself well, and they were not with Zelensky. I think it was 47-38 in Trump's favor in the way people reacted to how that went down. And then secondly, so it's not just about Chris Murphy, because there were other Democrats in that meeting too, but he's just the smarmiest one, because there he was like, look at me. I told him like this deal effing sucks. I want an assurance that the Ukrainian people and you are not going to support it. And he calls it the peace deal. Okay, so he's not talking about the minerals deal. Well, it was all part of the same journey. It's a package. So then he realizes, oh, wow, there's a big fight in the Oval, and I can just blame that all on Trump, and I'm going to accuse him of an ambush, and that's even worse for Trump. That's better. But shit, I wish I hadn't sent out that tweet. Wish I hadn't sent that out. Oh, no, this is a MAGA smear. And so what he does on Friday after the blow up is he goes to X. He writes this: what just happened in the Oval was a planned ambush, right? Planned ambush. He had no role in torquing up Zelensky or getting him to a place where he knew he had to go in there and throw down. This is a bad deal. Designated to help a brutal Russian dictator. Okay, and then he goes on CNN's Sunday show, and now he's really worked himself up into a lather, talking about Russia, 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 Putin, 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 Trump, same person, SOT 23.
It is absolutely shameful what is happening right now. The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin. And the entire pretext for that meeting yesterday was an attempt to rewrite history in order to sign a deal with Putin that hands Putin Ukraine. Donald Trump wants us to have our closest relationships with despots all around the world, because that makes it easier for him to transition America into a
or these countries have minerals and resources that we need to lower our manufacturing. I mean, there's also that. I mean, you don't got to make it about, oh, he's trying to get cool with the dictators who can slowly turn us into a dictatorship. I'm like, bro, that's what y'all was doing under Biden. Chill. Like, chill out with that. I mean, if anything, y'all was creating an oligarchy under Biden, but nobody want to talk about that. So it is kind of crazy how they trying to, he's just trying to bend to Putin's will. I'm like, bro, if you want to bend to Putin's will, then I'm gonna be real with you. One, he to stop all military aid to Ukraine, stop all military aid. I mean, foreign aid, anything that go to Ukraine, done. If he really wanted to help Putin, he would low-key put strains on NATO to going like, look, I'm gonna pull my 30% out if you guys don't stop helping Ukraine. If he really wanted to help Russia, I mean, there's a lot of moves he could have done to help Russia. That's quite obvious.
Kleptocratic oligarchy where Elon Musk and Donald Trump rule and steal from the American people.
The balls. I mean, honestly, the nerve of this guy.
It's funny. Every president blames the prior president for his troubles, but if ever Trump said something that was 100% true, is this war would not have started if he had been president. That is absolutely the case. You remember Joe Biden saying, well, a little incursion wouldn't be such a bad thing. And of course, his retreat from Afghanistan and chaos obviously encouraged Putin to do what he was going to do. Everything, it's just amazing to me that everybody in the press, it's not just the left-wing press. Nobody ever gives Trump the benefit of the doubt, the simple benefit of the doubt. Barack Obama blamed George W. Bush for all his problems for 8 years. It's 39 days since Trump became president, and suddenly we're blaming him for a war that started on Biden's watch. It's absolutely.
I mean, bro, that's what killed me about the whole Gaza situation. I'm like, just Trump supported a genocide. I'm like, then what the fuck was Biden doing? If Trump was supporting the genocide, then what the fuck was Biden doing then? If bro, we got to this because of Biden's lack of leadership. Now it's Trump's fault for ending it. in a way that y'all don't agree with. I mean, bro, y'all got to sit down on that one.
Ridiculous. And this other idea that somehow we're going to be friends, they keep comparing it to Yalta. They keep comparing it after World War II. We divvied up the world and the Soviet Union got Eastern Europe and how unfair that all was. But you have to remember that we needed the Soviet Union as an ally to defeat the Nazis. And now it would be helpful if Russia were on our side instead of on China's side, because China is a serious, serious threat, and Russia is not. Russia is not going to suddenly march on Washington. China could do exactly that. I mean, they could exactly really tie us up, both financially, both economically, and militarily. I mean, they're one of their shipyards can build as many.
That's what I'm saying. We're worried about Russia, when Russia wouldn't dare try us like that. But guess who would try us like that? China. I mean, there's a lot of things that China does that nobody calls them on. I mean, let's talk about their pollution, and all we're talking about is climate change bullshit. But damn near, I'm gonna say this: all the world's pollution, damn near all the world's pollution, comes out of China. Nobody want to pull their coattail and talk about, hey, yo, y'all need to watch our carbon footprint.
Ships is all of our ships.
These people send over immigrants over here to be financed to buy weed farms so they can do illegal activities on them. This is China. The Chinese triad funds the Mexican cartel with the fentanyl to send into our country. This is China. But we're worried about Russia. I mean, bro, y'all worried about the wrong thing, bro. Worried about the wrong thing.
Shipyards put together. They are ramping up, and we are on our back heels, and this is just the truth. And Trump is thinking about that truth, and these guys aren't. And the Democrats, when on earth have the Democrats ever been the supporters of America in these little wars that take place? It's, we won in Vietnam, they lost Vietnam. We won in Iraq, they lost Iraq. They keep giving up the things that we win. Trump was 5 minutes away from signing a deal that would have put this thing to bed. With everybody, like a good deal, everybody would have been a little bit dissatisfied, but he didn't start the war. He was just going to end it. And Zelenskyy blew it up, not Trump. Why would Trump?
Well,
blow
and
it
you
up?
know, the other thing, Andrew, is the reports are that Trump was actually in a great mood that day. He was excited to be signing this minerals deal with Zelenskyy. He really does believe this is the first step toward peace. And Trump has been the opposite of a warmonger his entire life. I believe Trump is 100% sincere in wanting this thing to end. And the left says, oh, it's a surrender. And by surrender, it's cutting the losses. The thing is going nowhere. If it goes on, there's absolutely no reason to think the Ukrainians will do any better than they've done unless we dump trillions on them. Sure, I suppose we could dump trillions and turn this thing around for them. There's not a single American other than some lunatic on the far left that wants to do that. So that's not going to happen. So it's cutting losses. So anyway, Trump reportedly was very happy on Friday when Zelenskyy was coming. He was looking forward to signing the deal and really thought he was going to have a great, PR weekend. He wasn't ambushing this guy. You wouldn't know that if you listened to the soundbite I played at the top. And then here's a little bit more from the left-wing reaction over the past 2 days. Listen.
It was like maybe when you were 2 years old and you got in trouble for putting your hand in the cookie jar. It's like, oh, you didn't thank your parents enough for raising you. I think that this was staged.
Forgive us, President Zelenskyy.
I mean, forgive us, President. I need to shut the hell up. Look, we give you $300 billion and you don't say thank you. And bro, how un-American are y'all? How much do you just not care about the American people? Y'all might as well go over there and fight for Ukraine y'all damn selves, because you sure don't give a shit about the American people. I mean, come on now. It's like, oh, we're being childish. We're treating them like kids. No, if anything, we're treating them like somebody who's been asking shit from us and who's been getting and receiving.
Enough for raising you. I think that this was staged.
Forgive us, President Zelenskyy, for having inflicted this idiot animal Trump upon you, and for permitting him and his little worthless idiot bitch Vance to ambush you. Trump must now lose power.
That boy ain't right. What was the cause of this? It could be a combination of being a fat fucking slob. It could be that he's can't sleep at night because his beached whale body can't allow the circulation. I think we should revisit the possibility.
I mean, like, you know what? Actually, so weird, but no homo. But has anybody ever seen Trump with his shirt off? Like, I ain't never seen this man in. Actually, no, I have. Okay, never mind. I have when he's playing golf. Okay.
of a syphilis diagnosis.
I was just like, bro, I haven't really seen this man out like that. But he just eviscerated this man. He's like, yeah, fat. Fuck, that's why you did that, because you couldn't sleep because you're so goddamn fat. And I'm just like, or you could have did it because you don't want to waste no more taxpayer money. You want to stop Ukrainians from dying in a senseless war, and you want to get America some, resources. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
A little
Okay.
desperate, maybe.
So it's syphilis.
These guys don't know that.
It's Trump's weight.
Yeah.
He's a fucker. And there's, for some reason, CNN thought we really wanted to hear from former Fox and Friends anchor and Miss America 1986, Gretchen Carlson, with her belief that this was an ambush. Who gives a flying fig what she thinks about this?
These guys have not figured out yet that we have the capability to expose them in real time.
You don't go out and buy a life jacket when the boat is sinking, and you don't buy gold when the economy has already collapsed. Clearly, others are heeding this advice as gold hit all-time highs already this year. It's not too late for you, too. And you could have Birch Gold help you diversify into physical gold.
But all right, man, let's get back to our Piers Morgan.
We all know.
Okay, look, we've just had the alleged dork come up as you were saying that.
Yeah, remember, the conversation is the EU and the UK stepping up to support Ukraine, and they freaking better. I mean, look, man, hey, y'all shaming us on it. I would love to see y'all rack up $300 billion. And then you guys can go ahead and say, oh, y'all acting like cowards. I mean, even then, it's not really our problem. Y'all the ones who's fear-mongering Putin. So, hey, solve the Putin problem. If it's a real problem.
Let's get you quickly to respond, Matthew. I thought it was very well laid out earlier that if you look at the relative size of Europe collectively compared to Russia, compared to the United States, actually, what you saw this weekend potentially was the European Union plus the UK, who left the EU but are now seemingly leading this, saying, all right, well, we're gonna step up here. All we want from the United States is to be a backstop, that there is a cover if the shooting starts, but we will actually do the heavy lifting of troops on the ground and the rest of it. And that America may have a kind of behind the scenes backstop role. Matthew, I could see that eventuality happening.
Well, the reason.
Well, how do you face the charge of being a dork? First
well,
of all,
I accept it. I am a bit of a dork. If that means if that means geek, I don't mind that as an insult. But I do think it's worth saying that the reason why Trump's aspiration of bringing the world to peace has a contradictory element is to the extent that we allow Putin to benefit from the invasion, to bank land, to get his hand on some of the mineral wealth, not raw, or as Trump calls it, rare earth metals, but the other deposits that do have a market value, is it will incentivize others to invade borders. We live in a globally interconnected world. The last contributor, there are intricate supply chains, which America relies on, not just of minerals, but many other things too. People don't seem to understand the level of global cooperation beneath the surface of our consciousness, internet domain names, all sorts of things. When that starts to break down, it will affect Americans. I agree that Europe needs to pull its weight. At the moment, it is not capable of deterring Putin. If there was a guarantee only provided by Europe, it would be...
Okay, then these European countries need to stop talking ish like they can then. If y'all can't do it, then just be quiet. And just go with what we're trying to do. And you should convince Zelenskyy of the same thing. Like, bro, instead of giving this man $5 billion, you should have been like, hey, look, bro, look, you should probably go with America's idea, and we'll do our best to help you out that way and ensuring the ceasefire and making sure you get the best deal. But you going against Americans right now and pretty much saying F them and coming to us for money is only going to work for so long. Only for so long. But all right, man, let's get a little, let's take a comical relief and let's get into lefties losing it.
During a bunch of pretentious films. Now it's time for lefties losing it, and let's have a gander at the Oscars, the night devoted to celebrating excellence in cinema. Well, except it's not anymore. It's a massive leftist snore fest featuring a bunch of pretentious films no one's bothered to watch, but satisfy the Academy's diversity quotas, or inclusion standards, as they call it. And of course, they started the ceremony with an incoherent land acknowledgement delivered by actress Julianne Hough.
We gather in celebration of the Oscars on the ancestral lands of the Tongva, Tataviam, and Chumash peoples, the traditional caretakers of this water and land. We honor and pay our respects to Indigenous communities here and around the world.
The what tribe now? Didn't they slaughter the previous tribes that lived there? Matt Walsh tweeted this response to the Oscars' vacuous virtue signaling. He wrote, she paid homage to the Tongva tribe, but the Tongva moved into Southern California thousands of years after it had already been occupied by a more ancient tribe. They killed and displaced the inhabitants and took over. If they get to claim the title of Indigenous, then so do we. Interesting point there. Almost like lands and people have been conquered over and over again throughout history, and perhaps assigning collective guilt or collective reverence and praise to people based on their colour or ethnicity is not the best of ideas. But back to the Oscars, and when you think about what a far-left lunatic asylum Hollywood has become, then you won't be surprised that the most nominated film this year was a Mexican musical about a transgender cartel leader. Now, really, the film Emilia Perez had 13 nominations, including for Best Picture, and he even scored a Best Actress nomination for a dude identifying as a woman, Carla Sofia Gascon. In the end, the film won 2 Oscars, including for Best Supporting Actress for Zoe Saldana. And let's have a look at her stellar work. This is just amazing.
And people wonder why I don't never want to look at new movies no more. It's like, you wonder why, because you always got to do this weird stuff with the movies. You wonder why. It's like, I kind of only listen to, like, when guys give me a movie suggestion, I only listen to it if it's a movie from back in the day. Really, if it's a movie from their childhood and I don't remember it, I'll actually take consideration into looking at it. But these new day movies, man, I mean, bro, they kill me. They kill me. There's a lot of things they do that I just can't really mention without blaming a certain group. But it is what it is.
Man to woman, from penis to vagina. Is it for you?
For me. Yes, she got an Oscar for that. And the audience, those crazy enough to sit through that entire film, got an education in all the different types of trans operations.
Vaginoplasty, yes. Rhinoplasty, yes. Laryngoplasty, yes. Control laryngoplasty.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes. And it's not just actors who've been spewing activist nonsense. Singer Pink is never one to miss out on an opportunity to make a fool of herself. Here she is earlier in the year claiming that, what?
Ladies and gentlemen, and every other gender that absolutely exists, I give you.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says in the background, check around 56 to 160. Wait, what? 56 minutes to 160? Confused, but why not? We did it support.
Yeah, but they don't, Pink. There are 2, count them 2. Everything else is performative attention seeking. Now to a trans activist posing this important question. The answer is quite obvious, I would have thought, but sadly lost on this soul.
So trans people are considered a danger to women in sports,
yet
they're considered a weakness to the United States military. Make it make sense, MAGA.
What? Hold on, go back in there. Maybe I didn't hear that right.
Sadly lost on this soul.
So trans people are considered a danger to women in sports, yet they're considered a weakness to the United States military.
What did he say? Okay, I get it. You're one of them poor. He's one of them poor lost souls who actually think trans women are real women. He actually thinks trans women are real women. That's where the logic fail is. Because I'm just like, hold on, how do you even say that? Okay. He's saying it with under the illusion of, oh yeah, these trans women are real women. So people are saying, oh, well, here's how you're going to say that these real women, in his eyes, are a danger in women's sports, but women can't be in the military. And I'm just like, bro, I mean, if that's how you thinking, bro, there ain't no getting to you. Like, Like he too lost.
Make it make sense, MAGA.
I would have thought that's because the US Army isn't fighting against female combatants exclusively. If it were, then perhaps your question would be valid. But alas, you just went and made a massive fool of yourself and provided more content for lefties losing it. So I do thank you for that. Let's have a look now at the great work of Charlie Kirk. He goes to university campuses around America.
And guys, man, let's get us to 100 likes. Do me a favor and go ahead and double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. I appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Debating lost lefties. And this next gal needs all the help she can get.
Let's say there's, a black kid right now. Would you rather have that black kid have a role model be Kendrick Lamar or Clarence Thomas?
Kendrick, obviously.
So not the black American on the United States Supreme Court.
No, he's trying to ban interracial marriage. He's trying to do all.
Wow, no, he's in an interracial marriage.
He literally
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's like some of these people don't know what they're talking about. It's like, bro, yeah, I'm looking up Clarence Thomas. Let's see. Okay, so Associate Judge of Supreme Court of the United States. The man's about 76. I mean, he has a white wife. A white wife. Well, shout out to him. So when she says interracial marriage, he hates interracial marriage. I mean, that means he hate himself. But to say either Clarence Thomas or Kendrick Lamar, if I was to give my honest opinion, yeah, I would want my son to look up to a Supreme Court, to a Supreme Court judge. I mean, who wouldn't instead of a rapper?
Married to a white woman.
Yeah, I know the Roe v. Wade thing goes against.
He's trying to ban his own marriage.
Yes.
What can you say? But it's not just the students, it's the teachers too that Charlie Kirk has exposed for being utter fools. Here he asks the teacher a simple question: what is a woman? The guy thinks he's prepared for this obvious question, but watch him flounder.
Great teacher. Yes. What is a woman?
What is a woman? Oh, buddy. All right. So we define gender as a set of preferences that you have. Gender.
Well, according to these crazy people, a woman is something that you can identify as. A woman is an identity. It's not a biological human being. It's not a female biological human being. No, that's just too correct. It got to be a little bit something more, vapious, like, oh, what you mean? It's something you can identify as. It's like, yeah, that's disrespectful as hell towards women. I mean, considering that women go through things biologically that a man can never replicate, that's extremely disrespectful to women. I thought I was a misogynist.
Gender is a set of preferences we have. Woman is a social construct that we've agreed upon. Typically, we imagine womanhood as makeup or whatever. It is.
I see womanhood as well. The chromosomes, the whole being born with the vajayjay and the tatas is like, yeah, that's more of a woman essence to me. It's not what they put on. That's what I'm saying. That's what's so disrespectful to women. It's like you see women as like dress up dolls when they're actually biological human beings that go through a different existence than a man does, have different biological feature than a man does. To sit there and say, oh, we see womanhood is just, oh, a woman putting on makeup. I never saw womanhood as like that. Never in my life. So for these leftists to say that, kind of disrespectful as hell towards women. And it's crazy how a lot of you feminist women are hopping on their ass for saying something as disrespectful as that. But okay.
There's a difference between the word woman and being a biological female. Woman is a social construct that we use. Listen for a second. I'm telling you what it means.
There you go. It's just a set of preferences, a social construct. So if you like makeup and the color pink, then you're a woman. I mean, can you get more back?
The disrespect is crazy. Disrespectful as hell just towards what it actually is to be a woman. That's crazy. I know all the women in the chat just like, ain't no way that man just said it's just about makeup. There are women in the world that do not wear makeup. There's women in the world who haven't even seen makeup a day in their life. You tell me that's what it means to be a woman? Like, oh my God. Okay.
Backward than that. They had more enlightened values in the 1920s. These are the so-called progressives these days. That's what they call themselves.
They got me on
and
that.
our educator continued to dig himself a hole trying to answer a question which a child could easily answer.
Woman is a social construct. We agree on these set of preferences. If I tell you that I'm a man, it's because I want you to know that I like these set of preferences. If I tell you I'm a woman, it's because I want you to know that I agree with these set of preferences.
Can men give birth?
Whoa. A woman is not just preferences. So just because a dude likes another dude, like, you know, sexually, doesn't make him a woman, because women like other dudes. Women like dudes sexually. That doesn't, just because your sexual preference doesn't make you a woman. Your preference of what color or what you like to wear, that doesn't make you a woman. What makes you a woman is coming out birthed with those chromosomes. You feel me? Okay, great. Now stop the BS, please.
Can men or can males? If you listen to your bio professors, you would understand there's a difference between biology and what we think
So
about.
I want to thank you for proving a great point.
What?
You are why we should eliminate the Department of Education. Thank you very much.
Facts.
That is scary. That is who's teaching your kids. That's why you save up for those
Facts.
college fees.
I mean, you're going into debt for your kid to be taught by a guy who thinks like that. Really think about that.
I tell you, Charlie.
At this point, I ain't gonna lie, bro. If you ain't sending your kid to like one of them religious colleges, I mean, bro, expect your daughter to come back bald with colored hair, and expect your son to come back talking like, oh, women are an identity. It's like, oh, God.
Kirk is so effective.
Take down the
Just
whole
give them
system if
enough-
this is what it is. Take down the whole education system if this is what it is. This is what we're getting. Yep, go ahead and take it out.
rope and they do the rest. And no wonder the lefties are tearing down posters for his events. Look at this mug entitled Brat.
Why do you feel the need to do that? Why do you feel the need to do that? Why do you feel the need to tear
Why do I feel
posters
like
down?
I've seen?
Because I don't like them. Why? I think you know why. Why?
Joining me now is Sky News contributor Kosha Gator. Kosha, let's jump into the intensifying war of words between President Trump and President Zelenskyy, who has completely shifted from pledging to negotiate a peace deal. President Zelenskyy now says the end of the war is very, very far away, a statement that has seen a swift response from the White House.
Tough.
He said he thinks the war's going to go on for a long time. And he better not be right about that. That's all I'm saying.
President Trump also wrote, this
He
is
better
the
not.
worst statement that could have been made by Zelenskyy, and America will not put up with it for much longer. Kosha,
I even go lie though. Trump has forever had that like the look of like, bro, what the fuck am I hearing? The whole time I just could not, bro. The position of Trump was, what the fuck am I hearing? I feel like almost every dude in America can relate to Trump's position that he was in. He was like, bro, with the hands up, shrug shoulders, like, bro, what am I hearing, dog? You said this and now we're here. It's like, what you mean with this F this Putin stuff? Like, bro, you do not have the grounds for this. You're not in that position. I felt it.
Trump also pointed out in that
That will ever be a meme photo of Trump just in that position, just like, bro, there's just no way. Just like for real. But shout out.
statement that Keir Starmer's comments and the comments from other European leaders who have pledged to support Ukraine, they've also said they can't do the job without the US. That's an important point that much of the media has missed. And I do wonder how that's going to happen with relations at this point.
So as the dust from that dust up settles, there's a picture that's clarifying that's coming out, which is on the one hand, you have a war that is not winnable and was never winnable without the US. And US involvement in large measure to the tune of $100 billion a year or more, plus this looming specter of security guarantees in whatever shape or form that took or was implied under the past administration for 4 years. And on the other hand, you have an election that took place, and Trump is a reflection of that election, which is that the American electorate has long time not been in favor of this. It is dropping like a stone, their support for the level of US involvement, and Trump is reflecting that and personifying that. And it seems like President Zelenskyy has not caught up to that. Like he hasn't updated his software yet in his mind. Maybe it's his own failing. Maybe it's that he's just been in sort of the East Coast, West Coast bubbles whenever he visits, and he doesn't understand the pulse of the American electorate.
Surely he's advised better than that. This is what was astonishing to so many. It was astonishing to me. It was astonishing to a lot of pro-Ukrainian experts who've been commenting on this crisis for 3 years, that he seemed to think it was 2020 or 2022. He did not go into that meeting with any sort of appreciation of how
he didn't go into that meeting. Like I said, he's too used to dealing with the Biden administration. He went in there thinking that he was going to get the same treatment that Biden was giving him. And let's be real, Zelenskyy spoiled Biden. Zelenskyy is Biden's spoiled child. That's just the fact, because he came in there expecting us to bend over for him, be like, yes, Russia bad. Here's more taxpayer money. That's what this man was expecting. When he didn't get that, he threw a freaking fit. That's like how spoiled people act.
Public mood has shifted. What Trump campaigned on, and this is not a position Trump has come to just in the last week. He campaigned on this. It should be crystal clear where the current administration stands.
Absolutely. It's where he has stood previously, even before he entered political office. He has long time been against U.S. involvements. He's very much a non-interventionalist. Everybody knows this. To the point of advice, it almost sounds like to the contrary, he's been getting really bad advice, because he met with Democrat senators before that meeting, like 1 hour before that infamous meeting.
Bad move.
And received advice from Mark Kelly and Murphy of Connecticut and others, who seemed to have, they ran to their X feeds afterwards and presented little snippets where they were saying, we think it's a bad deal, it's reducing this to a business transaction, et cetera. So he seems to totally have misread how serious Trump and Vance are. These are not just words. And now there's reports that they're cutting off potentially all aid, humanitarian and military. So these stakes just got a lot higher for him.
I think that is that pause is going to be the wake-up call that we need now.
I think that is going to be like, we're about to see how these people really feel. Is Russia that big of a threat? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Let's see if they're really going to step up to the plate, or are they just talking and they're just spewing hot air? I mean, come on now. All right, let's go ahead and finish this up here, Smorg. I do want to get into the last segment of it. Let's see, without U.S. forces engaging directly with Russian forces, what can be done? And that's my, honestly, to you guys, to the naysayers, right? Disagreement. I'll even let y'all come up on call if you can explain what can be done without U.S. forces being involved. Answer that question, please. I'll let y'all come up here and say whatever y'all need to say. Please, just come up here and explain that. Because obviously you must know something that I don't. I'm willing to accept that. It's all good. But what y'all not gonna make it seem as if y'all got all the answers. You just point blank say it. Oh, this is the wrong decision. How? Explain a better one.
That is a very good question. I mean, nuclear war.
Let me make sure I go down, because this is a good transition.
Ridiculous. There is not a free press. You look at what is happening in Ukraine, where they have kidnapped children. Women have been raped.
I said it wasn't totalitarian communism.
I thought you compared it to a center-right. We can look back at the tape. But either way,
we have
I agree with
censorship
you
in
that
the
we
United
need,
States too.
If I may just
under
finish
a
the point,
center-right government.
I agree with you completely that we don't want to escalate to global thermonuclear war. NATO is not just an alliance based on the military. It is a psychological construct. People need to be aware that if they breach the Article 5 guarantee, it will lead to escalation. That is what deters nuclear war. And by permitting, but if I can just finish the point, by permitting Putin to gain a benefit from a war of aggression, from a war of conquest, it sends a signal to all other people who wish to do the same that they may do so. That gets us.
I keep fear-marking on the point, like, well, if we let him win this and all that, well, he didn't have to win. Actually, if y'all wouldn't have got Ukraine into this, it'd have been all good. So the thing is, like, we really got to ask the people who run NATO this question. One, why did you try to get Ukraine to join? Or why didn't you tell Ukraine no because of the threat of Putin? Why didn't y'all tell them that? And now that we're here, why are y'all acting as if it's such a bad? I mean, why if it's such a bad thing to let Russia get off on a decent deal? And we're not even trying to give them all Ukraine. We're just trying to benefit off the resources, make sure they keep whatever land they have left, and push Putin off to the side. That's all we're trying to do here. And y'all are mad at that. Y'all are mad that we're just not like low-key going with the we hate Russia, we hate and Putin idea. Well, we're not going with it. Why? Because I'm gonna be real with you. Russia's too powerful to have that idea about them. Sadly, if that's what y'all really want to go with, I'm sorry, but Russia's just too powerful to have that idea about them and to think that we can work in the world while having an anti-Russia, honestly, agenda. Like, we could be anti-Russian, just not like them, but to have an agenda towards like effing with them, towards putting them in war, that's not going to end well for us.
You keep saying we're allowing it. How are you going to disallow it without sending in the American Army and Navy?
Well, that is a very good question. I mean, Matthew, before I go to Tara, Matthew, on that point, a lot of people echo your sentiments here, but don't have a sensible, logical, workable way that we stop Putin otherwise. I mean, without American forces engaging directly with Russian forces, what do we do?
So, as I said earlier, when anybody aggresses in the way that Putin has done, it shouldn't have happened.
Bruh, y'all are going to stop trying to frame this as if Putin woke up one morning and said, fuck it, I'm taking Ukraine. That is not what happened. And y'all know this. So, if any of y'all truly believe that Putin just woke up one day and just said, F it, I want Ukraine.
Stupid.
No, the only reason this man went into Ukraine was on the warning that if Ukraine ever tried to join NATO, he's going to be in an uproar. He's going to go ahead and put boots on the ground. He's said this for years. And what did we do? Not only do we approach on his border, but we try to get Ukraine in there. The very thing he told us not to do, verbal agreement, by the way, but I mean, real with you, verbal agreement or written agreement, you should probably keep an agreement you keep with the superpower, a leader of a superpower nation. I mean, you should probably keep that agreement, wouldn't you not think? And then here's the thing, though. Why not? I mean, like, why would you break the agreement if you have no way of stopping this man once he, steps, once he's on the loose? It's like, I never understood that. It's like, hold on. Y'all have no way of pushing this man Putin back, but y'all was the one who got him out the cage. Y'all the one who poked the Russian bear and y'all can't put him back in the cave? Okay. Yeah, maybe y'all should deal with this.
If after Crimea there'd have been a more robust...
But now that it has, what do we do?
But now that it has, this is the basic equation. The aggressor needs to pay a price higher than the benefit that they accrue in order to send a signal to them in the future and to all other aggressors they must...
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He hit us with the cheers. Oh God, cheers. Ain't no alcohol, but shout out to Celsius for giving energy to the host to give you guys this stream. So shout out Celsius.
Not do so because it will not be in their interest. That's why I think the conduct of this war has been mistaken. I would like to have gone harder earlier. I think that if we don't do that, it is more likely that Putin will go again. The previous contributor said he doesn't want to go further. He has said explicitly he wants the Baltic states. He wants to create the greater Russian empire. I have no doubt that that is his aspiration. I have no doubt that Xi Jinping wants to create a sphere of influence, take over Taiwan. Unless there is a willingness to hold the line. That's the realism that we need in the world today. And that's better. By the way, I agree that Europe has free ridden. I want us to step up. But that alliance between Europe and the United States has been a tremendous force for the good of both of our communities and the wider world.
Hang on, let me bring in Tara.
This is what doesn't make sense, right? All right, so, and this is why one of the reasons I don't really see Putin going against all of Europe or trying to expand towards Europe, because, bro, we're talking about 742 million people. That's a lot of goddamn people. That's the amount of people in Europe from last year. So we got over 700 million people in Europe. You think Putin want to deal with that with only like what? 100, like, I'm gonna be real with you, less than 150 million? Bro, he don't got the numbers for that. But I can tell you who he do got the numbers for. He got the number for Ukraine for sure. He does not have the numbers to take on all of Europe. I mean, dog, it will require these people to like 7x, 10x their population to like China size. They need to have a population with a B on it, 1 billion people, before they could ever think about taking on all of Europe, especially seeing that all of Europe is basically in NATO.
No answer. Hang on, Scott. Tara to respond.
I was going to make that point that I've traveled all over the country. I mean, all over the world. I've been to Afghanistan. I've been to Italy.
And let's be real, unless Russia's picking these countries off one by one, which I doubt NATO would allow, then yeah, he would have to take on all of Europe, which is a pretty damn big population, with a pretty damn big army of different countries.
I've traveled and seen the NATO bases and our troops and our foreign allies who are now, a lot of the NATO troops and at our U.S. bases are not American. They're Polish. They're British. They're French. When we went into Afghanistan and Iraq, who was there with us? We're going to lose those allies in the future, and America will be by itself. And I think that we have to think about that in the broader.
We try to occupy
okay, but before
So hold on. Is she really making the point? I gotta go back. Did this lady really make the point saying, well, if we don't help Ukraine, everybody's gonna leave us alone? And bro, they can't do it if they wanted to. They needed us to fund this damn war. What makes you think they're just gonna leave us alone because we didn't fund Ukraine and waste taxpayer dollars? Please spare me.
They're British, they're French. When we went into Afghanistan and Iraq, who was there with us? We're going to lose those allies in the future, and America will be by itself. And I think that we have to think about that in the broader.
We try to occupy
okay, but before you respond, I know Claire, you've got to leave us. Do you want to just very quickly say what you wanted to say, and then go?
Yeah, I was just responding. Vladimir Putin may have aspirations of returning the Russian Empire and going back and taking other assets. I don't believe he has the functional ability to do it. So I think this analogy.
Yeah, I don't think he does either. Like military wise and like population wise, bro, just does not have the army to do it.
Of, if we don't stop him now, we did, right? He's going to get parts of Ukraine. There is going to be a solution. A ceasefire is coming. How do you prevent him from going in again? I would suggest he's not going to do it against Trump because he fears how Trump might respond. My concern is who gets elected in 2029 because I don't think it's coincidental that he saw the weakness in Joe Biden and invaded when he did. I appreciate you guys. I got a radio show to go get to.
Great to have you.
I love the arguments. And Pierce, appreciate you having me on.
Great to have you as always. Thank you very much, Clay. Scott, just on that point, I mean, I do think that is the genuine concern that Zelenskyy has, which he was trying to articulate, and probably, again, because of the language thing, he couldn't get it out quite the way I think he intended. But I interviewed him at length 2 weeks ago for 90 minutes. And there's no doubt the biggest concern he has is deterring Putin from coming back for more of Ukraine. And he wants enough security guarantees, be it from Europe, America, preferably both, I think is how he sees this, where it is a genuine deterrent. And that's where Europe seems to have got the memo from Trump. If you lead, then we may be prepared to do some kind of backstop support as well. But do you not think that would work?
No, I mean, look, I respect the fact that Zelenskyy is in a very tough position. He helped to get himself in this very tough position. But the answer is tough. A European war guarantee to what's left of Ukraine, backstopped by the United States, means that your bluff holds until it doesn't. And if it fails, then we go to war with the Russian Federation over who controls Dnipropetrovsk, the oblast between the river and Donetsk that even a lot of Ukrainians can't figure out how to pronounce. It doesn't matter to American security. And, Robert Kagan, who is one of the principal intellectual authors of the entire doctrine of what he calls benevolent global hegemony, the co-founder of the Project for New American Century, one of the architects of Iraq War II, and the husband of Victoria Nuland. He recently wrote that, what comes down to it, Ukraine actually doesn't matter to the United States of America at all. For the whole time that the Soviet Union occupied Ukraine during the Cold War, it didn't make a difference whatsoever. Who controls the northern coast of the Black Sea is not part of America's interest. Kagan called the Cold War the good old days. I absolutely dispute that. As an avowed enemy of communism, that's not right, that it was the good old days. But he is right that it actually does not matter if Ukraine were to become, again, the Ukraine, a region of Russia like it had been for hundreds of years, most of it anyway. Okay. It does not truly matter. It would be sad, but it doesn't affect American national security. And Zelensky's a fool for not taking the opportunity to quit while he's only so far behind, because no one is going to help him drive Russia out, and he can't do it himself. The question now is whether he's going to also lose Kharkiv and Odessa, or whether he's not. And if he could get Trump to get Putin to agree to draw the line here, that would be the best case for him.
Now, whether Putin would, arm up and reinvade later, I sincerely doubt. I think you guys assume the premise here that all Putin really wants to do is rebuild the Russian Empire, but that's really not true. What actually happened here was America.
He literally explicitly said that.
No, actually, what he said was that anyone who doesn't lament the fall of the Soviet Union has no heart, and anyone who wants it back has no brain. That's the rest of the sentence that they always omit. In fact, the basis of the speech was actually about how he had already saved Russia and fixed everything from how down and bad things used to be.
Okay.
And so it was in no way declaring a doctrine of recreating the Russian Empire in the Baltics and Lithuania and so forth. That's just not true.
We've got to leave it there. It's been a fascinating debate. Thank you all very much. And Tara, thanks for coming on.
Oh, no, yes, it was. I definitely do. It is a hot topic that Ukraine and Russia, seeing that, things went down the way it did. We was expecting a nice little wrap up to it, but I see Zelenskyy he's holding strong to the BS. Holding very strong to the BS. But let's get into Candace. Well, I guess kind of like a docuseries, but she's helping out Harvey Weinstein. I guess prove that he's innocent somehow, some way. We're about to find out, man. So shout out to Candace Owens, the Project One Runway production, episode 1.
All right, guys, happy Monday. Sorry we are running a few minutes late. There are so many pieces when you're doing these series that you just want to make sure that you dot your I's and cross your T's. So sometimes we take a couple of extra minutes to get everything going. But as always, I promise you it will be well worth the wait. And I am so excited to bring forth this series. I've already explained to you why it's so special to me, mainly because the Me Too movement, I believe, has become an evil manifestation. And I have 3 sons. So let's jump right into it. Welcome to episode 1 of Harvey Speaks. All right, guys, so where should we begin? I'm thinking that we should begin with the theater kid archetype, okay? Because if there's one thing that I've realized throughout my career in politics and in the media, it's that there is this theater kid archetype that exists. It's real. People who dedicate a large portion of their lives to the pursuit of the camera, wanting to make it in Hollywood, wanting to make it as an actor or an actress. Maybe you start as a drama kid. I'm not certain, and I will take your opinions on this, that thirst ever dies within them. And of course, I'm generalizing here, but I find that when I come across these people, now that we're older, they seem to forever be on a quest in the back of their minds for their big break. Like it could still happen, even if they're in their 30s, their 40s, their 50s, their 60s. And so the question then becomes, what happens to these individuals when it never arrives? Okay, I want you to think about that. What happens if there's a woman who spends a decade or even more of her life trying to make it in Hollywood, only to realize that she's failed? Maybe she was even that girl who, before she left her hometown, quietly mocked in the back of her mind the unambitious other women, right? The girls from her hometown who married off at the age of 20 and then they immediately started having families. Maybe in her youth, she mocked them because, she knew that she had something special. She was going to make it. She was leaving her hometown. And I think about that because, interestingly enough, in my first book, I wrote an entire chapter about a friend that I used to have who was exactly that sort of an individual. And I spoke about her because she was an aspiring actress in Brooklyn, and we met interning and just kind of chose different paths in our life. I was kind of just wanting to get myself out of student loan debt, willing to take any and every job. And she was just sort of this free spirit. She described herself as a free spirit, and she came from another country, and it was all about attending the right parties, meeting the right directors. She was just so much cooler than me. She was so much cooler than me and more confident than me. And she was gorgeous. She was prettier than me. And for a while, it seemed to be working for her. She, men fell at her feet. She got these small acting gigs that she...
here's the thing, though. What Candace went through back in the day is kind of what women are going through today, but worse, though. Because, look, and women, I say fight the temptation, because there's a big temptation on young women to go into pornography, OnlyFans, stripping, and all that crazy stuff that, just makes you exploit yourself. there's a heavy push on women to do that for some strange reason. And I'm gonna be real with you, it's like drug dealing or scamming for women. It's a way to get fast money with very bad results in the end.
We wanted. And then as we grew older, and obviously in Hollywood, older is even when you're young, she stopped getting those small roles. And I sensed in her a bitterness at the different decisions that I had made in my life. And unfortunately, our friendship ended. But I'll never forget that one of our last conversations that we had was actually about the Me Too movement. And she was so invested in it. She was like, you don't understand, like this has to happen. And I had wondered, even though I was listening to her, whether or not her investment in the Me Too movement was actually her trying to reconcile decisions that she had made in her past, decisions that she had made with producers and people that she thought that, well, if she slept with, they might lead to her getting her big break. Anyways, that's all somewhat anecdotal. It's real, but anecdotal. And the reason that we're here today is because we're speaking about Harvey Weinstein. Because we all remember nothing and everything about this case. It is very strange. There was so much information that we couldn't dilute it at that time. We for sure remember that it began with an explosion of journalists, and then way too many women to count that were making allegations. Here is just a small snippet.
The similarities between these stories were uncanny. A lot of use of showers, a lot of exposing himself, and as I said, in 3 of these cases, allegations of rape.
And then he comes back out and he's fully naked.
And he just kept asking me to watch him masturbate.
On everything. I'm a famous guy.
I'm feeling very uncomfortable right
Please
now.
come in now. 5 minutes. Don't ruin your friendship with me for 5 minutes.
This sort of behavior is normalized and accepted for decades in this industry.
Decades, she said. And it was, of course, then this very big watershed moment that was going to bring down Harvey Weinstein. Goodness, you guys, he was arguably the most powerful man in Hollywood. And now we had upwards of 100 women who were claiming that they had been sexually abused, harassed, or even raped, which is why he's in prison today. But I got to tell you something right away. That list, that long list of women who found the cameras and spoke out and said that things happened, and you don't really remember whether or not he denied it, that list significantly dwindled by the time we got into the courtroom. And then even when we were in the courtroom, it dwindled even more. And I'll tell you why. This is one of the very many compelling aspects of this case, how they were able to sort through the women who were just outright lying, meaning women who had definitively never even slept with Harvey Weinstein, some women who he alleges he never even met, from the women.
Yeah, that's what got bad about the Me Too movement. Like, I'm pretty sure, and there was some real victims. I'm almost sure there was some real victims. Just saying. But the fact that like a lot of women stepped up, like over 100 and something, I'm like, whoa. There's no way, bro. No way he did all them without thinking that it was gonna catch up to him eventually. Nah. And that's why when I started seeing the list dwindle over the years, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, because I'm just like, bro, there's no way all of them did it. I mean, there's no way he did all of them. I'm pretty sure Harvey Weinstein did what he did, but the Me Too movement was a good way for women to come up against rich men and somehow get a cut. And since there was a financial incentive, you know, that's where things kind of went awry. You feel me?
Women who had at the very least been intimate with him. Okay. I'll tell you why, because of course, when people realize that someone's going down, if were a struggling person who wanted to make a quick buck and you knew that this empire was going to crash, you might be willing to come in for a quick payday. And what better way to do that? You could just cry and then describe something terrible that happened. Your Honor, he made me fondle his testicles, you know, tears streaming down your face. And these sorts of moments happened, and Harvey's lawyers would give each other a look, a knowing smirk, a high five, realizing that, yeah, no one's going to believe this woman. And I'll tell you why. The answer to that is because Harvey Weinstein didn't have any testicles. He doesn't have any testicles. I told you guys, this is a strange tale with many twists and turns, and this is just one of them. But what became a crucial element of the Harvey Weinstein case, something that Harvey probably had considered a curse, when it happened to him back in 1999 wound up being something of a blessing to his very many court proceedings. I want you to check out this headline, okay? It reads, Harvey Weinstein's abnormal testicles are key focus of final arguments in trial. I am not kidding. This is real. And I'll tell you, the story goes that back in 1999, Harvey Weinstein was diagnosed with something known as Fournier's gangrene. Okay, it is a extremely rare, but a life-threatening infection that impacts the genitals with a rapid tissue destruction. Essentially, what we're talking about is necrosis, right? It's necrosis. The tissues are dying. And I can show you this excerpt from a Variety article. It says, during the trial, prosecutors revealed to the jury that Weinstein underwent surgery in 1999 for Fournier's gangrene, which required doctors to remove some of his scrotum. That surgery caused pretty noticeable scarring because of an infection. His testicles were actually taken from his scrotum and put into his inner thighs. So his testicles were removed and put into his inner thighs in 1999.
Bruh.
I know. You're thinking, Candace, are you making this up? How could this be? Yes, that happened.
Bro, what? Bro's his nuts is in his thighs. I mean, I didn't even know they could do that. I'm sorry. I'm taken away by that. I'm like, bro, you can put your testicles in your thigh. Okay, let's go.
And
I'm sorry.
So the list of credible allegations had significantly dwindled. Okay. And like I told you, really, this came down in New York to 2 women. As we told you, Harvey Weinstein was sentenced in 2020 to 23 years total in New York, but 20 of those years for criminal sexual assault in the first degree stemmed from accusations that were made from a production assistant who worked on Project Runway. Her name is Miriam, otherwise known as Mimi Haley. Okay. So 20 years, fellas. 20 years, ladies listening. You got sons, we've got husbands, we've got brothers. It's got to be horrific, right? If we're throwing the book and we're saying basically die in prison, because that's what that means. You should die in prison, Harvey Weinstein. What she lived through must have been terrible. I'll tell you right off the bat that Mimi Haley was born in Helsinki in 1977, and she grew up in Sweden. So she was not an American citizen. That little tidbit will become somewhat relevant in a little bit. And the way that she was introduced to the public was through a lot of tears. It was a press conference in 2017. She announced her allegations against Harvey Weinstein next to none other than Gloria Allred. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, it's hard to listen to her recapping what Harvey put her through. So let's take a listen to Mimi.
It was not long, though, before he was all over me making sexual advances. Oh. I told him no, but he insisted. And then I said, I'm on my period. There is no way this is going to happen. Please stop. He wouldn't take no for an answer and backed me into a room which was not lit, but looked like a kid's bedroom with kids' drawings on the walls. No. He held me down on the bed. I tried to get away or tried to get him off of me and kept asking him to stop, but it was impossible. He was extremely persistent and physically overpowering.
So you heard her here. She said, no. He was overpowering. This is how this happened to her. And by the way, Gloria Allred, I gotta give it to that woman. She has really perfected the craft of ambulance chasing, right? Using press conferences to persuade the masses with a lot of sobbing, right? And it doesn't really matter at that point whether or not what she says in the press conference is going to be the same thing that she says in the courtroom, because people are paying attention to the press conference and probably not going to follow this into the courtroom. And I got to tell you that as detailed as that press conference seems, Mimi does in fact leave out some important details, and she also edits some details when she gets on the stand, which we will get to. But the important thing to know is that Harvey was indicted by a grand jury in 2018, and Mimi's testimony was therefore taken sometime before then.
Guys, you got any question, comments you want to have on the video, man, go ahead and send in a $2 super chat. I'll go ahead and react to it and post it to the top of the screen. Other than that, though, you can sit there and double tap that screen for me and like the video.
But by the time that she hit the stand, she, in 2020, had edited that testimony a little bit. Even from the grand jury indictment to the stand, there were some things that had changed. She had included some epithets, which we'll get into. So first, we should just get into how she and Harvey met. This is all according to Mimi. This is her story. She first met Harvey Weinstein back in 2004. And then she approached him 2 years later in 2006 at the Cannes Film Festival because she was looking for work in the industry after her mentor, quote unquote mentor, famed London producer Michael White, had suffered a stroke and lost his business. So that's her. You can see her young, looking young and beautiful. And there she is with Michael White, a producer in London who she said became her mentor. Now, it's worth mentioning that by mentor, she means that after she met him once and they exchanged numbers, she visited him and decided to stay with him during that visit in London. And you can see she looks young. He looks quite old. Yeah, she was in her 20s. He was in her 60s. She told this, by the way, to Vanity Fair, that he then became a father figure to her and that they enjoyed a quote unquote unconventional platonic relationship. Okay, that's how she spent her 20s beside that guy, Michael, brushing shoulders because he was a big producer with Kate Moss, the Rolling Stones, Princess Diana at her father figure's house. And then she went on to become his personal assistant. Like I said, he then had a stroke. Okay, her father figure, boss man had a stroke. And so with Michael White no longer able to provide that kind of support, she decided to perhaps look for another father figure. I'm not sure how to contextualize that, but she approached Harvey Weinstein at the Cannes Film Festival in 2006. Now, I want to be clear that in 2006, Mimi would have been just about to turn 30 years old. Okay. In other words, she was not a Hollywood spring chicken. I think that's really important. You've seen throughout this podcast, I've always tried to stress what a woman's age is because it's important. It's important to differentiate between someone who's, 17 years old, someone who's 15 years old, someone who is 30 years old, a fully formed adult woman, because it changes the context, or it makes you, I guess, think about how helpless and unsure and uncertain they were. And Mimi was about to turn 30. That's where the story begins with Harvey Weinstein. She was not in her early 20s anymore. So her story goes that Harvey invited her after she approached him to meet him at his company's hotel in Cannes, the Majestic Hotel. And right away, it was a horrible experience, okay? She was humiliated because she got to his hotel room and they have a little bit of conversation. And then he does this really crazy thing. He asks her for a massage. And she's confused because she's thinking she's coming up here to talk about potentially getting a job, talking about career aspects. And she instead offers to call downstairs to get him a massage. And then he turns it around and he says that he instead wants to give her a massage. And she's humiliated. Like I said, she testified that she was so humiliated that when she left that hotel room, she broke down crying. Yeah, that's not what she was expecting when she went into this guy's hotel room, which is why what happens next gets interesting. Now, her memory's super fuzzy on how exactly it happened, but she then gets a temporary job on Project Runway, which was at that time being produced by the Weinstein Company. And to be clear, they had already been filming this series. They were deep into production, and reminding you again that she is not an American citizen. So he hooks her up with this job. Again, who knows? She doesn't know. Did I speak to his assistant? I don't know why. I don't remember any of this. And she begins working as a production assistant on the show for several weeks. And she's paid in cash because her visa did not allow her to work in the United States. Shooting then wraps. And by the way, while she's living in New York, while she moved to New York for this opportunity, she's living with a friend of hers in the East Village. And after shooting wraps, she reaches out to Harvey to thank him for the opportunity. So despite this really uncomfortable, humiliating experience in his hotel room, she gets this job. Then she just wants to thank him for the opportunity. And he invites her for a drink at the Mercer Hotel in New York.
That's pretty damn weird. Hold on. You have a weird experience with a dude. It turns you off, right? And I get that. That happens. But to go back when you had that weird experience with a guy and expect nothing to happen is a bit off. Like, it kind of does sound like a bit of a honey trap type of setup ordeal. Real.
New York City. And she describes that experience as very pleasant. She met him on June 26th, 2026, in the lobby of the Mercer Hotel. And she testified that he was, quote, very respectful, even charming. He offered at that time to have her return to Project Runway the following season. And the next day, on the 27th, she's going to his office to see somebody else. And she then also stops by his office and he gives her a book that she should read. And then he offers to give her a ride home to her apartment after that meeting at his offices. And he also says to her, like, you should come on my private jet. We can go to Paris the next week. We can attend this fashion show. You can stay with me. You can stay at the Ritz. And she says that she declines that offer. They get out of the car. His assistant, by the way, male assistant, is also in the car. He's like, oh, this is where you live? This is the building that you live in East Village? She's like, yeah. I guess Harvey was just...
Hold on. He offered to take you to the Ritz-Carlton and you denied the offer?
Stop the cap.
That's cap.
Stop the cap.
Come on now.
Paying attention to the layout or something. At least that's what you're left when you get through the transcripts. That's kind of the impression that you get, that Harvey was kind of just monitoring and really wanted to know where this young woman lived. She said that she didn't want to go to Paris, but she says that he didn't take no for an answer. And she testified that she had no intention of doing so, but in an effort to be polite, she said to him that she would let him know, maybe I will go to Paris. And that Weinstein called her repeatedly. And then later on, he comes back. He shows up at her apartment for the second time that day. And now we're going to jump right into this court transcript. I can only imagine. This is one of the most powerful men in the world. And he's going to this East Village apartment. So the question that she gets asked on the stand is, did you act in any way romantically interested in Harvey Weinstein? She says no. Did you act in any way sexually interested in Harvey Weinstein? No. Did you hear from Harvey Weinstein once he left your apartment and you went inside? Yes. At that point, was your roommate Liz at home? She was not. Was Peanut there? Peanut is Liz's dog. I believe so. Describe the additional contact. Well, I heard from him and his assistant a few times that day, asking if I had decided whether or not I was going to go to Paris. And I said, thank you so much, but no, I am not going to come. He said, well, just think about it again, and he kept calling and I kept saying, thank you so much, but no. And question, those initial communications that you were describing, were those phone calls? Answer, I believe they were phone calls. Yes. Question, and that was to that phone number that you had in your planner and that you were using at that time when you were in New York. She answers, I believe so. I'm not 100% sure that they were phone calls, but it's more like they were phone calls than emails. Question, can you describe Harvey Weinstein's tone during those conversations of those phone calls? She answers, well, he was persistent and persistent. And what, if anything, happened sort of following those repeated phone calls? Well, then later he showed up unannounced at the apartment building. And I am not sure if he rang the intercom or whether he called me on the phone and said he was outside, but he had shown up there unexpectedly. Question, did you try to get him to leave via phone initially? I did. He wanted to come inside and I said it wasn't a good time. And so he said, just talk to me like 5 minutes. I want to see you for 5 minutes or something like that. Question, and so after you had said that it wasn't a good time, did he remain outside of your building? Yes, he wouldn't leave. And can you describe his tone at that point? It was just very persistent and insistent. And what did you do? Well, I didn't want him to come into the apartment, so I thought I will go out and see him outside, just like outside by the door. So I left the doors open to go outside to open the front door. And as soon as I opened it, he just pulled it apart like that and barged past me and walked down the hallway and said, where is it? Where is it? And he was pointing and he saw, obviously, the door was open and he just walked into the apartment. Let me just cut out of this transcript for a second. So Harvey Weinstein reappeared at her apartment, and she doesn't kind of maybe sort of remember the phone call-ish. The phone call details are always a bit hazy when you go through this transcript, but she knows that she only went outside because she didn't want him to come inside. But she's given a narrative. He's crazy. He's like, where is it? Where is it? I want to see your East Village apartment, and just bursts past her and barges in. And
oh God, I mean, shout out to Meg for the comment, and I see that you're a woman. So yeah, like, why would you? And come on, girls, y'all know what's up. You give a man the location to your crib, I mean, you either have high trust in him or you want him to come through. Like,
somehow
she knows she
finds exactly which apartment it was because the door was open and he just took a guess. That is power, my friends. Anyway, jumping back into this, the lawyer asks, and what did you do? I mean, I was just standing there, like I didn't know what to do. So I just like, oh God, oh no, why is he walking into the apartment? Describe what happened. Did you go into the apartment? Did you follow him into the apartment? Yes. And describe what happened once you were inside of the apartment. Well, once we were inside of the apartment, we were just standing there, and he was basically standing there. He asked a few things about the apartment and who I was living with, and then he was persisting with trying to convince me to go with him on this trip to Paris. I mean, he must have really wanted her to go on the trip to Paris. Question, do you remember anything about the details of what he was saying at that point? Answer, well, at one point he said, okay, well, why don't you just take your roommate if that will make you come? She can come too. She can be your chaperone or whatever. What was your responses to his request? Well, I was still trying. I was just saying, thank you so much, but no thank you. Basically, I'm not going to come. Can you describe his demeanor in the apartment as he is making these repeated requests? He was just very overwhelming, and he was just very, very persistent. And he was still friendly, but it was almost beggy, and he was kind of very insistent and would not just accept the no. Did you continue to hold your ground and say that you were not going to go with him? Yes. Was he listening? And then there's an objection here from Harvey's attorney. So he rephrases the question. Was he continuing to ask you to go? Yes. At some point, did he stop asking you to go? Yes. Can you describe that? Well, at one point because I just didn't know how to shut it down, so to speak, I just said something that I have, I was trying to say things. And I said, you have a terrible reputation with women, I have heard. And it was more like half a joke or something. I was trying to be friendly still, but he got offended by that. And he stepped back and he said, what do you mean? What have you heard?
That's not a joke.
That sort of thing. And I said, no, I'm just saying no, just in general, whatever. But that's when he backed off. At that point, did he leave your apartment? Yes. And I'm going to show you that I have marked as People's Exhibits 65 through 69. Do you recognize the People's Exhibit 65 through 69? I do. What do you recognize those to be? So this is the front door of the apartment building where I lived during that time. So I wanted to just describe to you that incident because it's important to understand. So she starts with this hotel incident and then in Cannes, and now we've moved and she's, gets a ride. And I guess he's just decided to memorize her little East Village apartment, and he's barged in, luckily found the apartment because he could tell.
Oh, guys, another way to support. Like I said, you can also send a gift. It's a great way to support the show by just cents. Shout out. Hey, man, you can throw dollars or cents in the bucket. It does not matter. We appreciate all support. Let's go.
From this door, that must be hers. And he walked in there and she follows. And then despite this beast and monster chasing her, she's able to get him to back off with just this one sentence. Oh, you have a bad reputation with women. Her memory then gets a little bit fuzzy, I got to tell you. She doesn't remember, again, exactly how they communicated, but she acknowledges that she accepts an invitation for Weinstein to fly her out to California, Los Angeles, for the premiere of Clerks 2, a movie in July of 2006. She frames that as I felt bad I didn't go to Paris, but she's going to go to LA because also the timing works out for her because her friend just had a baby. But then something happens, okay? Before Mimi flies out to LA on July 10th, 2006, Harvey invites her to his Soho apartment. And that's what you heard her crying about. He forcibly performs a sexual act on her. Now, even if you knew nothing about this case, Just this sentence alone that I'm about to show you from 2020 when the trial was going on, AB News article that was covering the trial would probably make you go, huh? It reads, quote, one of the two women that Harvey Weinstein is on trial for sexually assaulting took the witness stand on Monday to describe how the Hollywood producer violently and sexually assaulted her and to explain why she returned to him within a month and endured a second unwanted sexual encounter. Wait. Okay. So she's taking the stand to explain why after a violent sexual forcible assault, she then went back to him within a month to endure a second assault. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, Mimi's allegations were that on July 10th, 2006, Harvey Weinstein forcibly performed a sex act.
I ain't never heard of that. I ain't never heard of a girl, getting, essayed and then be like, you know what? Let me go back around for that. Yeah, never heard of that.
On her. Then she went to LA on his dime, by the way. And when she returned on July 26th, 2006, so we're talking 2 weeks, it happened again. Mimi alleges that when she returned from LA to New York City, about 2 weeks later, Harvey invited her to the Tribeca Grand Hotel for a drink, and she agreed. She said, quote, he was very persistent and insistent. She explained her going back by saying, quote, I was still trying to make sense of what had happened, why it had happened, and I felt very trapped in not being able to do anything about it. She said she felt like she was trying to regain some sort of power until she walked in to meet him on July 26th, 2006, wearing a battered pair of vintage shoes with little money and no family in the US, by the way. So she testified, quote, I just felt like some sort of hobo, just like a girl who's just down on her luck. You know what I mean? Yeah, park aside the fact that we're talking about a grown adult woman. She was down on her luck and she really was just kind of going there to regain power. But she testified that when she arrived at the Tribeca Grand Hotel, she was directed to Weinstein's room where, and I call me crazy. I maybe wouldn't have gone to his hotel room again. But like, this is a different, it's different. She's going again to regain power. And this is where she claims that he took her hand and he pulled her toward a bed. And she says at that moment, quote, I just went numb because she realized right then that Weinstein had trapped her again. She testified, quote, I just felt like an idiot. In the courtroom, this is the moment where she trembles and she weeps and she puts her hands in her head. Because if you're thinking about asking questions about that or wondering if there's an aspect of common sense here, maybe don't go back to a hotel room, don't let him into your apartment, anything like that. The point is now she's crying on the stand. And crying counts for a lot on the stand. You're going to learn that a lot throughout this case. Now, I want to take you through when Harvey's lawyer is able to question her because it gets quite interesting. And if you go back to that original encounter at the Cannes Film Festival, he asks her, and this is the top of 1638, Skylar. He asks her, remember, this is when he's supposed to be the massage incident, that initial one. He's realizing I have some questions, even though she's crying. And Damon Chernus is his name, is the lawyer. And he says, that assistant brings you up to the room. And she says, correct. And then he says, do you remember what you did earlier that day on the 24th at the Cannes Film Festival? Do you remember where you went? I don't. When you get to the Hotel Majestic, you get brought to Mr. Weinstein's room, right? Yes. The two of you, according to your testimony, have a brief conversation about whatever. Yes. At some point, you say Mr. Weinstein asks you about massages. Yes. He asked if you'll give him a massage, or at some point, if he can give you a massage, right? Correct. At this point, you told the members of the jury that you were very upset, to say the least, right? I was offended. Yes. You were offended because this was a business meeting that you thought you were going to potentially talk about Project Runway. No, not Project Runway at this point. Something else? I went there to meet him to ask if he had any production work that I could help on. Yes. During the course of that meeting, is it your testimony Mr. Weinstein propositioned you with a massage, right? repeat. Propositioned you with a massage? He did, yes. And you were humiliated, is the word you used. I was. You left the room. You testified.
I mean, and a Hollywood executive, multimillionaire gives you a massage. And I mean, you let it happen and you tell me that you feel, I don't know, like belittled, like you feel like garbage. Are you sure it wasn't because you're selling yourself out for something, for some type of benefit from Harvey Weinstein? Are you sure it wasn't that? I'm just saying, it's all possible.
You started crying. Once I left the hotel.
Yes, Vlad. Yes. Happy ending.
And when did Mr. Weinstein give you his phone number during the course of that? I don't recall when he actually gave it to me. Somebody's phone number is usually the last thing that you get, right? Objection, says her lawyer. Probably, she says. The court says overruled. Was it after Mr. Weinstein had made these propositions and you were walking out the door that he gave you his phone number? Objection, Mr. Haas said. Mr. Haas says. The court overrules that objection. She answers, possibly, probably. Then you said at some point later you received a call from Mr. Weinstein, but you don't really remember it. I don't really remember if it was from Mr. Weinstein himself or an assistant, but somebody came through to arrange for me to go help out on Project Runway. Mr. Weinstein gave you his number? Yes, I may have followed up with his office. So we are clear, you called Mr. Weinstein's office after this massage request? Yes. And when you called Mr. Weinstein's office, who did you talk to? Actually, I'm not sure, but yes. Were you thinking in your head at this time this massage incident occurred, why am I going to call this guy for a job?
No way.
No, I needed a job. And isn't it true that Project Runway was already in production at that point? Correct. And being in the production industry, you are aware it was probably fully staffed by the time that you would have gotten involved, correct? And she answers, yes. Well, it's interesting testimony there. Yeah, she needed a job and kind of has to admit, like, yeah, maybe she got his number on the way out of that horrible massage incident in which she cried. And then maybe she reached out to his office.
So this guy, okay, look. Now, it's this guy. This guy, you pulled up with a massage. You pulled up for a massage from this guy and expected nothing to happen? I mean, woman. Like, this guy. Like, well, I mean, like I said, Hollywood producer and all that good stuff. I mean, if he did it one time, why didn't you report it then? Here's the thing: if the man in jail, he can't hurt your career. Like, I mean, shoot, maybe, who knows? But I'm pretty sure he can't hurt you anymore if he's locked up. So this story, it is a bit funny. This one is a bit funny. But I still believe he did it. I still believe he did it. Like, hey, he may have not did it to all of them. I can guarantee he didn't do it to all of them, but I know this man did something.
About that position, which wasn't really an open.
And I could be wrong, and I'll accept that, but there's just something about him. The look, he looks like that type.
In position, but required someone with power to kind of make the position for a person who isn't supposed to be working in the U.S. just kind of happen. I don't know. I'm not alleging anything, okay? But the point is, I'm just reading you the testimonies that are going on, and then Damish Chernus is able to question her again. Of course, he questions her throughout this entire thing, but about that incident on July 26th, when she just can't explain how she got trapped again by him at another hotel. And here is from that transcript. Chernus asks her, on the 26th of July, you had sex with Harvey Weinstein, correct? There was sex with Harvey Weinstein, yes, she replied. Shortly after, Chernus asked her, he didn't force you to have sex, did he? I didn't physically resist, she replied. Do you remember testifying before?
Hold on. Whoa, hold on. Now, if you didn't resist, okay, now, girls. Now, I know I'm gonna have to ask y'all this. It's like, so if a man has advances on you and you don't want to have sex, are you just Are you just gonna just sit there and not resist? Or are you gonna be like, hey, yo, no, take this hand off, back up, get up out the room, stand up out the bed? Like, y'all gonna do something, right? Or y'all just gonna be like, oh, well, I don't want it, but he wants it. Fa la la la. I doubt that's how y'all doing things. If so, though, tell me. Because, man, y'all need to see a therapist if so.
For the grand jury that the sex was not forced. Correct, because I didn't resist, Halehi said. He also then challenges her, according to this article, her recollection on the stand, where she now says that he called her a bitch and that he called her a whore. And that was something that she had not recounted in her initial interviews with prosecutors. He found that to be very strange. Like, when you're in front of that grand jury in early 2018, you never said any of this stuff. And here's how she replied. She said, quote, I think that is something that I remembered later, she said. Okay, let's just take her at her face value here. Listen, I'm not here to not believe women. Let's take everything she said into account because, again, Harvey gets 20 years. Okay.
Oh, guys, and make sure to subscribe to the channel, man. We do this every night. And also double tap that screen, like the video. Appreciate the support.
Okay. And I hate being a person with common sense, so I'm happy for you guys to comment. Let me know what you think. I would expect that after having survived 2 sexual assaults, after having survived with 1 powerful sentence, you have a bad reputation with women, having survived him having barged into her apartment, plus the weird massage incident in the room that began it all, I would surmise that Mimi Halehi, now done with that in the past, Project Runway situation over, that she would have maybe just stayed away from Harvey Weinstein altogether. Is that fair? I'll look in the chat. Is that fair? Is it fair to go, okay, maybe just stay away from this guy. He's bad news bears. Like, if you're not going to go to the cops, you're too scared, fine, but just stay away from him. And if you think that is fair, or if you think it's not fair, I invite you to tell me why it isn't. I can tell you the answer. She didn't stay away from him. She didn't stay away from him after her various sexual assaults in 2006. You're going to be rather surprised to learn that she instead would send Harvey Weinstein emails. He conducts his emails always through his assistants. And she sent Harvey Weinstein this email 2 years after her double assaults. This email went out on Friday, June 27th, 2008. She wrote, "Hi, Harvey. How are you? It's great to see you in Cannes. I noticed an article in today's New York Post about the Addams Family being turned into a Broadway musical. Just to remind you what a genius I am, didn't I tell you that was a great idea like 3 years ago at the Mercer Bar? Lots of love, Miriam."
I mean,
lots of love.
Lots of
I
love.
was not expecting.
I mean, damn. I mean, shit. Huh. Well, lots of love, though. I mean, damn, my man SA'd you twice. You felt uncomfortable around him, and then you send him an email about, hey, that new Broadway musical that's just coming out. Hey, you should go ahead and put me in that, with lots of love. I'm like, huh. I mean, yeah, game is game, but I thought this man was a violent, rapist.
To read lots of love. Now, I want to be honest. I've never been raped. I've never been sexually assaulted. But I would imagine in a world where that happened to me, I probably wouldn't send an email and say lots of love to the person that had conducted those sexual assaults. That's just me. Again, I could be in a totally crazy space. Happy to hear you guys come, explain to me why that sometimes happens and so specific. And she's kind of going back to the Mercer Bar. She says they had that great time together. That was just right before he scoped out her apartment, barged in, and she doesn't seem to be concerned about that. And to be clear, Harvey replied to her 3 days later. Sounds like a busy guy. Maybe he wasn't giving her the attention that she needed or wanted. And he replied on the 30th, and he said this to her: "Miriam, you are a genius. It's good to hear from you. All my best, Harvey." Oh, just one sentence back, which he just must have been so pompous and so arrogant. Like, he didn't even allocate the proper amount of time to wanting to have this relationship or wanting her to like him. Because if he had committed these insane assaults, I don't know. I would imagine that he would want to, make sure that she was happy, but that's a pretty short response. Anyways, she then writes him again. Yeah. A year after that, she writes him on February 25th of 2009. This time she's a bit more explicit in what she's looking for. She writes, "Dear Harvey,
Okay.
I haven't seen you in so long. How are you? Listen, I'm saving up to become a Kundalini yoga teacher, and I just wanted to announce myself available for work. If you happen to, by any chance, have anything shooting in London, I'll be a runner, whatever. I'd really appreciate any leads. My cat needs feeding. Either way, I hope you are super well. Peace and love, Miriam." Okay, so I don't know if I'm just not aware of what can happen or why you might email a person who has multiple times assaulted you and again try to put yourself into a circumstance where you are working for him, but that is what Miriam did. And now we are talking, she's 3 years older, so she's about 32, 33 years old. And I would say, obviously, probably had every opportunity at that moment to go to the police and to report what had happened to her. But she doesn't do that. She doesn't do that at all. She waits another, so this is 2009. She comes out with her allegations in 2017. She waits another 8 years when she's next to Gloria Allred and Harvey Weinstein is going down. And she decides to present this story as her having been sexually assaulted. And she was successful. Like I said, she broke down crying on the stand. And that was enough in New York to give him 20 years. Now, when we take a look at the transcript and we start hearing and looking at more information about that time that he barged into her apartment, when Damon Chernus is able to put her on the stand and ask her questions about that setup of the apartment, and you learn that there was not just one door in which she had to buzz him into, and he burst through it. There was also a second security door that you would have to be buzzed into. And she's not really sure how he doesn't really remember the details of how he got past that one. But he did. And then we learned that the layout of that apartment actually required him to go right and then left in order to get to her open door. And I am telling you, when I'm reading through this transcript, I'm thinking, if a girl did not want you to come to her apartment, to be inside of her apartment, you've got two security doors.
Tim, that's actually a good question, though. What does she mean by my cat needs feeding? I mean, I ain't gonna lie. She did just go over that one. I'm like, hold on now. Now, maybe your mind's in the gutter right now, but I'm like, what you mean the cat need feeding, baby? What was that supposed to mean? Like, yo.
Doors, you got to call to get it. I mean, I just maybe would have let the call go unanswered, maybe. Not opened the second door.
And shout out Seth. She says, Seth, I said to your question, he'll be lucky to leave alive. And I got a funny video I'm going to send you right now that I know you guys will like as well. Hey, shout out Seth. Appreciate it. And I bet, because I would expect any normal thinking woman to honestly go into fight mode and just start swinging and throwing hands, elbows, accessories, whatever you got on you. Bear spray.
Showed him. Well, I'm not implying she did. Obviously, her testimony is he just said, "Where is it? Where is it?" And then, found it. He just was able to find it. Just had a scent about where her apartment might be. But I felt like there were maybe some opportunities for her to get out of that situation when I was reading through the transcript. And then I found it to be very weird. And again, this is another one of her memory lapses. When Damon Chernus, the lawyer, starts asking her about this trip to LA that she says she got invited to because of a movie premiere. Then we learned that she was in LA for 2 weeks and that Harvey paid for that trip. And then Damon kind of says, "Hey, how long do movie premieres usually last?" And she says, I'm paraphrasing here, "1 night." And so you were there for 2 weeks and Harvey paid for this trip. Yeah, she doesn't remember how that happened after he barged into her apartment, but recalls maybe that and then Damon shows her another email that she sent to the Weinstein Company where she says, "Hey, yeah, Harvey said that he would help me get to Los Angeles." And then Damon Chernus, Harvey's lawyer, is able to show in her calendar entry that on June 26th, actually, she had gone out to buy her friend who had a baby in LA a gift. So before Harvey, before this movie premiere offer, which she alleges was the reason for her going to LA, she had plans to go to LA. So that, I guess, was serendipitous. Or, as Damon kind of presents, he was just paying for her to go to LA. And this wasn't really about a movie premiere. This was about Harvey Weinstein. Again, this is reading the transcripts. My takeaway is that they kind of maybe had just offered to pay for her to go to LA on a trip. And he didn't really need her at the movie premiere at all. But what do I know? Again, I don't want to make any implications here because he was found guilty, guys. And there's so much more that I'm going to tell you about Mimi, this woman who kind of enjoyed these father-like relationships, these mentor-like relationships. And truly, guys, she just felt like a hobo. And it's really sad that this 30-year-old woman just couldn't, I guess didn't have enough life experience to know about these pitfalls of men and their hotel rooms and robes. And even when the signs were there and he asked for a massage and, those parts get really hazy. And so the New York courts said that she was a victim. And what's really compelling, by the way, is when you hear all of these people pretending to be outraged that the appellate court said, what happened here? And one of the things that one of the judges says, and we'll get to that transcript tomorrow, or in our next installment of this, when they're reviewing this case, is they go, why were certain people even allowed to testify? Because it almost looked to this judge, this appellate judge, that they didn't have the evidence really to convict Harvey. So they just kind of allowed this sort of banana court thing to happen where they let people testify about all sorts of things, like Bob Weinstein, his brother. Harvey once got into a fight with his brother. Okay, why is this being allowed in this courtroom? What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything happening? So if you get into a fist fight with your brother or you punch your brother, it means that you're a rapist? What is, it was all about just like character assassination, Oh, Harvey one time, didn't pay me or something. And it's just like assassinating his character. It seems like a show trial. Like I said, I'll show you what the appellate judge said about this and why they are sending this back down. But I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine you or someone you love. Maybe it's your woman watching, your husband, your brother, your son gets 20 years in prison. 20 years in prison for this relationship.
And shout out Seth, one of the members. Man, like I said, if you have any video suggestions you want to share, hey, man, just go ahead and send in $10 if you're a non-member, $5 for the members. But let me go ahead and play this real quick. Here we go. Shout out Seth.
If you don't like triggering liberals, just keep scrolling. This video isn't for you at all. I'll be honest, I couldn't resist to buy these things. Liberal tier energy drinks coming in peach flavor? Fuck yeah, I gotta try it. Even the box these things come in is fucking hilarious. I mean, look at this. There are some famous crybabies on here. And look at that. Good old Trump right there. Fuck yeah. Price means absolutely nothing when you got those liberal tiers flowing. If you want to try your liberal tiers energy drink, just click the link in the description below.
Yeah, hold on, bro. I might need to tap in with them. I'm like, hey, yo, I've been willing to take that one on. Hey, why not? Why not? That could be a nice little sponsor. I'll go ahead and I do that. All right, guys, let's get right back to it.
That of Mimi Haley.
Stay in line with my values.
Also now goes by Mimi Haley. And nobody really cares to look into this and to recognize that there's some strange things that I think went down here. Anyways, we're going to stop there for today. And I'm going to also show you one other thing and talk about just Me Too in general. But first, I want to throw to some of our sponsors who've been amazing. Goldco being one of them. Over the last month, we have truly seen how much wasteful spending the last administration was doing. While the Fed has been working to rein in inflation, the broader economy is still feeling the effects, particularly of the iceberg. Okay, we're just getting started here, so don't even get crazy. It's just, and it's amazing to think, by the way, I know we had showed you before when we cut a trailer for this, but all of these celebrities, he's God. And then,
whoops. Oh man. All right, we've reached that time, guys. All right, guys, we got to go ahead and close down for the night. So you know what that means.